Chapter 1621, Zhou Zhou's Worry. War Summary. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath to ease the sense of urgency in his heart. One step at a time. Take your time. There's no point in being anxious. He didn't think too much about it and turned on his personal terminal. As expected, he saw that Zero had already sent him the summary of today's battle. Zhou Zhou looked over. Under the combined efforts of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom Army and the army on the Ultimate Void battlefield, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 183 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 111 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 65 advanced-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 18 Overlord-level Lord factions. Coupled with the enemies that Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils had eliminated in the 8 Void Mystic Realms, as well as Monin and Sheila's Ultimate Void Army. They had eliminated more than 4,000 enemies from the people of foreign races in the capital units, more than 200 billion God spirits, more than 50 billion true God tiers, nearly 500,000 master God tiers of the people of foreign races, and a total of 315 supreme gods of the people of foreign races. After collating the statistics, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of about 1 Gaia unit mist core of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. 10 capital units 2,389, 190, 419, 733, 892 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 81,344,197 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. 812 units of Chaos Divine Treasure. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 1 Gaia unit 12,892,389,892,140 units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. 2,523,918,121,521 true God tier divine crystals. 2,191,231,908,943 master God tier divine crystals. 223,122,387 grade 1 to grade 3 supreme God divine crystals. 40 capital units had 1,237,347,218 divine artifacts from lesser gods to high tier deity level. 6,112,836 true God tier divine artifacts. 52,312,904 master God tier divine artifacts. 302,384 supreme God divine artifacts. There were about 20 capital units 2,389 trillion divine spark fragments, God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 1,0238,912,893,281 master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 39,722,834 supreme God level God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, Zhou Fight was outside the White Dawn Void Mystic Realm today. Through the land of Earth, the A Minister of the King had insight defection a total of 51,223,108,371 ultimate void God spirits, 5,181,037,123 ultimate void true God tiers, 31,931 ultimate void master God tiers, and 12 ultimate void supreme gods. In addition, there was also the surrendered Monin. Then, in the process of conquering the void mystic realm, through the Sun of Destiny, the insight defection reached 10,232,413,467 ordinary God spirits, 329,828,713 true God tiers, 3,123 master gods, and 2 supreme gods. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also instigated 555 capital units soldiers, more than 1.511 billion God spirits, more than 1 million true God tiers, and 312 supremacy gods. In the end, in terms of the advancement of God spirits, after the consecutive battles today, although the God spirits under Zhou Zhou were extremely tired, their gains were also extremely shocking. After the consecutive battles today, although the God spirits under Zhou Zhou were extremely tired, their gains were also extremely shocking. In terms of advancement, just the newly advanced ordinary god spirits had 10,428,237 million legendary tier advanced grade soldiers promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 2,193,278 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Another 3,761 top-notch true gods of the human race and 8,673 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master god tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master god tier realm. If nothing went wrong, he would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1 Guy unit 455 capital units 823,372,313,271 soldiers, 8,324,801,811 god spirits, 1,800,043,058,325 true gods, 47,616 master gods, and 33 supreme gods. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated the incite defection and the 5 supreme gods and 15 master gods recruited from the chaotic mystic realm, the military strength under him had reached 1 Guy unit 1010 capital units 731,283,1272,978 soldiers, 248,573,699,994 god spirits, 7,357,117,439 true god tier, 82,997 master gods, and 53 supreme gods. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The improvement today was especially huge. Especially in terms of ordinary god spirits and true god tier, the number had increased by 4 times. The number of supreme gods had also increased to as many as 53. With so many supreme gods around, Zhou Fight would be even more confident when he went out. Such troops could easily dominate a region in the myriad worlds. Now, other than him being inferior to Lord of 10,000 Evils in terms of trump cards in the realm of supreme will, he had definitely surpassed Lord of 10,000 Evils in all aspects, be it in terms of military strength, the number of god spirits or equipment and divine artifacts. After I take down those 10 war territories, my Supreme Lord Reserve Army position will also surpass Lord of 10,000 Evils and become the 3rd Reserve Army. The flames of ambition burned in Zhou Zhou's heart. 10 war territories sounded like a lot. However, this was not the first time Zhou Zhou had come to the ultimate void battlefield. With his current military strength in the ultimate void battlefield, he was confident that he could take down all the war territories in 5 days at most. In addition, in this war summary, he was even happier when he saw the 812 units of Chaos Divine Treasure. Without exception, these Chaos Divine Treasures were obtained from the White Dawn Void Mystic Realm and the other 8 Void Mystic Realms. Every Void Mystic Realm could bring he about 50 to 150 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. This Void Mystic Realm is really a good place to obtain a Chaos Divine Treasure. It's a pity that no one in the Void Mystic Realm is conquered. Otherwise, I'd have a new and stable source of Chaos Treasures. Chapter 1622, Zhou Zhou's Worry. War Summary. 2. Zhou Zhou lamented. Right at that moment, another message was sent to Zhou Zhou's personal terminal. He looked over and realized that it was sent by his main avatar, Zhou Manage. The content of the message was about the high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction in the Chaos Sea purchasing a Chaos Divine Treasure. Currently, there were a total of 55 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions that had come to the Chaos Sea to collect Chaos Divine Treasures. After 2 days of thought and conversation, 11 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions were willing to exchange for the Chaos Divine Treasures they had obtained from the ruins of time. And what they wanted was surprisingly the same. It was either a divine artifact or a treasure that could assist in advancing to the God Spirit realm. Zhou Zhou was not surprised after reading it. To the Divine Kingdom Lord factions that yearned for God Spirits, True God Tiers, Master God Tiers, and even Supreme Gods, they valued these 2 types of benefits the most. Most of the rest were not very important. And the rich and imposing Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom naturally agreed readily to their request. After a series of negotiations, they obtained a total of 220 units of Chaos Divine Treasures from the hands of 11 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions. Every high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction would only trade 20 units. Zhou Zhou guessed that they had secretly discussed the situation of the same transaction amount. However, he did not care about this. It was fine as long as he was willing to trade. As for the number of transactions, he didn't care. In any case, it was a long-term matter. If he were to be a little tough because he wanted more, causing they to destroy the trade relationship between they and reduce the benefits of they, that would not be what he wanted to see. In that case, now I have 1,256 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had spent a total of 1,000 units of the Chaos Divine Treasure that Zhou Marshall had sent over earlier in the day to upgrade his territory, leaving him with only 224 units of the Chaos Divine Treasure. It was just nighttime and he once again had 1,256 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. At this rate, it won't be long before I can upgrade my territory to the territory of Master God Tier Advance Grade. Then, I can upgrade the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to a high-level Master God Tier Kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought. The speed at which the Chaos Divine Treasures were collected was much faster than he had imagined. He had originally estimated that it would take 10 days. Now, I feel like I can gather it in about 5 days. Right at that moment, a female figure emitting boundless pure white light appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Supreme Will. I came here to tell you something. The Crimson Overlord has already given the order for all the Scarlet factions to retreat from the Ultimate Void battlefield. They've all retreated. From now on, the Ultimate Void battlefield will belong to us completely. The Crimson Overlord will also not interfere in the Ultimate Void battlefield from today onwards." The Supreme Will went straight to the point. Zhou Zhou was naturally very surprised. He did not expect the Crimson Overlord to give up on the Ultimate Void battlefield. Even though the Ultimate Void battleground was a battlefield, it was also a treasure land that hid treasures everywhere because it could collect and intercept ownerless treasures that passed by in the Ultimate Void environment. Giving up on the Ultimate Void battleground could be said to have lost a resource point for nothing. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was very reasonable. Becky, who was stationed in the Ultimate Void battlefield, had been beaten to death by him after all. Even though he had also been punished in the end and almost lost a will holy artifact, Becky, as the former Supreme Scarlet Reserve Army, had lost to him, the Supreme Lord Reserve Army. It was not only he who had lost face, but also the Crimson Overlord behind him. After the Crimson Overlord punished Zhou Zhou, it could no longer attack a junior like Zhou Zhou. Otherwise, if word got out, it would only make the other god spirits and even the Supreme Will Realm think that it was petty. "You're a mighty willpower cultivator. Why are you staring at a Grade 1 Supreme God Junior who doesn't even have a Supreme Willpower Realm and not letting go?" Since it was so awkward to stay, he might as well leave. Just as Zhou Zhou was thinking about these things, the Supreme Will looked at Zhou Zhou's thoughtful expression and was even more satisfied with his successor. Calm in the face of danger, calm in the face of change, calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Even in the face of the cold attitude of the Crimson Overlord, Zhou Zhou was clearly not afraid. He had clearly understood the crux of the matter. The Supreme Will liked Zhou Zhou's brave and resourceful attitude and performance. "The Ultimate Void battleground will be ours from now on. Hurry up and strive to unify the entire Ultimate Void battleground as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded." The Supreme Will smiled. "Lord Supreme Will, you trust me too much. I'm just a Grade 1 Supreme God." Zhou Zhou complained. The Supreme Will was speechless. What Grade 1 Supreme God could be like you? Not only could he fight and kill 2 quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm experts alone, but even the true blood incarnation of the Supreme Willpower Realm could not kill you? He didn't say anything else. His figure gradually faded, and it was obvious that he was about to leave. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he stopped talking nonsense and hurriedly said, "Lord Supreme Will, I killed 2 quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm subordinates under the Void Emperor and even snatched their Willpower Holy Artifact. The Void Emperor might send stronger enemies or even Supreme Willpower Realm experts to deal with me. Lord Supreme Will, you can't abandon me." "He wouldn't dare," the Supreme Will said calmly. "What if?" Zhou Zhou hurriedly said. This concerned his life. He didn't dare touch this 1 in 10,000 chances. The reason why he could escape the calamity of the Supreme Will Realm's true blood avatar during the day was because he had relied on the ability of blood rebirth to revive, not because he was avoiding it without any injuries. How could he have that ability? If he could really easily dodge without being injured, the other party was not worthy of being called the true blood avatar of the Supreme Will Realm. As for why the other party couldn't kill him with a single strike and didn't implicate the main body, this was because Zhou Zhou had too much luck. Because the providence was too great, under the protection of the huge providence, the Supreme Will Realm True Blood Avatar could not destroy the main body with a single strike. Since his main body was not dead, Zhou Fight naturally would not really die. Therefore, after Zhou Fight's main body was destroyed, he relied on a drop of blood that he had prepared beforehand to be reborn. He then quickly rushed to the battlefield, creating the illusion that he was alive without any injuries. And after this battle, he also knew how terrifying the existence of the Supreme Will Realm was. The true blood incarnation formed from just a drop of blood was already so terrifying. In front of the other party, he could not retaliate at all. How terrifying was the Supreme Will Realm at the peak of the complete form! Zhou Zhou could not imagine it. And when he thought about how the Void Emperor knew that he had monopolized 2 quasi-supreme willpower realms, and that the enemies he would send next were very likely to be true supreme willpower realms, he had always been very worried. That was why he was so persistent in telling the Supreme Will about this. After hearing Zhou Fight's words, the Supreme Will did not say anything and disappeared into the pure white light. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou started thinking. The Supreme Will didn't answer him. Could it be because he had already prepared protective measures for him? That's how it should be. There's no way the Supreme Will can't think of what I can think of. Zhou Zhou thought. However, this was only his guess. If the Supreme Will was really unprepared, it would be over once he encountered danger. Only the Supreme Will Realm can deal with the Supreme Will Realm. I have to prepare some Supreme Will level self-preservation methods myself. Zhou Zhou thought. He thought of the 2 will holy artifacts he currently had. The Holy Scripture of the Heart gave up. Even though this will holy artifact was good, it was still a pure supplementary will holy artifact. It had no offensive ability or ability to protect itself. As for the formless book that he had just obtained. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he saw a blood-colored book appear in front of him. It was the Will Holy Artifact Formless Book. Chapter 1623, Supreme Sacred Body and Eternal Immortal Realm. 1. Divine Artifact Name, Formless Book. Divine Artifact Grade, Will Holy Artifact Low Level. Divine Artifact Law Formless Summoning, using the true blood of an expert as a summoning material, it can summon the true blood avatar of an expert. The true blood avatar has between 1/10,000 of the original body's strength. It can summon the true blood avatar of the Supreme Will Realm at the highest. At the same time, the formless book could summon up to 10 true blood avatars. After consuming the power contained in the true blood left behind by the experts, the true blood avatar would also disappear. The true blood stored in the formless book would also disappear at the same time. It needed to replenish the true blood of the experts before it could be summoned again. Prompt 1. If a powerhouse who is not quasi-supreme will realm wants to forcefully use a will holy artifact, they need to consume a large amount of supreme god divine power and willpower to use it. Prompt 2. Will recognize you as its master. Minimum will requirement, will divine transformation realm. Prompt 3. Current number of true blood sealed in the formless book, 3,471/10,000 nov, L, B //JNN. Zhou Fight looked at the attributes of the formless book and nodded, but then he felt a headache. The formless book was useful, but where could he find the true blood of a supreme willpower realm expert? Even if he could find a supreme willpower realm expert, how could he convince the other party to give him his true blood? Don't think that the true blood of supreme will realm experts was endless. There was also a limited amount of true blood in the body of a supreme will realm cultivator, and it was very difficult to recover. In addition, for safety reasons, most supreme willpower realm experts were unwilling to casually give their true blood to others. Just as he was fretting, an existence emitting the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was the reincarnation will soul heaven. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's figure and could not help but be stunned. He thought to himself, the heavens are really taking good care of me. I was worried about where I got the true blood of the supreme will realm, so they directly sent it to me. That's right. Why didn't I think of looking for brother reincarnation just now? With his relationship with brother reincarnation, it was not a problem for him to want a drop of supreme will realm true blood, right? Zhou Zhou thought. Why are you looking at me like that? The reincarnation will originally wanted to talk about himself, but when he saw his brother staring at him, he could not help but ask curiously. Nothing. Nothing. Zhou Zhou shook his head and asked, Brother, you suddenly came to visit. There should be something, right? Can't I come if it's nothing? The reincarnation will chuckled. Brother, what are you saying? Zhou Zhou hurriedly said, my family is your family. No matter when you come, it's fine. I don't think so. The reincarnation will waved his hand and said, forget it, I won't joke with you anymore. I came here this time to tell you something. The inheritance ground of the Yellow River will open in 3 days. The land of inheritance of the Yellow Rivers will is about to open. Zhou Zhou's body trembled when he heard this. Then, he sighed. It's finally about to open. The reincarnation will nodded and said, let me ask you again. Do you still want to go there and obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Rivers will? Of course. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, if it was in the past, I might have been a little more cowardly. But now, I feel that there shouldn't be anything that can stop me in the land of inheritance of the Yellow Rivers will. Even though he was only a grade 1 supreme god now, his combat strength could be said to be the top existence below the supreme will realm. The inheritance ground of the Yellow Rivers will could only allow supreme gods to enter at most. If the current him entered the inheritance ground of the Yellow Rivers will, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be no different from opening the invincible realm. If that was the case, why not go? The reincarnation will laughed at these domineering words. However, he wasn't smiling mockingly. Instead, he was smiling with amusement and emotion. Who would have thought? A few days ago, when he had just mentioned to him about snatching the inheritance of the Yellow River, although he had agreed on the surface, he was actually very cowardly and hesitant deep down. At that time, Zhou Zhou thought that he could not tell. However, in fact, the reincarnation will had long seen that Zhou Zhou had the intention to retreat, but it was different now. He could tell that Zhou Zhou really had the courage now. He was even extremely confident that he would dare to venture into the Yellow River's land of inheritance. Not bad, in that case. The inheritance of his good friend, Yellow River's will, might really have a good ending and not fall into the hands of the enemy. The reincarnation will thought. Thinking of the death of the Yellow River's will, he could not help but feel sad. If he was still alive and saw that he had grown into the reincarnation will that controlled the netherworld and reincarnation, he would definitely be very happy, right? After Zhou Zhou returned to his senses, he saw the dim expression in the reincarnation will's eyes. When he saw this, he suddenly said, brother! I've actually seen Lord Yellow River's will a few times. The reincarnation will didn't react at first. When he reacted, he immediately grabbed Zhou Zhou's arm excitedly and said, how is that possible? You've seen the Yellow River's will? Where is him? How's his condition? Isn't he not dead? How is he still alive? No, that's not important. Hurry up and let me go. I want to see him too. You're hurting me, brother. Zhou Zhou grimaced as he looked at the other party's hands that were grabbing his arms tightly. Look, I knew that he was in a hurry. Oh, I'm sorry. I am in such a hurry. Upon hearing this, reincarnation will also realized that he had overreacted. He retracted his hands and even massaged his arms. Chapter 1624, Supreme Sacred Body and Eternal Immortal Realm. 2. Then, he couldn't help but ask, where is the will of the Yellow River? Tell me the place directly, and I'll go straight to him. Zhou Zhou looked at the eager and expectant reincarnation will with a complicated expression and sighed softly in his heart. Was he so deeply in love with Yellow River's will that he didn't even dare to doubt it and directly asked where Yellow River's will was? His attitude made Zhou Zhou unwilling to tell him the truth because he felt that it was a little cruel. The time ruins was only a time ruins after all. Those who were already dead did not return in the end. However, looking at the firm gaze of the reincarnation will, he knew that he had no choice but to say it even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. Brother! Zhou Zhou said, I didn't see the will of Yellow River in the real world, but that your excellency I saw in the time ruins. The reincarnation will was stunned. Time ruins. His expression immediately turned a little bitter as he said bitterly. Where's the time ruins? Zhou Zhou directly told him the location. After the reincarnation will knew the location, it suddenly stood up and disappeared. Thank you, little brother. His voice echoed in the reincarnation sacred palace. Zhou Zhou was about to sigh when he suddenly came back to his senses. No. Isn't this too sudden? I haven't asked for true blood yet. Give me your true blood before you leave. Unfortunately, no one responded. Zhou Zhou was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have told the other party about the true blood before telling him about the Yellow River's will. Great, it didn't take long for the other party to come back. If the reincarnation will did not return before he encountered an enemy at the Supreme Will realm, he would be in danger. As for the fact that the other party could not enter the time ruins, Zhou Zhou had never thought about it. As a Supreme Will realm expert, especially a top-notch Supreme Will realm expert who controlled the netherworld like the reincarnation will, it was simply too easy for he to enter a time ruin that had an owner. Never mind. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. At most, I'll beg the Supreme Will. I don't believe that the Supreme Will won't give me a trump card that can protect me in front of the Supreme Will realm. No matter what, I'm the youngest Supreme Lord Reserve Army. There have to be some benefits, right? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Zhou. He looked a little anxious, but after hearing Zhou Zhou's muttering, he could not help but be stunned. It was the reincarnation will that had returned. My good brother. What happened? Why do you need a trump card that can protect you from the Supreme Will realm? The reincarnation will asked with a solemn expression. He never expected that he would hear such important news on his return. There was actually an enemy at the Supreme Will realm who wanted to attack him, who was only a grade 1 Supreme God. Who was so invincible? He didn't even care about his face as a top expert. Zhou Zhou did not expect his brother to return in the blink of an eye and even hear his muttering. Even though he did not know the reason for his brother's return, since he had already asked, Zhou Zhou took the opportunity to tell the reincarnation will what had happened on the ultimate void battlefield today, including the fact that he had monopolized 2 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts and forcefully withstood the full-strength attack of the true blood avatar of the supreme willpower realm. The reincarnation will was shocked. He knew that this brother of his had received a lot of training in the ultimate void battlefield, and his strength had also increased a lot. The best proof was that he had smoothly advanced from a Master God tier to a Grade 1 Supreme God. However, he never expected that his brother's growth speed would far exceed his imagination. Even though he was only a Grade 1 Supreme God, his true combat strength had already reached the level of a top quasi-supreme will. Even the full-strength attack of the true blood avatar of the Supreme Will realm could not do anything to him. Even though it was only a true blood avatar at the Supreme Will realm, the reincarnation will was also a Supreme Willpower realm expert. He naturally knew that to a Supreme Willpower realm expert, even if it was only his true blood avatar, it was not something ordinary quasi-supreme willpower realm experts could resist. However, his brother was actually able to block it. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. He immediately asked for the exact details of the situation. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he did not hide anything. The reincarnation will observed Zhou Zhou a few times and clicked his tongue in wonder. Your luck is too great. With such luck protecting him, it's almost equivalent to being impervious to all evil. No wonder that guy didn't implicate you by killing your clone. But you and your clone should have some top-notch divine body, right? Otherwise, no matter how great your luck is, you won't be able to withstand the benefits of that huge luck if you don't have enough divine body foundation. Zhou Zhou did not expect this to happen. The reason why he could withstand the full-strength attack of the true blood avatar and not die was actually because of his constitution. He thought for a moment and said, I have many types of divine bodies, but if it's a top-notch divine body, it should be the Supreme Sacred Body. Supreme Sacred Body. Lord Supreme will actually gave you his cultivation technique. The reincarnation will's eyes widened. Yet, Zhou Zhou smiled. The reincarnation will looked at Zhou Zhou's expression with a strange expression. Brother. Why do you look so weird? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. Brother. Reincarnation will deliberated over his words before saying with a complicated tone. Do you know that the 4 Supreme Lord Reserve Army are fighting for the position of Supreme Lord? Then do you know what other specific benefits there are other than the position of the Supreme Will's successor? I don't know. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and could not help but be stunned. This was because he realized that he really did not know what the position of Supreme Lord meant other than being the successor of the Supreme Will. You really don't know? When the reincarnation will saw Zhou Zhou's reaction, it could not help but take a deep breath. He said slowly, the position of the Supreme Lord not only represents the position of the successor of the Supreme Will, but also represents an inheritance. An eternal immortal realm inheritance. Eternal immortal realm. Zhou Zhou was at a loss. He searched through all the bloodline inheritances in his mind, but he could not find a description of this realm. What's that? Is it a realm title in other alternate universes? The eternal immortal realm is the cultivation realm above the willpower realm. An existence at the legendary tier level has already achieved the fusion of illusionary and reality. He's truly an invincible existence. No existence is a match for an eternal immortal realm expert. Unless the other party is also at the eternal immortal realm. Simply put, the eternal immortal realm is the end of our cultivation path. The reincarnation will knew from Zhou Zhou's expression that he did not understand the eternal immortal realm, so it immediately explained to him. The eternal immortal realm is actually the end of the cultivation path. And the inheritance of the Supreme Lord is actually an inheritance of the eternal immortal realm. Zhou Zhou was completely stunned. He never dreamed that there would be such a huge background behind this Supreme Lord position. Wait. He suddenly realized something and looked at the reincarnation will. Brother. Are you saying? Reincarnation will nodded. You guessed right. The Supreme Sacred Body is a part of the eternal immortal realm inheritance. The upper limit of the Supreme Sacred Body you cultivate is not the Supreme Will realm, nor is it the Will realm. Instead, it's a portion of the invincible ultimate void and the eternal immortal realm inheritance of the billions of great cosmos. He looked at Zhou Zhou enviously. I guessed that the Supreme Will might favor you because of your achievements. In the future, he might even let you inherit his position and become the next Supreme Will. But I didn't expect it. You're only the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army now, and the Supreme Will is actually willing to give you a portion of the Supreme Lord's inheritance. God King Heaven Punishment, the Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord and Lord of 10,000 evils don't have such treatment. Good brother. Work hard in the future. With the high regard of the Supreme Will, as long as you don't slack off midway, the position of the future Supreme Lord and our Supreme Great Cosmos will most likely be yours. I'm sure of it. Chapter 1625, Death Token. The reincarnation will was very emotional and amazed. He was not even in a hurry to go to the time ruins. It could be seen how shocked he was by Zhou Zhou's cultivation of the Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou was still very confused. He never expected this. He had originally thought that the Supreme Sacred Body he cultivated was a cultivation technique cultivated by the Supreme Will. This background was already very powerful. He did not expect its true appearance to actually be a portion of the eternal immortal realm inheritance that represented the end of the cultivation path. Even if it was only a portion, it was enough to make countless Supreme Will realm experts and even willpower experts go crazy. Yes, the Supreme Will was a strong willpower expert to begin with. An existence like he was cultivating a cultivation technique. If it was not an eternal immortal realm cultivation technique, what else could it be? It was laughable that he had not reacted at that time and only guessed that the highest possibility of this Supreme Sacred Body was the willpower technique. My horizons have limited my imagination. Zhou Zhou sighed and was excited. He actually had the eternal immortal realm inheritance. This time, it was not only the Supreme Will realm and the Will realm. Even if it was the eternal immortal realm, he would have inheritances to explore and advance in the future. Not bad, not bad. The Supreme Will is really good to me. I will definitely repay you well in the future. How many eternal immortal realm inheritances are there in the Supreme Great Cosmos? No, the ultimate void. Zhou Zhou thought of this question and asked curiously. How many are there? The reincarnation will was speechless. Don't tell me you think there are many inheritances in the eternal immortal realm. I'll tell you. As far as I know, in the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos, there's only this eternal immortal realm inheritance in the hands of the Supreme Will. Not even the Crimson Overlord. As for the ultimate void outside the Great Cosmos and the other Great Cosmos worlds in the ultimate void, the number of eternal immortal realm inheritances that they possess will not exceed one hand at most. The reincarnation will said. This information was only known to he after he became the reincarnation will. If he was still regal soul heaven, it was impossible for he to come into contact with such information. He also said. Moreover, most of these eternal immortal realm inheritances are ownerless. For example, the inheritance of the Quasi-Supreme in the battlefield of Quasi-Supreme. For example, the Mystic Dew inheritance of Dreamland. There's also the mysterious eternal immortal realm inheritance in the unknown world. They have no master until now. Why is it ownerless? That's because it's too difficult and dangerous to obtain top powerhouses like them. Forget about the Supreme Will realm. Even experts like the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord have the risk of dying if they enter. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Those places were actually so dangerous? Even a top-notch expert like the Supreme Will was in danger? The ultimate void was really a world filled with opportunities, but it was also filled with horror and danger. Then where did the inheritance of the Supreme Will come from? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. No one knows. No one dares to ask. The reincarnation will shook his head slowly, but then he thought for a moment and said, however, there's a rumor among us Supreme Willpower Realm experts that the Eternal Immortal Realm inheritance of the Supreme Will is very likely to come from the illusionary world. The reason why the illusionary world wants to attack our Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos is probably not only to plunder the truth of our world and strengthen the illusionary world where they are, but also to take back the Eternal Immortal Realm inheritance in the hands of the Supreme Will. Of course. It's just a guess. Don't tell anyone. The reincarnation will said cautiously. Zhou Zhou nodded in understanding. This concerned the secrets of top powerhouses at the level of the Supreme Will after all. He was not stupid, so he naturally would not spout nonsense. Let's get back to business. Since you're facing the threat of a Supreme Will realm existence. The reincarnation will thought for a moment before taking out a black token that emitted the aura of the netherworld and handing it to Zhou Zhou. What's this? Zhou Zhou looked at the token in his hand curiously. There was a sealed ghost god gate engraved on the front of this token, and the words Netherworld were written on the back in nomological patterns. This is the Netherworld token. It's the token that opens the door to the Netherworld. At the same time, it's also my identity certificate. With this token, if you encounter an enemy you can't resist when you're outside, take it out for the other party to see. As long as the other party is in existence with a little knowledge, even if the other party is in the Supreme Will realm, they have to give you some face. If it's an enemy, it'll be even simpler. Recognize this token as your master. When you encounter danger, immediately activate the willpower contained in the token. At that time, the token will open the door to the netherworld. I will immediately appear from the door to save you. As long as the other party is not a willpower expert, I'm confident in saving you. If the other party is a willpower expert, I can help you hold him off for a few breaths. At that time, you can directly go to the netherworld through this door of the netherworld and summon the Supreme Will to save me. The reincarnation will smiled and said. Is it actually such a precious thing? Zhou Zhou was shocked. The identity certificate of the reincarnation will was also the key to opening the door to the netherworld. If this thing was not used well, it might bring a huge disaster to the myriad worlds. My brother is actually willing to give me such an important thing? He is even willing to take the initiative to save me? He could not help but feel flattered. Take it. Don't stand on the ceremony with me. The reincarnation will looked at Zhou Zhou's expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said. Actually, I can also give you some methods to protect yourself in the Supreme Will realm, but that won't be safe. It's best if I come personally to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Brother, you're right. Zhou Zhou nodded in agreement. At the same time, he felt touched and emotional. As expected of the elder brother, he truly acknowledged. He hadn't acknowledged this elder brother for nothing. If something happened, he would really attack. However, he might go further. Thank you, brother. With the insurance my brother gave me, I'm immediately relieved. Zhou Zhou said. Just as the reincarnation will nodded, he heard Zhou Zhou say in embarrassment. Brother, can I ask you for 3 more drops of true blood? You also know that I obtained a will holy artifact formless book. However, if this formless book doesn't have the true blood of a supreme will in it, the effect it can unleash will only be the effect of an ordinary supreme divine artifact. I want a few drops of your true blood to let me add another method to protect myself. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at the reincarnation will, wanting to see what expression would appear on its face. If the other party showed any unwillingness or impatience, Zhou Zhou would immediately take back his presumptuous request. Even though he wanted another means to protect him, he valued the friendship between him and the reincarnation will more. If there was a gap between him and the reincarnation will because of this, it would not be worth it. Moreover, he already had the underworld token given to him by the reincarnation will. At the very least, he would definitely have no problem protecting himself when facing a supreme will realm expert. In that case, the matter of the true blood was no longer important. It was fine if he wanted it. It was not a big problem to not want it anymore. Then, he saw the reincarnation will say without hesitation. Sure, isn't it just 3 drops of true blood? Chapter 1626, Advancing to the Advanced Stage will Divine Transformation Realm. He took out his sword, which was a low-level will holy artifact. He used a divine sword to make a small cut on his divine body. Dark purple divine blood flowed out of the wound endlessly and was received into a purple vessel by the reincarnation will. Then, when he wanted to connect more, he realized that his wound had already healed. When the reincarnation will saw this, it looked at the true blood in its vessel and smiled in satisfaction before handing it to Zhou Zhou. A total of 10 drops of true blood. You can use it first. If it's not enough, contact me directly through the 6 paths of reincarnation token. The reincarnation will smiled. Enough, enough. Thank you, brother. Zhou Zhou immediately said. He was very grateful to his brother in his heart. This elder brother really had nothing to say to him. Brother, just you wait. In the future, when I become rich, I will definitely help you revive the will of the Yellow River and let you two be together. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. Then, he received the 10 drops of true blood handed over by the reincarnation will. Then, he took out the formless book and placed the 10 drops of true blood on the page of the formless book. After placing them all, Zhou Zhou immediately probed them with his willpower. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. According to his perception, due to the 10 drops of true blood given to him by the reincarnation will, the power of their will was full, pure, and fresh. Every true blood incarnation created by the true blood lock could display 1/10 of the strength of the reincarnation will at its peak. If Zhou Zhou was ruthless enough to use all 10 drops of true blood when facing the enemy, the combined combat strength of the 10 reincarnation will clones would cause even the reincarnation wills this divine being to be flustered for a while. It was enough to protect him. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. He already had a rough idea of the arrangements for the 10 drops of true blood avatar. Is there anything else you haven't told me? If so, be sure to tell me. The reincarnation will looked at Zhou Zhou and said. No more, no more. Brother, go find your excellency, the will of the Yellow River. I see that you are so anxious that the fire in your heart is almost burning my face. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Reincarnation will smiled and did not care about Zhou Zhou's joke at all. He indeed liked the will of the Yellow River. He had liked it since a long time ago. There was nothing embarrassing about an existence at his level. Sure. Then I'm going. The reincarnation will said. Brother, take care. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. The reincarnation will nodded and disappeared on the spot. After the reincarnation will left, Zhou Zhou stopped smiling and his expression became solemn. According to brother reincarnation, the land of inheritance of the Yellow River will open in 3 days. 3 days. At that time, my center of gravity should still be in the ultimate void battleground. No, the inheritance of the Supreme Will is extremely important. I can't be distracted. I have to urge Zhou Fight to strive to complete all the ultimate void battlefield missions in 3 days. Then, quickly call he out and let he go to the land of inheritance of the Yellow River's will to fight for the Supreme Will inheritance. Zhou Zhou thought. Even though he already had the inheritance of a Supreme Will realm existence, who would complain that there were too few such inheritances? Of course, the more the better. If he did not take what the heavens gave him, he would be punished. He already had top-notch quasi-Supreme Will realm combat strength and had true Supreme Will realm methods on him. With such good conditions in hand, he definitely had to fight for it. Inform Zhou Fight now. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he immediately informed Zhou Fight about this. Compared to the other clones, Zhou Fight, who had experienced many battles, was more reliable. Zhou Fight, who was resting in the ultimate void battlefield, immediately woke up when he heard Zhou Zhou's voice transmission. Then, after he heard Zhou Zhou's request, he immediately cursed. Is this main body ordering me around like a donkey? I'm a clone, not your ox. He complained for a long time, but in the end, he didn't say anything else and agreed to the main body's request. What a busy clone life! Zhou Fight lamented. Then, he continued to rest. On the other side, Zhou Zhou, who was in the reincarnation sacred palace, also heard Zhou Fight's complaints. He smiled. The clones all had their own personalities and thoughts. He wasn't surprised at all that he could complain like this. However, even though they was complaining, they were definitely on the same side as him. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, he was very confident in his clones and was willing to entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Then, he stopped thinking and sat down cross-legged again, entering the time world to cultivate again. He was going to make one last sprint to break through to the advanced grade will divine transformation realm. The next day, in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou sat cross-legged on the Dao comprehension futon. There was a light spot emitting a faint white light in front of his chest. That was the premier heart. In front of he floated the holy scripture of the heart that emitted a golden light. Under the two supreme treasures that assisted the growth of his will realm, Zhou Zhou felt his will realm rapidly increase. Soon, he reached that bottleneck and suddenly broke through, entering a brand new will realm. Success! It was unexpectedly and unprecedentedly smooth. Zhou Zhou did not expect his breakthrough to be so simple. There was only one simple reason. Looks like the limit of my will potential is definitely not at the will divine transformation realm. It's at least at the level of supreme will. It might even have the potential to transcend the level of will. Otherwise, the breakthrough wouldn't have been so smooth. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. It was good to have high potential. The feeling of breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. Of course, the support of the premier heart and the holy scripture of the heart also played a huge role in his breakthrough. It also made Zhou Zhou like these two treasures even more. At the thought that the advanced grade will divine transformation realm was not the limit of these two treasures, he was even happier. I'm already at the advanced grade will divine transformation realm. Next, I have to slowly cultivate to the limit of the will divine transformation realm, then cultivate to the quasi-supreme will realm. Then, I'll seek a breakthrough and reach the will realm of the supreme will realm in one go. At that time, even if my main body's strength is still that of a supreme god. However, at that time, even if I didn't rely on the treasures of the supreme will realm, I would still have a certain level of self-protection in front of the supreme will realm. Zhou Zhou thought. Once his will broke through to the supreme will realm, even if his main body's divine spirit realm did not catch up, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. At the very least, it was not a problem for him to protect himself at the supreme will realm. Of course, it was only for self-protection. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to compete with the supreme will realm. There was still a huge difference between reaching the supreme will realm purely at the will realm and the true supreme will realm. If he really wanted to fight head-on, he would only be courting death. Chapter 1627, Supreme Unique Lord Talent Lord of Peace. Two Legendary Dragons. 1. Zhou Zhou, who had broken through to advanced stage will divine transformation realm, was in a good mood. He stood up and walked around the reincarnation sacred palace a few times. Looking at his subordinates who were cultivating elsewhere in the reincarnation sacred palace, the smile on his face became more and more obvious. He could tell that these subordinates were about to break through. After the breakthrough, they would become another top expert of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Hey! Right at that moment, he noticed his two subordinates. One of them was War Master God Terence. The other was his Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's Deputy Commander Qi Xiantian. At this moment, they was sitting cross-legged in their respective cultivation rooms. Their souls and wills were wandering around the time world to cultivate arduously. They exuded a powerful force of will. This force of will was active and unstable, as if it wanted to break the cage, but it was difficult to break it at the moment. However, they had a calm expression and a very stable state of mind. Clearly, they had expected this scene. As expected, even though they could not break through for the time being, this bottleneck clearly could not stop them. Sooner or later, they would break through the bottleneck and advance to another level. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he immediately realized something. The two gods were attempting to break through to the supreme god level. And the probability of success was not low. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned and left. He was unable to help them on the obstacles they were facing. Before he broke through, he could still help a little. But since the breakthrough had already begun, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Furthermore, Zhou Zhou also believed in them. Since they had chosen this moment to break through, they definitely had the reason to be confident in breaking through. There was no need for him to interfere. Otherwise, he might do something bad out of goodwill. Then, he returned to him Dao Comprehension Hasek and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, he summoned a Lord Talent panel. This interface was none other than the new Supreme Unique Lord Talent that he had obtained from absorbing Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent spheres during his night of cultivation. He looked over expectantly. Lord Talent, Master of Peace, Supreme Unique. Peaceful Times, Territory Folk Customs Type Lord Talent. Your territory is very prosperous and stable. The country's politics are clear, the subjects live and work in peace. Do your job, the people do their best, and make the best use of things. There will be no legacy, no closed doors at night, the wind and rain are smooth, and there will be no disasters. All the subjects are very satisfied with their current life and respect and love you. At the same time, they did not lose their drive to improve. Through their individual efforts and collective cooperation, they would improve their personal lives and the development of the country's society. The gods of the myriad worlds would also admire your territory and think that your territory was a land of eternal blessings. There would be an endless stream of god spirits, true god tiers, master god tiers, and supreme gods coming to join your territory and become your subjects. Your subjects will have a basic loyalty value to you. As the time you live in the territory increases day by day, the loyalty of your subjects will gradually increase. Specific talent effect 1, your subjects' loyalty to you is 90 points. Specific talent effect 2, subjects with 99 loyalty will have their loyalty increased by 1 point every day they live in your territory. The upper limit is 99 loyalty. Specific talent effect 3, a subject with 99 loyalty will automatically be promoted to your fanatic believer after living in your territory for 3 days. Specific talent effect 4, your fanatic believer will automatically be promoted to your Holy Spirit believer after living in the territory for 10 days. Specific talent effect 5, not only will there be no natural disasters in your territory, but there will also occasionally be auspicious signs of heaven and earth descending on your territory, bringing blessings to your territory. Specific talent effect 6, within your territory, the soil is fertile, and it is easier to grow high-value crops. Specific talent effect 7, when your territory's subjects manufacture goods, they will wholeheartedly and with the highest quality. All users who have used the goods produced by your territory will trust the quality of the goods produced by your territory very much and will insist on buying and using them. Specific talent effect 6, the subjects in your territory are simple and hardworking, healthy, and intelligent. It's easier to create inventions that can change the lives of the people and the country through hard work and intelligence. Specific talent effect 7, your territory is famous. The myriad worlds know that your territory is the peaceful times in a chaotic world. You are the ruler of peace that can bring peace and prosperity to the myriad worlds. Unexpected benefits will descend on you and your territory. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. This Lord of Peace was originally an extraordinary tier Lord talent, peaceful times. Now that he had advanced to the supreme unique Lord talent, his talent abilities in all aspects had been greatly strengthened. First of all, most importantly, after becoming the supreme unique Lord talent, the Lord of Peace could now be effective against the supreme gods. In the future, Zhou Zhou would no longer have to worry about the fact that the supreme gods from the outside world were not very loyal and did not dare to invest more in them and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Now that he had the Master of Peace, he could finally boldly appoint a supreme god in the future. Secondly, the current Lord of Peace's basic loyalty alone had reached an astonishing 90 points. 90 loyalty points. Chapter 1628, Supreme Unique Lord Talent Lord of Peace. 2 Legendary Dragons. 2. This was an extremely exaggerated value. Subjects with this value, even if they were not dead loyal, were not much different from them. It could be said that he could trust the other party's loyalty unconditionally. Furthermore, the subsequent specific talent effects of 2, 3, and 4 could increase this loyalty to the level of fanatic believers or even Holy Spirit tier believers. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. If it was an ordinary god spirit, they would definitely be very happy after seeing these few talent effects. This was because the Lord talent of being able to give birth to so many fanatic believers and even Holy Spirit tier believers meant that even if they only relied on faith to become a god spirit, they could still use the endless power of faith to forcefully raise their divine position to the level of a grade 4 supreme god. The power of faith was a very magical power. It was almost omnipotent. It was comparable to the power of laws. With enough power of faith, even an ordinary person who did not understand any laws could be promoted to a god spirit or even a top supreme god. Furthermore, with enough power of faith, it could push a grade 4 supreme god to the realm of supreme willpower or even willpower. However, this was not something that could be done with just enough willpower. There were many inheritances of top supreme gods in Zhou Zhou's mind. Many of them had encountered existences who wanted to use the power of faith to break through the bottleneck and advance to the supreme will realm. Most of them had enough power of faith but they were stumped by a difficult problem. That was how to understand the will contained in one's faith. If one could not understand the power of will in faith, they would not be able to advance to the supreme will realm. This was also the reason why many grade 4 supreme gods who believed in becoming gods could not use the power of faith to advance to the supreme will realm. The difficulty for him was even more difficult than that of other god spirits. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with the other innate abilities apart from increasing his loyalty. Then, he watched for a while and thought for a long time before leaving the reincarnation sacred palace and heading for Mu Gu's residence. In the Mu estate, after Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Wu Xin chatting with Mu Gu. Seeing the arrival of His Majesty, Mu Gu and Wu Xin immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty. I've already finished dealing with all the nest monsters. These are all the spoils of war," Wu Xin said excitedly. Then, he handed the 3 world rings to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it with a smile and then inserted the power of will into it expectantly. When he saw the treasures inside, he couldn't help but take a deep breath before a smile appeared on his face. Among the 2 world rings, one of them contained 1,000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books and 1,000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books. The other world ring contained 1,000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate and 1,000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. The last world rings contained other loots. Good. Zhou Zhou sounded excited. This was a total of 8,000 capital units recruitment books and class change certificates. He only had 1,000 soldiers from the capital units under his command. The gains from the Scarlet Brood Mother this time had directly brought his overall military strength close to 2 Gai units. Among all the Supreme God level forces in the myriad worlds, a force of his level could be considered unique. Furthermore, among these 2 Gai unit troops, the weakest soldier was an epic tier advance grade. It doesn't sound very high. However, with the addition of the 2 Gai unit troops as the prerequisite, this number was extremely terrifying. He sighed in his heart. Zhou Zhou handed the world ring containing the class change certificate to the other party. Legion Commander Wu. As usual, you should find a reserve recruit to change your occupation. This emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits. He said. Yes, Your Grace. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, Wu Xin took his leave. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he also left Mu Gu's residence and flew towards the gate of summoning. Before the gate of summoning, then, he came directly to the gate of summoning. He first called for an eternal battleship of the Master God tier advance grade, then threw all the recruitment books in. Finally, he spent 100 intermediate true God tier divine crystals to recruit all of them in one go and arranged them on this eternal battleship. Then, he looked over. A total of 4,000 capital units epic tier advance grade troops were neatly arranged in the inner world of the eternal battleship. Zhou Zhou looked at their strict military discipline and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he got Zero to lead the 2,000 capital units army to look for Zhou Marshal. Then, he opened the original Dragon Abyss interface of the Gate of Summoning and spent 100 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,600 pure-blooded dragons. He also placed them on the Eternal Mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and was surprised to discover that there were 2 pure-blooded dragons among them. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The probability of summoning 2 pure-blooded dragons was not low. He wasn't very surprised to be able to summon it. He looked over carefully. Of the 2 legendary dragons, one was made of pure gold metal and looked very dazzling. Even the yellow-gold sacred dragon race was probably inferior to this legendary dragon in terms of appearance. The other legendary dragon was pale white, and its surface was made up of scales engraved with words. His eyes were deep, and his gaze was deep and calm, as if he was a wise man who had read many historical books. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Legendary Dragon Sacred Dragon of Metal. Legendary Dragon the Holy Dragon of Civilization. He muttered to himself. He could already tell the identities of the 2 legendary dragons. The Metal Holy Dragon was born from the Metal Law and was the favorite of metal in the Supreme Great Cosmos. It could be said to have a unique advantage in the Metal Law. In terms of talent in the Law of Gold, no one below the Supreme God dared to say that the Law of Gold was second. As for the Holy Dragon of Civilization, he was born from the laws of civilization. The birth of the Law of Civilization was much later than the birth of other legendary dragons. When most of the other legendary dragons were born, this Holy Dragon of Civilization was just born. But the other legendary dragons had more or less reincarnated once or twice. Even the first venerable of the primordial dragon had been killed by the dragon slayer in ancient times and reincarnated once. But not the holy dragon of civilization. This was because the holy dragon of civilization was born from the civilization of all races. As long as the flames of civilization were not extinguished, the holy dragon of civilization would not fall. How could the flames of civilization be extinguished? Unless the supreme great cosmos returned to the chaos and began a new round of evolution, the flames of civilization born from life forms could not be destroyed. This was also the reason why the holy dragon of civilization had never fallen since its birth. Moreover, because the holy dragon of civilization was born among the civilizations of the various races, his own memories recorded all the inheritances of the various races. Even when the original spirit race, the chaos god's race, and the shepherd's god race were at their peak, the holy dragon of civilization remembered the civilization heritage of the three top bloodlines. Because of the holy dragon of civilization's ability, all the races in the world had thought of various ways to hunt the holy dragon of civilization and make it unable to revive forever. But soon, they found that they could not do it. This was because the holy dragon of civilization was immortal. But they quickly thought of another way. That was to seal the holy dragon of civilization. As long as the holy dragon of civilization could be permanently sealed, so that he would never be able to reveal the inheritance of the myriad races in his mind, the existence of the holy dragon of civilization was nothing to worry about. But soon, they failed again. This was because the holy dragon of civilization possessed a secret technique that could be stored in the flames of civilization. With the help of this secret technique, countless experts of the various races could not find the holy dragon of civilization, which made the sealing method prepared by they unable to be used. However, the holy dragon of civilization was also very smart. He knew that he held a legacy that even all the races in the world were unwilling to let him speak. For the sake of his own freedom and safety, the holy dragon of civilization made an agreement with the powerhouses of the myriad races. He would never reveal any information about the important inheritance of the myriad races to the outside world. This was to make the myriad races let he off and let him live a good life. After the myriad races made a supreme oath with the holy dragon of civilization, they finally let the holy dragon of civilization off completely, allowing the holy dragon of civilization to live to this day without any disasters. Zhou Zhou did not expect this either. He had actually summoned the other party. He was really lucky. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 1629, Tens of Thousands of New Master Gods. Qi Xiantian Terrence advancing to the Supreme God Realm. 1. Zhou Zhou wanted to build the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom into the strongest Lord faction in the myriad worlds. Other than needing sufficient wealth, powerhouses, trump cards, military strength, god spirits, and other powerful country factors, there was another important constituent factor: foundation. To be precise, it should be the heritage of a civilization. A top-notch Lord faction, especially a top-notch Lord faction that contained one or more races, definitely had to have enough civilization heritage. Otherwise, their country's subjects would not have enough confidence to speak in front of other subjects with sufficient civilization heritage. It's possible that you don't understand what people are talking about. If you don't understand, how are you going to communicate with the subjects of other Lord factions? As for the inheritance of the myriad races that the holy dragon of civilization possessed, there was no doubt that it could make up for the weakness of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's lack of foundation. Even though Zhou Zhou also had many bloodline inheritances in his mind that could be used to make up for the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's lack of foundation, furthermore, he had indeed done so. He had even taken out the bloodline inheritances of all races and gathered them together to form a myriad races inheritance tower. It could allow the subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom under he to spend subject contribution points to read and understand the myriad races inheritance tower's inheritances, thereby improving their personal civilization heritage. However, the bloodline inheritance that he possessed was still too scattered. There was no way to form a specific and complete civilization inheritance system. It was completely incomparable to a civilization inheritance recorder like the Holy Dragon of Civilization that had no blind spots. But now, as soon as the Holy Dragon of Civilization arrived, all these problems could be solved. As long as he could transplant all the inheritances of the myriad races in the Holy Dragon of Civilization's brain into the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's inheritance and education database, then let all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom learn. It wouldn't be long before the subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom became the most comprehensive Lord faction among the life forms of the myriad races in the world. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but be filled with anticipation. In order to verify whether this idea was feasible, he immediately moved the Golden Dragon and Holy Dragon of Civilization over from the Eternal Battleship. Golden Dragon says, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Holy Dragon of Civilization, Kulo, greets Your Majesty. The two legendary dragons immediately greeted Zhou Zhou respectfully. They, who had a basic loyalty of 90 points, felt a sense of loyalty and reverence for Zhou Zhou the moment they saw him. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he smiled and nodded, thinking that this ruler of peace was really useful. Then, he did not say anything else. He first chatted briefly and politely with the Golden Dragon of Civilization before immediately communicating with it eagerly. When he asked the Holy Dragon of Civilization if he could take out the legacy of his civilization and contribute it to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, the Holy Dragon of Civilization's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. Zhou Zhou found it strange. "Don't you feel uncomfortable with this request of this emperor wanting the inheritance of your entire civilization?" he asked curiously. "Your Majesty, you worry too much. In fact, in my opinion, civilizations can only improve on each other by communicating with each other and absorbing the essence of each other's civilizations. Only then can they produce a more dazzling civilization. Ever since I was born, I've wanted to spread the inheritance of civilization in my mind to the myriad worlds. However, the myriad races in the world have been restricted by their race's standpoint. They have always forbidden me from doing such a thing. They even wanted to kill me at one point and asked me to forbid reincarnation and return to the supreme great cosmos. Later, after they realized that I couldn't be killed, they tried to seal me again, but they didn't succeed. It was only then that they realized that I had an indestructible and powerful ability that could not be sealed. However, later on, in order to be free and safe, and to not be constantly harassed, I had no choice but to sign a supreme oath with they not to leak the inheritance of my race. Even so, I didn't want to at the time. I had to do it. Your Majesty, after hearing your thoughts, I was very excited because I felt that I could finally take out the legacies of the various races and civilizations that I have and benefit the myriad worlds." The Holy Dragon of Civilization was extremely excited. Zhou Zhou could tell that the other party really wanted to use the legacy of these races and civilizations to benefit the life forms. "This emperor is very pleased that you have such thoughts. But this emperor won't lie to you. This emperor will say the ugly things first. This emperor doesn't intend to unconditionally spread the inheritance of the race and civilization you took out to the myriad worlds. This emperor only intends to disseminate it within the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Moreover, even if it's domestically disseminated, this emperor also intends to disseminate it in a conditional manner. For example, through the subject's contribution levels and the number of contribution points they spend, they can unlock the corresponding knowledge of racial civilizations. Are you willing to do that?" Zhou Zhou looked at him and asked. "I do." The Holy Dragon of Civilization replied without hesitation. Then, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm not stupid. Free is worthless. I understand this simple principle. I don't want other life forms to treat the legacies of the races and civilizations as waste paper." Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As long as the Holy Dragon of Civilization cooperated well, his plan to build the most comprehensive myriad races inheritance tower in the myriad worlds would be much easier. Chapter 1630, Tens of Thousands of New Master Gods. Qi Xiantian Terrence advancing to the Supreme God Realm. 2. You can discuss this with our Divine Kingdom's Prime Minister Zhang Yuankai. This is this Emperor's order. You and he must do your best to carry it out. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Grace. The Holy Dragon of Civilization nodded respectfully. Then, he left excitedly. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the Golden Divine Dragon. He saw the other party looking at him adorably. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and report to the base of the main army and apply to join the Dragon God army. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Oh. The Gold Dragon God left with a look of grief and indignation. They were both legendary dragons, but why was there such a huge gap between him and the Holy Dragon of Civilization? Zhou Zhou shook his head as he watched the other party leave. He spent 1000 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to go to the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain to summon 100 heavenly venerates, celestial soldiers, heavenly generals, and heavenly venerates. Among the summoned heavenly soldiers and heavenly venerates, 99 of them were epic-tier advance-grade soldiers. The remaining capital unit's soldiers were legendary-tier advance-grade soldiers. Furthermore, they were all heavenly generals and heavenly venerates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Every time he saw that these recruits were so powerful, he would always be happy from the bottom of his heart. In the future, when he could create the Lord talent of the Supreme Will Realm, he had to upgrade the heavenly summoning to the Supreme Will Realm. This way, he might be able to summon new recruits at the God Spirit Realm. That was a new recruit at the God Spirit Realm. When the time came, even the Supreme Will would probably be shocked by his summoning ability. Just as he was secretly looking forward to it. Swish, 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 swish. A total of 12,434 light pillars of various laws soared into the sky from the direction of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. This was the true God tier who was preparing to break through yesterday. After a night, he had finally advanced from a true God tier advanced grade to Master God tier elementary grade. Not bad. This time, more than 10,000 true gods had been promoted to Master Gods. Such a magnificent scene was rarely seen in history. At the same time, the gods of the myriad worlds naturally saw the 10,000 beams of upgraded light. When they saw this scene, even though they had long been mentally prepared and had a premonition that there would be more and more new Master God tiers in the Divine Kingdom of the Sun, they did not expect there to be so many this time. This was more than 10,000 supremacies. More than 10,000 clan protecting experts. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could produce more than 10,000 of them in a day. Is that reasonable? Even chives don't grow like this. Just as they was shocked, something even more shocking happened. Two completely different cosmic phenomena appeared within the star cores in the sky. These two phenomena were so huge and dazzling that they were not inferior to the military formation phenomenon and the holy dragon phenomenon that had appeared yesterday. One of the phenomena was a golden battle god who carried 9 yellow gold tier flags on his back and drove a yellow gold tier carriage. He led an army of billions of god spirits and killed wantonly in the enemy formation. The other phenomenon was a white-robed sword god surrounded by trillions of divine swords. The scene of billions of boundless universes prospering and dying appeared on the sword. Furthermore, these two cosmic phenomena were formed from the convergence of the Divine Kingdom stars. Furthermore, every Divine Kingdom star that formed the cosmic phenomenon was a Master God tier Divine Kingdom star. When they saw this scene, they immediately realized what had happened. But it was precisely because of this that they found it even more unbelievable. Could this be another phenomenon of the birth of a supreme god? And it originated from the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could easily give birth to a Master God tier. It took me a long time to barely accept it. Why is it so easy for he to give birth to a supreme god? If I remember correctly, yesterday, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom already gave birth to 2 supreme gods, right? How long has it been? 2 more supreme gods have been born. Unbelievable. Could it be that the birth of a supreme god in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is as simple as the birth of a master god? There are only more than 10,000 supreme gods in the entire supreme great cosmos, and this is the total number of supreme gods accumulated over countless years in the supreme great cosmos. What right does the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom have? 4 supreme gods can actually be born in 2 days. At this rate, the total number of supreme gods in the entire supreme great cosmos might change because of a lord faction in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Exaggeration, exaggeration. I now understand why the Supreme Will would choose to end the Lord of all races competition early and let the common people's regal become the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. If it were me, I would do the same. If it were me, I would have to worship him. How is this still a Supreme Lord Reserve Army? If the total number of supreme gods in the supreme great cosmos really changed because of the common people's regal alone, then the common people's regal would be the lucky star of the entire supreme great cosmos. Even God King Heaven Punishment, Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord and Lord of 10,000 evils wouldn't be able to do this, right? My view of the gods has been overturned. Why is it so difficult for me to become a true god? He seems to be able to easily give birth to supreme gods in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Could it really be as the rumors in the myriad worlds say, that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is the legendary land of supreme blessings, so whether it's a master god or a supreme god, they can be easily born? This won't do. I can't sit still anymore. I have to immediately head to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and become the worshipper of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's god spirits. It can be explained as a coincidence if a god spirit is born once or twice, but the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom can clearly give birth to god spirits every day. In the beginning, they were only master god tiers, but now, even 2 supreme gods have begun to be born. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom definitely has a secret that can give birth to high-level God spirits. Regardless of whether it's a blessing or something else, I have to give it a try. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I have to go. Go, go, go. No wonder my deity friends are all migrating to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Even if they haven't migrated for the time being, they're still discussing the migration. I actually only reacted now. Take me with you. I'll go too. When the gods of the myriad worlds saw that even the Supreme God and the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could be born in 2 consecutive days, they immediately went crazy. As God spirits, they had a heartfelt desire for a higher God spirit realm. Now that they had seen the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom that could help they have a higher chance of advancing to become a stronger God spirit, how could they still sit still? They could not wait to immediately appear in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and become the offerings of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God spirits. They wanted to enjoy the secret of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom giving birth to higher level God spirits and then promote themselves to higher level God spirits. But it can't be rushed. Furthermore, they also knew that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom now had the conditions to select subjects and God spirits to join. Subjects and God spirits who had committed serious crimes were not allowed to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. They could already imagine it. The subjects and God spirits, who had once made a huge mistake that incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of mankind, had expressions of regret for the rest of their lives because they had been rejected by the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the Supreme God's advancement phenomenon in the sky and nodded in satisfaction. Terence and Qi Xiantian did not disappoint him. Now, he had successfully advanced to a Supreme God. He had 2 more peerless generals under him. More than an hour later, the advancement phenomenon in the starry sky gradually dissipated. After all the advancement phenomena dissipated, 12,434 light pillars of laws of various colors and 2 especially huge light pillars of law soared into the sky from the reincarnation sacred palace. Then, they flew towards Zhou Zhou and quickly landed in front of him. They were the 12,434 newly promoted Master God tiers, Terence and Qi Xiantian, the 2 newly promoted Supreme Gods. After they arrived, they immediately kowtowed to Zhou Zhou in unison and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing us with this inheritance. We have all successfully advanced to become Master God tier elementary grade God spirits." After they finished speaking, Terence and Qi Xiantian immediately said respectfully and gratefully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I, Terence, Qi Xiantian, have also successfully advanced to a grade 1 Supreme God. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing me with the inheritance of the Supreme Gods." Zhou Fight nodded with a smile and said, "This Emperor is very happy to see you guys advance, especially Terence and Qi Xiantian. You guys are not bad. The rules will not change. This Emperor will also hold a promotion ceremony for you tonight." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The deities respectfully expressed their gratitude. Among them, Terence, the former Master God of War and the current Supreme God of War, was especially emotional. Nov. L. B/JNN. As one of the 10 Master Gods in the past, after they joined the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, they thought that one day, His Majesty would be able to help they become Supreme Gods. Now this dream has come true, and it has come true so quickly. Terence did not know how to describe his excitement. Chapter 1631, Explosive Military Strength. Beginning Mission 1. Right at that moment, he noticed some burning gazes landing on him. He looked over. It was the Goddess of Life and the other 9 Master Gods. He smiled at they and gave them an encouraging look. When Tritus and the others saw this scene, they immediately looked forward to it. Now, there was an example of Terence being the first to advance to the Supreme God level. They also gained some confidence in their future. They was not inferior to Terence after all. What Terence had, they also had. Now that Terence had become a Supreme God with His Majesty's help, why couldn't they do so in the future? At the same time, after chatting with the newly promoted God spirits for a while, Zhou Zhou rewarded each Master God with a set of Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact suits. As for Qi Xiantian and Terence, Zhou Zhou also gave them a set of grade 1 Supreme God divine artifacts that matched their path of laws. Then, he got them to look for Zheng Yuankai to collect their jobs and worshipped God spirit salaries. After they left, Zhou Fight calculated the strength of his main combat army. Including the 8,000 new recruits from the capital units that had been recruited and changed today, there were 66,666,666,000 pure-blooded dragons, 100 heavenly soldiers from the capital units, 12,434 new master gods, and 2 new supreme gods. The troops under him had already reached 1 Guy unit 9,110 capital units 7,312,349,172,638,978 soldiers, 2,492,396,999,994 god spirits, 7,357,783,439 true gods, 95,431 master gods, and 55 supreme gods. At this point, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. An explosive increase of 8,000 capital units recruits in a day. What was there to be dissatisfied about? If it were top-notch supreme willpower forces like the Sun Divine Court or the Great Lunar Court, if they could recruit 8,000 new recruits in a day, and they were recruits whose strength was at least at the epic tier advanced grade, they would probably wake up every day with a smile. Then, Zhou Zhou sensed the lower limit of the potential of the blazing sun god race's citizens. Then, a smile appeared on his face again. Mid-tier deity level elementary grade. After obtaining 3,761 newly advanced master god tiers, the potential of the blazing sun god race had shockingly broken through to the level of a mid-tier deity level elementary grade. In addition, the newly promoted supreme god of the human race, Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, and Zhou Zhou had also contributed to the advancement of the blazing sun god race's lower limit of potential. Them becoming a supreme god was equivalent to 1,000 new master god tiers. 3 people advancing to the supreme god level was equivalent to providing 3,000 new master god tiers of the human race. In addition to the original 3,761 new master gods of the human race, meant there were 6,761 new master gods of the human race. They contributed to the advancement of the human race's lower limit of potential. Then, Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and sensed how many new master gods the blazing sun god race needed to advance from a mid-tier deity level elementary grade to intermediate grade. A moment later, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. The answer was 5,000. Isn't that nice? Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. He only had 4,761 new master gods left after the advancement from low-tier deity level advanced grade to mid-tier deity level. In other words, with another 239 new master gods of the human race, the lower limit of the potential of the humans under he could be upgraded from a mid-tier deity level elementary grade to mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. It seemed like he would be able to hear the good news that the blazing sun god race's potential had increased again tonight. Then, he stopped thinking and returned to the reincarnation sacred palace to continue cultivating. At the same time, Zhou Marshall had already brought Thanatos, Nazario, and 10,000 master god tier advanced grade god spirits to the Chaos Sea. They quickly found the space-time chaotic divine demon. There were a total of 105 chaotic divine demons beside the 4 chaotic divine demons. Zhou Marshall was shocked when he saw this. This was the first time they had seen them bring more than 100 chaotic divine demons. He nodded slightly and brought the god spirits to them. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lord Supreme God of Death, Lord Abyssal Holy Dragon. The 4 chaotic divine demons Space, Ancestor Wind, and Spirit Shadow immediately said respectfully when they saw Zhou Marshall and them. Zhou Marshall nodded. After chatting briefly with them, he gave the space-time chaotic divine demon a total of 420 master god tier divine artifacts. Then, he wiped out the 105 chaotic divine demons with a single palm strike. After extracting the loots, he obtained a total of 336 chaos divine treasures. Then, they went to the ruins of the chaos of death and obtained another 170 units of chaos divine treasures. At this point, the number of chaos divine treasures in his hands had already reached 1,882 units. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, he was one step closer to advancing to a high-level master god tier kingdom. Then, he looked at the entrance to the time ruins in front of him and stroked his chin in thought. He did not see his reincarnated brother on this trip to the time ruins. It seemed brother reincarnation had already left. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He opened the warp gate of the shadow world and met up with the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom led by Zhou Win. They began to conquer the other territories on the High Continent. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom now occupied 3/10 of the entire High Continent. To be honest, this territory was already very terrifying. However, Zhou Zhou and his clones were naturally not satisfied with this. His goal was to fight the entire High Continent. Therefore, the pace of conquest could not be stopped. At the same time, at the ultimate void battlefield, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were chatting outside the sky void mystic realm. Behind the two gods stood an army of hundreds of billions of god spirits. Among them, there were nearly 100 supreme god-level powerhouses. Chapter 1632, Explosive Military Strength. Beginning Mission 2. Even though Zhou Fight's supreme god subordinates accounted for nearly half of the total number, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had a total of 34 supreme god subordinates. When Zhou Fight saw this, he smiled and said, "Brother Demon Lord's forces have increased again. There are already so many supreme god-level experts. You must be joking." Even though the Lord of 10,000 Evils' tone was humble, the smugness and confidence in his eyes couldn't be concealed. "I originally didn't have so many supreme gods under my command, but during this period of time, I've followed you through too many life and death battles. Some of my brothers under my command had some comprehension in these life and death battles. They were originally just one last bottleneck away from becoming supreme gods. With these comprehensions, they naturally advanced to become supreme gods. However, even though I have many supreme gods under me, I don't have as many supreme gods as Big Brother." When the Lord of 10,000 Evils said this, he looked at the 50 supreme gods in Zhou Fight's army with envy. "Brother, when you first came to the ultimate void battleground, you didn't even have a supreme god by your side. Now there are already 50 supreme gods. With the growth rate of such forces, even if God King Heaven Punishment and the Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord were to come, they would be ashamed of their inferiority." Zhou Zhou was speechless. This Lord of 10,000 Evils had been addressing him as Big Brother ever since he had displayed the strength of a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert yesterday. He had explained many times that he didn't need to be so polite, but he had said that he really wanted to acknowledge him as Big Brother. A third reserve member of the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army called the newly promoted Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army Big Brother. He was simply rebelling against the Big Dipper. However, since he was willing, Zhou Fight couldn't be bothered to correct him. There was no way he would admit that he was actually secretly delighted. That's too much. Zhou Fight naturally did not think that he was stronger than God King Heaven Punishment and Dharma Lord Spring and Autumn. Of the two existences, Your Excellency was a peerless genius who had awakened the mythical tier and the only Lord Talent as soon as he awakened his Lord Talent. The God King Heaven Punishment was even more terrifying. It was said that when he was first born, a supreme phenomenon appeared in the myriad worlds. It seemed to be celebrating the birth of God King Heaven Punishment. Later on, the Supreme Will personally came to see the infant God King Heaven Punishment. He even said that the other party had the potential of a Supreme Will in the future and personally accepted the infant God King Heaven Punishment as his disciple. Later on, he even made the other party the Supreme Lord's 1st Reserve Army. The rapid rise in his status naturally allowed God King Heaven Punishment to receive thousands of praises. At the same time, there were also many existences. There were even existences at the Supreme Will realm who secretly framed him. However, later on, the God King Heaven Punishment's growth speed and the things he did ruthlessly slapped them in the face. He had many achievements in his life. One of the most terrifying achievements was that he had advanced to the Supreme Will realm at the age of 100. He became a peerless expert who spent the shortest time to become a Supreme Will realm expert in the myriad worlds. The other achievement that made the experts of the various heavens not dare to criticize God King Heaven Punishment too much was the God King Heaven Punishment's reputation was forcefully forged. It was said that the era that the God King Heaven Punishment lived in was the era of demons and chaos. The myriad worlds were threatened by a top-notch bloodline race called the Demon Evil God race. In that era, even the original Spirit race, Shepherd's God race, and Chaos God's race had to retreat when the Demon Evil God race was at its peak. They did not dare to offend the dignity of the Demon Evil God race. However, God King Heaven Punishment had risen all the way. He had relied on his supreme lightning technique and the Heaven Punishment army that he had nurtured to completely exterminate the Demon Evil God race. Because the God King Heaven Punishment hated the Demon Evil God clan, the Demon Evil God clan was completely destroyed. Now that things have come to this, in the myriad worlds were very few records of the history of the demonic God clan. This was the most powerful proof. He was young and terrifyingly powerful, destroying the Demon Evil God clan and establishing the other party's supreme reputation. This was also the reason why the legend of God King Heaven Punishment still circulated in the myriad worlds, especially among those top-notch experts. In fact, many peerless experts were still fanatical fans of the God King Heaven Punishment. All the experts who had experienced the rise of God King Heaven punishment had a deep impression of him. This was also the reason why many experts thought that Zhou Zhou was inferior to God King Heaven punishment, even though he had already achieved many unbelievable achievements and even caused the Supreme Will to end the Lord of all Races competition in advance and personally conferred him the position of the 4th Reserve Army. They could not forget the once invincible Divine King. Speaking of which, when Lord of 10,000 Evils saw that Zhou Fight wasn't willing to talk much, he chuckled and didn't say much about this matter. Instead, he said, "Brother common people, I've already seen you accept all the other missions other than conquering the ultimate void sacred realm. What are you trying to do? What else?" Zhou Fight looked at he strangely. "To complete the mission, of course. It's all to save trouble. I don't have to come back every time I finish a mission." The Lord of 10,000 Evils clicked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "Dude, you really want to finish all the missions? Or what? Keep the possible troubles?" Zhou Fight shook his head and said, "I don't want to stay in this cold and boring ultimate void battleground for the rest of my life. The sooner I solve the problem here, the sooner I can leave." The ultimate void battleground was indeed boring. At a glance, other than those void mystic realms and main cities, there was nothing else. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to complete the mission given to him by the Supreme Will, he wouldn't have stayed here forever. The sooner he solved the problem here, the sooner he could leave this place. At the same time, he could also improve his Supreme Lord Reserve position. Big Brother is so bold. The Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but sigh after being silent for a long time. Seeing Zhou Fight like this, he also thought of his performance when he first arrived at the ultimate void battleground. At that time, wasn't he the same as Zhou Fight, having overwhelming ambitions? However, after experiencing reality and understanding the strength of the ultimate void race, his former ambitions had already been lost without him noticing. As a result, before Zhou Zhou arrived, he only wanted to defend the sanctuary under his feet and did not think of expanding outside. He was afraid that the ultimate void race would destroy his last team and leave him with nothing. He might even be blamed by the Supreme Will and lose his position as the 3rd Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord. Now, as he looked at Zhou Fight, he seemed to see him in the past. However, what was completely different from his past self was that this common people's regal really had the strength to turn his words into reality. "Come on. Let's go to our first destination. Grade 1 Supreme God level War Territory Whirlpool Main City." We started conquering Grade 1 Supreme God War Territories. All the way to Grade 4 War Territories. Zhou Fight said. "Okay." The Lord of 10,000 Evils agreed without hesitation. He knew that this trip might be very dangerous. The ultimate void race would not allow them to attack their territory at will after all. However, he was willing to go crazy with his brother. It was not only to support his big brother, but also to respond to him back then. As for competing for the position of Supreme Lord, he no longer cared. Then, they did not waste any more time and immediately rushed to the Grade 1 Supreme God level War Territory, Whirlpool Main City. The reason why Zhou Fight chose it was not only because he wanted to conquer the small city, but also because the territory of the Vortex War was very close to them. Since it was close and met his conquest requirements, there was no reason to give up what was near and seek what was far away. Half an hour later, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils led their army to the void outside the Whirlpool Main City. Even though the city lord of Whirlpool Main City, Ye Qi, had long heard of the reputation of the common people's regal being invincible and had made preparations for war in advance, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In less than 15 minutes, this Whirlpool Main City was forcefully destroyed by the army under Zhou Fight's command. In the territory of the Vortex War, other than the Whirlpool Main City, there are 2 other secondary cities. Let's set off quickly and strive to capture them as soon as possible. Zhou Fight ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and the other generals immediately received their orders. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, they headed to their next target. Chapter 1633, Consecutive Battles. 1. Zhou Fight and them were extremely fast. In more than half an hour, they had captured the other 2 void cities in the territory of the Vortex War. During this period, he did not use the Son of Destiny, nor did he use the 2 Insight Defection Divine Skills, Land of Earth, a Minister of the King. It was just a Grade 1 war territory, so it was naturally impossible for Zhou Fight to use these 2 divine skills to instigate Insight Defection's military strength. After capturing the territory of the Vortex War, the army of they wanted to head to the next Grade 1 Supreme God War territory, the Windbird War territory. However, at this moment, Zhou Fight suddenly called out to them. All hands on deck! Bai Yun immediately gave the order and flew to Zhou Fight's side. Your Majesty, what happened? Lord of 10,000 Evils was also stunned by this sudden action. He hurriedly flew over to ask Zhou Fight if he had discovered the enemy. You're mistaken. I just think it's a little slow. At this rate, I'm afraid we'll waste most of our day traveling. Zhou Fight said. It can't be helped. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head. In the Ultimate Void battlefield, only the Ultimate Void race can travel freely. We can only fly if we want to travel around here. Unless there's an expert. At this point, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight in surprise. How could I forget that you're already a top-notch powerhouse in the Quasi-Supreme Will realm? Big brother, you can directly break through the Ultimate Void and establish the Ultimate Void tunnel so that we can teleport to our destination. He excitedly said. That's right. Zhou Fight smiled and nodded. Back then, the Quasi-Supreme Will of the Heavenly Blade could directly open the Ultimate Void tunnel on the Ultimate Void battlefield and chase after the Supreme God of the Ultimate Void race who had entered the Void. Zhou Fight's current strength was stronger than the Quasi-Supreme Will of the Heavenly Blade back then. There was no reason why he could not do this. If you want to do it, do it. Zhou Fight recalled the Ultimate Void coordinates of the Windbird Void City. Then, he raised his right hand and slowly pushed it forward. Grade 1 Supreme God Law Skill Myriad Method Star Palm. Rumble. In the Ultimate Void, it was as if a huge mill was grinding violently. Wherever the Myriad Method Star Palm passed, the Ultimate Void directly shattered. Later on, a huge Ultimate Void tunnel with a diameter of 1 light-year was directly formed. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This Ultimate Void tunnel that his big brother had fought out was much larger than the Ultimate Void tunnel that Heavenly Blade had fought out at the Quasi-Supreme Will realm. Back then, the Ultimate Void tunnel created by the Quasi-Supreme Will of the Heavenly Blade could only accommodate about 100 people. As for the Ultimate Void tunnel that Zhou Fight had created, it was not a problem for he and the army under Zhou Zhou to pass through it together. With Big Brother's strength, even if he can't reach the Supreme Will realm. But he's definitely the strongest god spirit below the Supreme Will realm, no one else can rival. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought. When Zhou Fight saw the Ultimate Void tunnel he had created, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. As such, it was much more convenient for him and the army under Lord of 10,000 Evils to travel between the Ultimate Void battlefield. And the efficiency of them conquering the war territories would increase by at least 3 to 4 times from now on. From the looks of it, it was not a problem to complete the conquest of all the war territories in 3 days before participating in the inheritance competition of the Yellow River's Will. Come on! At this thought, Zhou Fight did not waste any more time. He took the lead and disappeared into the Ultimate Void tunnel. When Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this, he immediately led his army and quickly rushed into the Ultimate Void tunnel to the Windbird Void main city. Windbird War territory, Windbird main city. A huge void tunnel with a diameter of 1 light-year appeared out of thin air, and then Zhou Fight flew out. He looked at the Windbird city below and smiled. Then, they saw Lord of 10,000 Evils fly out of the Ultimate Void tunnel with the armies of both sides. When they saw the main city of the Windbirds below, they immediately revealed looks of surprise. Especially the 1,000 Evils army under Lord of 10,000 Evils. They had been staying in the Ultimate Void battlefield for a long time and were already used to flying. This was the first time they had teleported to their destinations countless light years away in the Ultimate Void battlefield. We're really at Windbird main city. It's unbelievable that this lord can teleport in the Ultimate Void. What nonsense are you talking about? This lord can defeat 2 Quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm experts of the Ultimate Void race alone. He can even survive unscathed under the means of the true blood incarnation of the Supreme Willpower Realm. Isn't it normal for an existence like him to teleport us in the Ultimate Void battlefield? You're right. If only His Majesty could do it too. Then it would be much easier for us to fight back and forth. The Ultimate Void race would not force us to that extent. Talk less. No one thinks you're mute. It was different from the shock of the 1,000 Evil army. The divine army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was a little surprised at first that His Majesty could teleport them to their destination. However, they quickly broke away from this emotion. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked very proud. Chapter 1634, Consecutive Battles. 2. It was as if he was saying to the shocked god spirits of the thousand evil army. What are you guys exclaiming about? Isn't this very normal for His Majesty? The Lord of 10,000 Evils clicked his tongue in wonder. It seemed that the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were already used to the impossible miracles their brother had created. That's why he was able to accept this feat so quickly. At this moment, the guards of the Windbird main city below had already discovered Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils' divine army. They immediately became vigilant and quickly prepared for war. The city lord of the Windbird main city was a grade 4 supreme god called the Windbird Supreme God. He shouted at Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Common people's regal, Lord of 10,000 Evils. I advise you to leave quickly. I've already reported the information you have with me to Your Excellency the Void Emperor. If you dare to spy on our Windbird main city again, be careful not to die without a burial place when the sanctuary army descends. Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at each other and could not help but laugh. If this fellow really had such confidence, why would he tell they about this and ask them to leave quickly? It was obvious that they lacked confidence and did not dare or have the strength to deal with they. They only dared to say things that might not be the truth to scare they away. However, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were naturally not frightened. Instead, they could tell the other party's strength at a glance. Zhou Fight did not even wait for the other party to speak. He directly ordered his god spirit army to attack this Windbird main city. With the Builder Tree City Breaking Hammer, a racial divine artifact that was specially used to attack cities and break through defense facilities, it was impossible for this main city of the Grade 1 war territory to defend against their attack. In less than a moment, this main city was broken through like the Whirlpool main city just now. Zhou Fight and they did not stop at all. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, they immediately activated the ultimate void tunnel and teleported to the other two void cities in this war territory. After spending more than half an hour, they successfully broke through both small cities. Then, Zhou Fight and they continued to conquer the third Grade 1 war territory, the Purple Cloud war territory. Before today, there were a total of 4 unconquered Grade 1 war territories in the ultimate void battlefield. Zhou Fights they led the God Spirit army and only spent about an hour to conquer each Grade 1 war territory. The 4 Grade 1 war territories only took about 4 hours. After the 4 Grade 1 war territories were conquered, according to Earth's time, it was not past noon. In the past, this was very unimaginable. It would take too long to fly after all. Now that he could teleport to the next war territory through Zhou Fight, the efficiency of his conquest could be said to have increased by at least 4 to 5 times. After conquering all 4 Grade 1 war territories, Lord of 10,000 Evils had a dazed expression for a long time. He could not believe that they could do something they could not do for tens of thousands of years in less than a morning. However, it was the truth. It was impossible for he not to believe it. The way he looked at Zhou Fight again was filled with admiration and even fanaticism. He had a feeling. This ultimate void battlefield might really return to the hands of the Supreme Will because of Zhou Fight. Zhou Fight naturally did not know what Lord of 10,000 Evils was thinking. He looked at the map of the ultimate void battlefield floating in front of him. After conquering 4 Grade 1 Supreme God level war territories, more than half of the territory in the ultimate void battlefield had returned to them. In the eyes of the Lord of 10,000 Evils and even the Supreme Will, this was definitely a milestone progress. However, Zhou Fight did not feel much. He had only spent less than 10 days to achieve such progress after all. It was very difficult for he to have any thoughts or emotions. He looked at the remaining war territories that he had not conquered. The remaining unconquered war territories were. There were a total of 3 Grade 2 Supreme God battlefield territories. There was also 1 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm battlefield territory. There were a total of 2 Grade 4 Supreme God battlefield territories. After thinking for a while, Zhou Fight decided to continue attacking the remaining war territories. Even though the main body had given him 3 days, it was naturally better to shorten this time. It could also give the main body more time to prepare. As for the target of the attack, it naturally started from the weakest war territory, which was the Grade 2 war territory. However, he and the god spirits under Lord of 10,000 Evils had been fighting for almost an entire morning. Therefore, before the upcoming war began, he decided to let the god spirit army rest for a while. He immediately gave him the order. Bai Yun and the Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had received the order, naturally raised their hands in agreement and immediately carried it out. Even though they did not encounter any powerful opponents in the morning's battle, it was tiring even if they killed too many pigs. The god spirits under they should indeed rest well to replenish their divine power consumption to deal with the upcoming battle. After assigning this mission, the Lord of 10,000 Evils came to Zhou Fight's side. Big brother, are you going to continue fighting? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked expectantly. What, you don't want to go on? Zhou Fight could tell that he still wanted to continue the war and joked. No way. I can't wait to fight back the entire ultimate void battleground, including the Void Emperor's sanctuary, in a day. How can I not be willing? The Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately retorted. Then, he smiled and said, I've just never felt this way. In just one morning, we captured 4 Grade 1 war territories, allowing more than half of the ultimate void battlefield to return to the subordinates of the Supreme Will. In all my years in the ultimate void battleground, this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Big brother. Keep taking me down. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had a serious expression. Zhou Fight looked at him in a daze and suddenly smiled and nodded. Since you've already called me big brother, I can still agree to this request. Don't worry. Give your big brother 3 days. In 3 days. Apart from the sacred zone guarded by the avatar of the Void Emperor, I will take down all the other places. Zhou Fight said in a deep voice. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' eyes lit up, and then the anticipation and excitement on his face were obvious. Then, he chatted with Zhou Zhou for a while before he left. After looking at the map for a while, Zhou Fight put it away and looked at the ultimate void outside. He narrowed his eyes. This morning, he had fought 4 wars, but he did not use the Sun of Destiny or the Land of Earth, a minister of the king. Apart from feeling that it was not worth it to be used by the enemies in the territory of a Grade 1 war, another important reason was that he had a faint premonition. That was, it would be better to use these 2 abilities in the subsequent war. It might even create an unexpected effect. Zhou Fight did not know why he had such a premonition, but he chose to believe in his premonition. As heavenly fate De Huang, he had the gift of foresight after all. Coupled with the supreme providence, his premonition was almost impossible to be wrong. Will it be dangerous? He muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the underworld token and the formless book in the number 1 treasure vault and felt much more at ease. An hour later, Zhou Fight and the God Spirit army under Lord of 10,000 Evils had all rested. The 2 God Spirits did not waste any time and directly reorganized their army. Then, Zhou Fight activated the Ultimate Void Tunnel and teleported to the next Grade 2 Supreme God level war territory, the Crystal War Territory. As a Grade 2 Supreme God war territory, the overall strength of the Crystal War Territory was much stronger than a Grade 1 Supreme God war territory. There was even a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert in the city that Zhou Fight had no choice but to personally deal with. From the beginning of the war to the end of the war, this war took more than 2 hours. Zhou Fight did not react. On the other hand, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had a strange expression. Weird. It's just a Grade 2 war territory. How did a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert appear? Logically speaking, it's ridiculous for even a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert to appear in a Grade 3 Supreme God realm war territory. How can such an expert appear in the territory of the Grade 2 war? He muttered. Chapter 1635, Bad Feeling. 1. His Majesty has occupied more than half of the territory of the Ultimate Void battlefield in the past 2 days. The Ultimate Void race probably can't sit still anymore, so they sent quasi-supreme willpower realm experts to garrison the Void main city to prevent us from attacking. After we attack, this quasi-supreme willpower realm expert can also hold us back and wait for reinforcements to arrive to annihilate us in one go. Bai Yun voiced her guess. Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. They agreed with Bai Yun's guess. It would be strange if the Ultimate Void race did not react after they conquered so many Void cities. It seemed that this was their countermeasure. Then they must have miscalculated. An ordinary quasi-supreme willpower practitioner can't stall for time in front of Big Brother at all with his strength. Their quasi-supreme willpower practitioner would have long died, and we would have long left with the army to the next destination by the time their reinforcements arrive. The Lord of 10,000 Evils chuckled. Let's go. Don't let the army surround you. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Grace. Bai Yun nodded and immediately ordered the army to quickly clean up the battlefield. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Zhou Fight immediately opened the Ultimate Void Tunnel and left with the army. A moment later. On the ruins of Crystal Main City, an Ultimate Void Tunnel with a diameter of 10 light-years quickly spread out. Master God tier, Supreme God, and even quasi-supreme will level ultimate void battleships flew out of the tunnel one after another. Then, they saw the ruins of the crystal main city below. When the generals of the ultimate void race saw this, their expressions immediately darkened. At the same time, they ordered the various spaceships to turn on their radars and search for the Supreme Will's army with all their might. The results came out very quickly. Within a radius of 10,000 light years, there was not a single soldier from the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom or the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Obviously, they had already run far away. Damn it! They actually let them escape. A quasi-supreme willpower expert from the ultimate void race standing in the main ship said angrily with an ugly expression. He was the commander-in-chief of this attack. In order to complete the order issued by the Void Emperor to kill the common people's regal, the ultimate void race army led by him this time had a total of 500 billion god spirits, 10 billion tiers, 200,000 master gods, 500 supreme gods, 10 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts, and a true supreme willpower realm expert Meng Tuo. With such a terrifying military force, as the commander-in-chief, he was naturally excited. Hence, after receiving the news that the 4 Grade 1 Supreme God level war territories had all fallen, he immediately rushed over. In the end, when he arrived, he only found 4 Grade 1 Supreme God level ruins. Subsequently, they received the news that the second stage Supreme God level war domain, the Crystal War domain, had been attacked, so they rushed over again without stopping. They did not expect to be a step late and let they escape again. What methods did this common people's regal have? Why did he run so quickly every time? In the past, when the Lord of 10,000 Evils presided over the overall situation of the ultimate void battlefield, this situation was clearly the other way around. Why was it their turn now? Thinking of this, he suddenly reacted. In the past, there were no quasi-supreme willpower realm experts under Lord of 10,000 Evils to break through the ultimate void and teleport. Therefore, they naturally had the advantage. They could fight and run whenever they wanted. Now, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had a common people's regal by his side. The common people's regal had even subdued Monan these 2 days. The 2 god spirits were top-notch quasi-supreme willpower level experts. With the 2 of them exerting their strengths, they could naturally easily create an ultimate void tunnel for their army to teleport freely in the ultimate void battlefield. And they did not know their destination. Even if they could teleport in the ultimate void battleground, they could only follow behind them. Lord Meng Tuo, what should we do now? Then common people's regal and Monan can also teleport on the ultimate void battlefield now. We no longer have the advantage in speed against them. The quasi-supreme will expert said worriedly. What's there to think about? Since we can't catch up anymore, let's find a city that hasn't been attacked and wait for that common people's regal to take the initiative to come. I know that while we're waiting, more void cities might fall and more ultimate void clan experts will be killed, but as long as we can eliminate the common people's regal and the Lord of 10,000 Evils in the end, you can rest assured about the Void Emperor, Your Excellency. Old man will definitely not blame us. Instead, he will reward us greatly. Meng Tuo could see it very clearly. From the threat on the common people's regal now, the severity of the threat on him had far exceeded the severity of losing a few void-based cities. They did not even need to destroy the Lord of 10,000 Evils as long as they could destroy the common people's regal in the end. The Void Emperor would not blame them. Instead, he would reward them greatly. As for the lost city, after the common people's regal died, it was estimated that the Lord of 10,000 Evils would definitely not be able to defend it alone. When the time came, they could just take it back. It would not take much effort. Yes, my lord. Then which void main city do we choose to wait for the common people's regal and the rest to come? This quasi-supreme willpower realm expert thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he immediately asked. Chapter 1636, Bad Feeling. 2. Currently, the common people's regal and them, have already occupied 4 Grade 1 Supreme God level war territories. They have also conquered the Grade 2 Supreme God level war territories, the Crystal War territories. Next, they should continue to attack the remaining 2 Grade 2 Supreme God level war territories. Let's go to the Grade 2 Supreme God level war territories, the Luotong war territories, to guard them. Meng Tuo thought for a moment and said. Your Excellency is wise. The quasi-supreme willpower realm expert said respectfully and immediately gave the order to set off. At the same time, Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils were currently leading the armies of both sides to attack one of the 3 Grade 2 Supreme God war territories, the Xianshang war territories. 2 hours later, the Xianshang War territories were completely conquered. At this time, the soldiers were already a little tired, but they could still fight for a while. Seeing this, Zhou Fight decided to continue attacking the last Grade 2 Supreme God level territory, the territory of the Luotong War. After Luotong's war territories were captured, more than 2/3 of the entire Ultimate Void battlefield fell into Zhou Fight's hands. However, just as the armies of both sides were ready and Zhou Fight was about to open the Ultimate Void tunnel to teleport, his heart skipped a beat and he had an inexplicable uncomfortable feeling. It's all on a whim. Zhou Fight's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and decided to change his target to attack the territory of the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War, the territory of the Ancient God War. The city lord of the Ancient God Lord City in the Ancient God War territories was originally not a member of the Ultimate Void race. He was originally one of the primordial gods of the Ancient God Great Cosmos in the Ultimate Void. It grasped ancient and strange powers, power systems, and world systems. It was somewhat similar to the Thulhu system on Earth. Later on, the Ancient God Great Cosmos was invaded by the Ultimate Void race. The two sides went through a protracted war. In the end, the Ancient God Great Cosmos was defeated. The entire Great Cosmos was devoured by the Ultimate Void race and disintegrated into primitive void energy. During this process, this ancient god called True knew that his ancient god Great Cosmos would never be reborn. He wisely chose to surrender to the Ultimate Void race. As a top-notch quasi-supreme will powerhouse, the Ultimate Void race naturally welcomed his participation. There was even a supreme willpower realm expert of the Ultimate Void race who specially prepared a racial transformation ritual for True. After spending a large amount of resources and time, he finally transformed the ancient god True into a mixed blood expert with the bloodline of the ancient god and the Ultimate Void race. Not only did this mixed blood not reduce True's various abilities, but the two bloodlines even had a magical combination reaction, making the already powerful True stronger in all aspects, especially his combat strength. Later on, the Void Emperor led the Ultimate Void army to invade the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. True was entrusted with a heavy responsibility and had been stationed in the Ultimate Void battlefield until today. Speaking of which, after Zhou Fight decided to temporarily give up on attacking the territory of the Luotong War and attack the territory of the Ancient God War, he no longer hesitated. He directly opened the Ultimate Void tunnel and led the army to teleport to the Master God tier. Ancient God City.nov, L. B/JNN. When the Lord of 10,000 Evils and Bai Yi saw the main city in front of them, they could not help but be slightly surprised. Then, they asked curiously, "Brother, why did you suddenly change your target?" The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked curiously. "The territory of the Luotong War territories gave me an ominous feeling, so I planned to directly attack this Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War territory." Zhou Fight did not hide anything and said directly. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression turned serious. As the Third Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord, he was naturally a deity with great luck. He naturally understood the profundity of a special perception like premonition. Since even Zhou Fight, who had greater luck and strength, felt that something was amiss, there must be a problem with Luotong's territory. It was definitely not Zhou Fight's imagination. Furthermore, the problem with Luotong's territory was definitely huge. It was even. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought of what Zhou Fight had said. In the next few days, the Ultimate Void race might send a Supreme Willpower Realm expert to destroy him. His heart tightened. Could the Ultimate Void race have sent a Supreme Willpower Realm expert? He felt that it was very likely. Otherwise, who could make an expert with top-notch quasi-Supreme Will Realm strength feel that something was wrong? It was definitely a Supreme Will Realm expert. As for willpower, it was unlikely. Once an existence of that level took action, something big would happen. The Lord of 10,000 Evils told Zhou Fight his guess. Zhou Fight smiled and said, "Don't worry. You thought of it, so did I. I've already prepared a way to protect myself. It'll be fine." He held the formless book and the death token. If a Supreme Willpower Realm expert really descended, he would directly summon the reincarnation will to protect him. When the time came, it would be a matter of who was the first to be dumbfounded. Just get ready. The Lord of 10,000 Evils did not suspect Zhou Fight. As a Supreme Lord Reserve Army, who did not have a few Supreme Will level self-protection treasures. For example, God King Heaven Punishment and Dharma Lord Spring and Autumn even had top-notch treasures to deal with willpower. I also have some treasures that can deal with Supreme Will powerhouses. If a Supreme Will Realm expert really comes out to deal with Big Brother, I can help on my side. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Okay. Zhou Fight patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, the main city of the ancient gods below also discovered Zhou Fight, Lord of 10,000 Evils, and the god spirit army under them. Seeing this, the god spirits of the ancient god main city immediately prepared for war. Seeing this, Zhou Fight did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the army to attack the ancient god main city. As for him, he and the Builder Tree City Breaking Hammer attacked the 4th stage Supreme God level defense facilities of the ancient god main city. With a top-notch quasi-supreme willpower realm expert like him taking action, in addition to the top-notch city breaking divine artifact, the Building Tree City Breaking Hammer, very quickly, the Grade 4 Supreme God level defense facilities in the ancient god spirit main city were on the verge of collapse, looking like they were about to be destroyed. This time, the ancient god, True, who was guarding the main city of the ancient gods, could not sit still. He had wanted to stall for time and wait for his allies to discover the situation on his side so that he could reinforce him in time. He did not expect that after such a long time, not to mention that his allies had yet to come to support him, his side was about to collapse. Has the news reached Lord Meng Tuo? True asked again. Lord True, this is what I was about to report to you. The subordinate of the Supreme God said nervously, we just discovered that the request for help we sent was intercepted. The other party seems to have expected that we would send a request for help to the outside world. They specially used some divine artifact or other device that we don't know about to prevent us from contacting our allies in the outside world for the time being. Looks like he's been found out. True was not too surprised. That common people's regal was not an ordinary person to begin with. It seemed quite normal for him to be on guard against this in advance. It's just hard on me. Looks like I'm gonna go stall for a while. Even though True was helpless, he could only stand up for himself. He did not have the confidence to win even if he was a veteran quasi-supreme willpower realm expert when he thought about Zhou Fight. That fellow was someone who could monopolize Monin and Sheila, 2 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts, and could even survive the offensive of the true blood avatar of a supreme willpower realm expert without being injured after all. True felt that he could not achieve such a result. Even though I can't beat the common people's regal. But holding them off should be fine. When True thought of his talent, he felt much more at ease. Then, he flew out of the ancient god's main city and fought Zhou Fight. At the same time, Meng Tuo and the other ultimate void god spirits who were stationed in Luotong's main city suddenly learned something. The main city of the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War Territory, the ancient God War Territory, had gone missing. They could not be contacted no matter how many messages they sent. Meng Tuo and them looked at each other and immediately realized that something had happened in the main city of the ancient gods. It must be the common people's regal. He has directly crossed our Luotong main city to attack the ancient god main city. The city lord of Luotong City, Luotong's quasi-supreme will, immediately said. Let's go to the ancient god's main city now. Meng Tuo stood up and immediately gave the order. True's other abilities aren't good, but he is still very good at protecting himself. This time, we will definitely be able to rush there before the main city of the ancient gods falls and destroy common people's regal and the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Generals, listen up. Gather the army. We'll set off immediately. Yes. Chapter 1637, Killing the Ancient God. Willpower Treasure Reality Cube. 1. The Ancient God City. Zhou Fight looked at the scene below. After True was beaten into minced meat by him, not only did he not die, the minced meat on his body quickly gathered again and formed a new him in the blink of an eye. I am the ancient god of eternity. True growled. He was in a very crazy state of mind. Zhou Fight was surprised. Even if the supreme gods and quasi-supreme will god spirits had undying characteristics, it was useless against him with his current methods. He could break all myriad techniques if he used the myriad method star palm. Naturally, he could also shatter the undying laws and prevent the enemy from reviving. However, True could actually be reborn in front of him. Zhou Fight thought of the reason immediately. The rules of the alternate universe. That's why he didn't break the law of immortality. Zhou Fight nodded. His myriad method star palm had originally absorbed the various laws of the supreme great cosmos to grow. The only thing it could target was the gods of this universe. Now that he had encountered this ancient god from another universe, because the rules of the two universes were slightly different, it was normal for him not to be able to break the undying law on the other party's body and kill him. However, thousands of laws came to the same end. He could sense that even though the strange law of immortality on the other party's body was not destroyed by his strike, it had been greatly weakened by his palm. At the same time, after his myriad method star palm replicated the strange laws of the ancient god Great Cosmos on the other party, the comprehensiveness and strength of the laws increased to a certain extent. After he gave a few more myriad method star palms, his myriad method star palm would completely grow. When the time came, not only could he kill this ancient god true in one strike, but he could also destroy the other undying god spirits in this universe. If one day, he encountered an ancient god from another ancient god Great Cosmos with the characteristics of the undying rule, he would not need to hit him a few times to kill him like he did today. Instead, he could easily destroy him with one strike. Zhou Fight was naturally very calm with this thought in his mind. He waited for a moment. After True was completely revived, he gave the other party 5 more myriad method star palms. True died again and began to revive. After resurrecting, Zhou Fight attacked the other party again. This time, he only used 4 shots of the myriad method star palm to shatter the other party into countless pieces. True sensed that something was wrong, but he could only continue to revive. After reviving this time, Zhou Fight only used 2 myriad method star palms to kill True again. This time, True looked at Zhou Fight, who was calmly waiting for him to revive in the distance, and immediately panicked. What was going on? Why did he feel that the other party's nomological techniques had quickly produced some exclusive laws that targeted him? It was precisely these exclusive laws that caused him to die faster and faster. The difficulty of revival also became more and more difficult, and his speed became slower and slower. He had a terrifying premonition. 2 more times. The body of the undying ancient god that he relied on would be completely without secrets to this common people's regal. At that time, he would completely die at the other party's hands, with no possibility of revival. He complained in his heart and wanted to escape even more. However, he looked into the other party's calm gaze and knew that he couldn't escape. All the god spirits in the ancient god main city could not escape. Then let's do it. I don't believe that I can still die at the hands of a human junior after living through the destruction of the ancient god Great Cosmos. He desperately activated the laws of immortality on him and finally barely revived him. However, even so, his expression was as dark as water. He was in a very bad mood. The reason why he was in a bad mood was not only because he realized that his resurrection speed had become slower, but he also realized that because he had died too many times, his strength had also decreased greatly. Initially, he did not have the advantage in strength when he fought Zhou Fight. Now, it was even harder to fight. Seeing this, Zhou Fight was not in a hurry to destroy him. It was not easy for him to encounter an opportunity for his myriad method star palm to come into contact with the laws of the alternate universe. He did not want it to be lost so quickly. He struck True's body again and again, trying his best to suppress the power of his myriad method star palm. At first, True thought that Zhou Fight did not have enough divine power, but after a while, he saw the thoughtful expression on Zhou Fight's face. He was first stunned before he immediately reacted and said angrily, "You're using me to sense the laws of the ancient god Great Cosmos. It's not stupid. Don't worry, I'll be done soon." Zhou Fight said casually as he sensed. True was furious. He wanted to resist Zhou Fight and stop him from continuing to squeeze benefits out of him, but Zhou Fight's powerful strength made his resistance seem so powerless. He was unable to stop Zhou Fight from exploring the great laws of the ancient gods on him. A moment later, Zhou Fight's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. So this is the background of the ancient gods Great Cosmos. The laws of the alternate universe are indeed commendable. However, that's it. Far inferior to the supreme Great Cosmos I'm in. He looked at True again and slapped him. Under the terrifying power of the myriad method star palm, True's eternal immortal ancient god body was easily reduced to dust like tofu before completely dissipating into the air. This time, True didn't come back to life. He was completely dead. Chapter 1638, Killing the Ancient God. Willpower Treasure Reality Cube. 2. Zhou Fight turned to look at the battlefield. As the main city of a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War territory, the strength of the ancient God city was naturally not bad. However, it was far inferior to the army under him and Lord of 10,000 Evils. In about 5 minutes, this main city would be in ruins. Zhou Fight did not feel any pity for it because both the Lord of 10,000 Evils and him did not have extra troops to guard these cities. Since that was the case, it was better to turn them into ruins first, lest they turned around and realized that they were occupied by the ultimate void race. It would not be too late to rebuild these cities after driving the ultimate void race out of the ultimate void battlefield. 5 minutes later, as Zhou Fight had expected, the main city of the ancient gods, without the protection of true and the supreme god-level defense facilities, was forcefully destroyed into ruins by them under the attack of Zhou Fight's powerful army of god spirits. All the god spirits of the ultimate void race were destroyed. After Bai Yun ordered the army to clean up the battlefield briefly, Zhou Fight sent down an order to let them leave this place and return to the planet where the Demon Lord's base was. After a day, they had already captured more than half of the mission targets. Currently, only Grade 2 Supreme God level war territories, the Luotong war territories and the 2 Grade 4 Supreme God level war territories had not been conquered. However, there was no hurry to conquer them all today. It would not be too late to come tomorrow. Just as Zhou Fight opened the ultimate void tunnel and was about to lead the army away, he suddenly sensed something. He casually turned off the ultimate void tunnel that had yet to be completely opened and looked at the spot about 2,000 light years behind him. Why are you so secretive if you have arrived? Could you only be willing to come out and meet if this emperor personally invites you? All troops, be prepared for war. After Bai Yun heard Zhou Fight's words, she immediately asked the God Spirit Army to prepare for war through the army interface. Just as Zhou Fight finished speaking, he saw an ultimate void tunnel suddenly open where he was looking. Then, he saw an ultimate void supreme god slowly walk out. When he saw the ruins of the ancient master god tier city below, his expression darkened. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight. Common people's regal. Finally, we got you. Yet. A faint voice sounded. Finally. I got you. Among the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God Spirit Army, Monan, who was fighting the 3 supreme gods, had a drastic change in expression. He looked at the ultimate void tunnel that the ultimate void army had formed. An ultimate void race being clad in dark silver armor with 2 ferocious horns on his head and dark red skin slowly walked out of the ultimate void tunnel. He glanced at Zhou Fight, who was staring at him, then looked at Monan and said slowly, "My good child, you disappoint me too much. You actually chose to submit to the common people's regal. You've always been the junior I value the most. In order for you to accumulate merit and take over my position in the future, I even lent you the formless book to deal with the common people's regal. I didn't expect you to join the common people's regal and even lose the formless book. You embarrassed me in front of the Void Emperor." At the end, Meng Tuo suddenly said angrily. Then, he laughed again. "But it doesn't matter now. Because I, Meng Tuo, will end all of this." He pressed his hands together and saw a crystal cube appear in his palm. The cube emitted psychedelic colors. Various similar but completely different illusory scenes appeared in the colors. These illusory scenes intertwined and produced even more complicated scenes. Reality Cube, activate and rewrite all the realities on this battlefield. The common people's regal will fall to a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert from the ultimate void race called Tuo Meng, not a supreme willpower realm expert like me, Meng Tuo. He muttered. 0. Immediately send what happened here to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Bai Yun immediately ordered. Obstructed by an unknown force. Unable. 0 fell completely silent before it could finish speaking. Seeing this, Bai Yun's face darkened. Your Excellency, since you've chosen to attack, you'll naturally be fully prepared. Don't waste your energy, Bai Yun. Zhou Fight said. He only reacted after saying that. He clearly wanted to say Your Excellency in the Supreme Will Realm, but he did not expect that it would be Your Excellency in the quasi-Supreme Will Realm. He could actually force his words into something else. He looked at the crystal cube in Meng Tuo's hand. Was this the power of the crystal cube? It was indeed magical. Zhou Fight felt that this crystal Rubik's Cube was probably not a treasure at the Supreme Will Realm, but a treasure at the Higher Will Realm. This was because he had come into contact with many Supreme Will treasures and Will Holy artifacts. However, he had never come into contact with such a powerful treasure. Even he was momentarily unable to react to the abnormal treasure. This clearly exceeded the scope of a Supreme Will treasure. Then it could only be a willpower treasure. At the thought of this, he could not help but laugh. He did not expect this either. In order to deal with a Grade 1 Supreme God like him, this ultimate void race actually took out a treasure of willpower, and the person who used this treasure was a Supreme Willpower Realm expert. He was really going all out and did not want to give himself the slightest chance to survive. Zhou Fight lamented. Common people's regal. Right at that moment, Meng Tuo smiled faintly and said, "So what if you are talented? So what if you can take back most of the war territory in the ultimate void battleground by yourself? You're just a weakling. In front of a true expert, you will soon realize that everything you do is meaningless." Zhou Fight did not speak. He only took out a book. It was the formless book. When Meng Tuo saw the formless book in Zhou Fight's hand, his eyes widened and he said angrily, "My formless book? No." Zhou Fight smiled and said, "It's mine now." His expression was normal. He did not panic at all even when facing a supreme willpower realm expert. "I didn't expect it to come in so soon." Zhou Fight looked at the formless book in his hand and muttered to himself. Then, he opened the formless book and flipped open the page of the reincarnation will's true blood incarnation. He imbued it with his supreme divine power. Soon, a true blood avatar flew out of the formless book and stood in front of Zhou Fight. "Brother! I didn't expect to see you so soon." The true blood incarnation of the reincarnation will smiled faintly with its back facing Zhou Fight. "Sorry to trouble you, brother." Zhou Fight said. "Why are you being so polite with me?" Reincarnation will shook his head, then his gaze landed on Meng Li, who had an extremely gloomy expression in the distance. "Tuo Meng! I didn't expect it to be you." The reincarnation will smiled, then was slightly stunned. After reacting, he clapped again and smiled, all right. For the sake of my good brother, your ultimate void race has already started to be so shameless. Not only did they send a supreme willpower realm expert, but they even used willpower treasures." His expression suddenly turned solemn. "Tuo Meng! Is your ultimate void race planning to start an all-out war with our supreme great cosmos and the crimson great cosmos?" Meng Tuo's expression changed drastically. Didn't he and the Void Emperor decide to hide themselves and come because they didn't want to start a full-scale war with the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos? And now, the true blood incarnation of the reincarnation will had descended and directly knew that he had hidden himself to hunt Zhou Fight. If this matter were to spread, it would ruin his lord's plans. He could not let what happened here spread. This thought immediately appeared in Meng Tuo's mind. He looked at the true blood avatar of the reincarnation will and then at Zhou Fight. He said firmly, "Looks like I'm gonna have to leave you all here. As long as all of you stay here, the news of me coming to kill the common people's regal will not spread. After that, even your supreme willpower will only think that the common people's regal was killed by a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert under the influence of the treasure given to me by the Void Emperor. What you call an all-out war won't happen either. You guys." Meng Tuo looked at Zhou Fight, the true blood avatar of the reincarnation will, the divine army of the blazing sun divine kingdom and lord of 10,000 evils. "We'll all have to die." Chapter 1639, Battle. The will of the moon gazer serpent descends. 1. The true blood incarnation of the reincarnation will frown slightly after hearing Meng Tuo's words. Then, it tried to tell its main body in the distant netherworld what had happened. Logically speaking, he was the true blood incarnation of the main body. With the strength of the main body's supreme will realm, it was very simple for he to receive news from the true blood incarnation. However, the reincarnation will true blood avatar quickly realized that it could not contact its main body, let alone send a message. The true blood avatar's expression changed slightly. He looked at the reality cube that emitted a psychedelic color. The ability of this reality cube is far stronger than I imagined. As expected of a treasure with a transcendent will. The true blood avatar thought. He turned to look at Zhou Fight and said, "Brother! Take out the death token and summon my main body. The other true blood incarnations and I can at most stop him for a while. We can't always stop him from hurting you. Only the real body can do that." "Okay." Zhou Fight agreed without hesitation. He originally had the thought of summoning the main body of the reincarnation will. It was somewhat difficult for them to let the true blood avatar of the Supreme Will fight the true Supreme Will realm after all. Then, he immediately took out an order and injected the Supreme Divine Power in his body. As the Supreme Divine Power was injected, the Netherworld token gradually emitted a faint nether-colored light. This light projected on the battlefield, forming a huge netherworld door. The door was slowly opening, revealing an extremely small crack in the door. Its speed was surprisingly slow. Right at that moment, the solemn voice of the main body of the reincarnation will came from this crack. "Brother! The netherworld door is suppressed by an unknown force and can't be opened immediately. Quickly summon all the true blood avatars and let they try their best to protect you and stall for time until I come out. Okay. Zhou Fight nodded again and was about to summon the second true blood avatar of the reincarnation will. Right at that moment, Meng Tuo also noticed Zhou Fight's actions and the towering netherworld gate. He almost immediately guessed what Zhou Fight was doing. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Trying to call for help. It's too late." As he spoke, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Zhou Fight. The distance between the two of them shrunk by more than half in an instant. A figure stood between them just as the other party was about to reach Zhou Fight. It was the true blood incarnation of the reincarnation will. Trying to hurt my little brother. Step over the corpse of my true blood incarnation first. The reincarnation will snorted. Then, he immediately summoned a divine weapon and rushed forward to fight Meng Tuo. A mere true blood avatar dares to shout in front of me. Monan sneered, even if your main body comes, I'll still kill you. Then give it a try. Even though the true blood incarnation was only an incarnation of the reincarnation will, it still had a temper. When it heard this, it immediately went forward to fight Meng Tuo. When Meng Tuo saw this, he knew that the other party was deliberately stopping him to protect Zhou Fight's life so that he could successfully summon the main body of the reincarnation will. However, how could he let Zhou Fight have his way so easily? He aimed his palm at Zhou Fight. The terrifying power of his will gathered in his palm and quickly formed a dark purple ball of light. Void Cannon. Even though this void cannon was called a cannon, it was actually a will energy ball condensed by the supreme will power of the void race through some mysterious method. With a void cannon, it could easily kill 10 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts and destroy hundreds of boundless universes. Even a true supreme will realm expert would be injured if they were caught off guard by this void cannon. However, its greatest effect was still to attack the world. In a universe like the Supreme Great Cosmos, a void cannon could cause a small hole to appear in the Supreme Great Cosmos. Moreover, if this small hole wanted to completely recover, it would take at least 100 years. When the ultimate void race first invaded the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos, they had used this kind of attack method to bombard the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos until they were covered in injuries. Fortunately, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were powerful and had a strong foundation. They forcefully forced the ultimate void race back then. Then, the Supreme Will created an array formation to protect the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos, allowing the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos to be immune to such attacks. Speaking of which, Zhou Fight was very calm in the face of this void cannon. He flipped open another page of the formless book in his hand. It was still the true blood incarnation page of the reincarnation will. Then, he quickly injected supreme divine power into it and quickly summoned the second true blood incarnation. After the true blood avatar was summoned, it immediately went forward to block the void cannon. After successfully blocking it, even though its aura was weaker, it still had the strength to fight. He rushed towards Meng Tuo without hesitation and dealt with Meng Tuo together with the first true blood avatar. The combined attack of the two true blood avatars increased the pressure on Meng Tuo. However, it was just a little. So much for that. Meng Tuo said disdainfully in his heart. He made up his mind. After dealing with these two true blood avatars of the Supreme Will realm, he would immediately kill the common people's regal and take back the formless book. Chapter 1640, Battle. The will of the Moongazer Serpent descends. 2. At that moment, he glanced at Zhou Fight from the corner of his eye, and a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Fight did not stop. He injected a huge amount of supreme divine power into the formless book. In less than a few seconds, a second true blood avatar, a third true blood avatar, and a fourth true blood avatar appeared. In an instant, a total of 8 Supreme Will Realm true blood avatars appeared in front of Zhou Fight. He left 2 true blood avatars to protect himself. The remaining 6 true blood avatars all went out to deal with Meng Tuo. A total of 8 true blood avatars were dealing with Meng Tuo together. At this moment, no matter how powerful Meng Tuo was, he could not help but be flustered. His expression was gloomy. He realized that if this continued, the common people's regal would successfully summon a powerhouse with supreme willpower. At that time, even though he still had a certain level of confidence in killing the other party, it would definitely delay for a longer time. At that time, there was a high chance that more accidents would happen. This can't go on. Meng Tuo gritted his teeth and a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from his body, repelling the 8 true blood avatars to the side. Then, he looked coldly at the 8 true blood avatars of the reincarnation will before his gaze landed on Zhou Fight. Okay. Okay. How long has it been since an enemy has driven me this far? I thought that it would be very easy for me to take you down with the help of the Void Emperor's treasure. I didn't expect it to be like this. I usually don't use this move unless I'm in a desperate situation. Even though it's far from a desperate situation, it fits in from the perspective of time. Supreme Willpower Skill Absolute Beast. Ah! He roared at the sky. Accompanied by his furious roar, his body quickly expanded. In no time, he became a ferocious beast that looked like a wolf or a tiger with chaotic fur. This huge beast was more than 100 light years long. With a slight movement, the surrounding ultimate void environment was torn apart, revealing the extreme darkness behind. When the 10 true blood incarnations of the reincarnation will saw this scene, their faces immediately revealed a solemn expression. This guy's strength has increased astonishingly. Originally, he was only a low-level Supreme Willpower Realm expert. Now, he should have the strength of a middle-level Supreme Willpower Realm expert. A true blood avatar said. The other true blood avatars nodded silently. The small realms of the Supreme Will Realm were divided into low-level, middle-level, upper-level, and peak. There was a huge difference in strength between each minor realm. The reason why the reincarnation will had a solemn expression was because even their main body was only at the low-level Supreme Will Realm. In other words, even if his main body crossed the Netherworld Gate at this time, he might not be able to defeat this guy. Drag. This should be some kind of will technique that increases strength in a short period of time. After this period of time, he will recover his strength. Okay. The other true blood avatars agreed without hesitation. Even though the 10 of them might have to pay the price of sacrifice in the process of delaying, they were only true blood incarnations to begin with. It did not matter if they sacrificed themselves. At this moment, Meng Tuo, who had transformed into a peerless beast, was looking at Zhou Fight with hatred. This absolute heaven beast was one of the trump cards he had. Its effect could increase his strength by a small level, but the side effects were also very serious. That was that after using the absolute heaven beast, his divine body would uncontrollably transform into the form of the absolute heaven beast. If he used it too many times, he would even lose his race identity as the ultimate void race and completely become a creature of the absolute heaven beast. Meng Tuo had always been proud of being in the supreme will realm of the ultimate void race. Now, because he wanted to deal with Zhou Fight, the transformation of his form had deepened again. How could he not hate him? Roar! He roared angrily and charged at Zhou Fight. Seeing this, the 10 true blood avatars stepped forward to stop him. However, the absolute heaven beast waved its claws with all its might and a true blood avatar was directly shattered, turning into blood energy that dissipated in the air. Another true blood incarnation teleported in front of the absolute heaven beast and stabbed at his eyes. However, he saw the absolute heaven beast's eyes emit a chaotic light. Under the illumination of this chaotic light, this true blood incarnation directly turned into countless powder and dissipated in the air. The other 8 true blood avatars charged at the absolute heaven beast like moths to a flame, but they were all killed by the absolute heaven beast. In less than a moment, the 10 true blood avatars were all destroyed. Common people's regal. Let's see who can save you this time. The absolute heaven beast roared angrily and bit at Zhou Fight. At that moment, a divine sword emitting 6 beams of light suddenly appeared between the two, stuck in the sharp teeth of the absolute heaven beast. The absolute heaven beast bit down hard, but not only did it not bite through the divine sword, it even cut off a few of its teeth, causing its mouth to be filled with blood. Even though this small injury recovered in the blink of an eye, it still made the absolute heaven beast furious. Who was stopping him? He looked at the place where the divine sword had flown over and saw the towering door to the netherworld. At this moment, a jade-like divine hand reached out from the netherworld gate. The divine sword that looked like a tiger had flown over from this divine hand. The reincarnation will. You're still here. With your low-level supreme will realm strength, do you still dare to appear in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you in one bite? The absolute heaven beast laughed sinisterly. You. The reincarnation will said coldly, even in front of the Void Emperor, I will have the courage to throw a sword at him. If you have the ability, wait for me for a while. When I come out, I'll compete with you. The absolute heaven beast smiled coldly. No hurry, no hurry. Come out slowly. I'll kill your good brother first. After saying that, he pounced at Zhou Fight again. If you want to kill my wise brother, you have to pass my 6 paths of reincarnation sword first. The reincarnation will could not force open the netherworld gate for a moment, so it controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation sword to deal with the absolute heaven beast from afar. It tried its best to stall for time and wait for him to come out of the netherworld gate. However, the absolute heaven beast could tell what the reincarnation will was thinking at a glance. He risked being slightly injured and sent the 6 paths of reincarnation sword flying with a slap before charging at Zhou fight. Let's see who else can save you this time. After I kill you, your main body and other clones will all die. Don't think that just because you're a clone, the main body and the other clones won't suffer. Ha ha ha. As a Supreme Will Realm expert, the Absolute Heaven Beast naturally had great confidence in its strength. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the common people's regal dying in his mouth and him being recognized and rewarded by His Excellency the Void Emperor again. And me. Right at that moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a full moon appeared in the sky. Zhou Fight saw a sword-wielding fairy standing in the full moon. I am the will of the great lunar divine court, the Moon Gazer Serpent. On the orders of the Supreme Will, secretly protect the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Meng Tuo. Your ultimate void race actually sent a Supreme Will Realm expert to attack our Supreme Lord Reserve. After this matter, I'll report it to the Supreme Will. Prepare to pay the price. The sword-wielding fairy, or rather, the will of the Moon Gazer Serpent, said. His voice was cold, like a goddess from the 9 heavens announcing the decree of the heavens. As he spoke, he waved the divine sword in his hand and saw a crescent sword beam shoot out. In an instant, it arrived in front of Meng Tuo and pierced straight into his brain. Meng Tuo knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely die. Therefore, even though he saw that Zhou Fight was right in front of him and he only needed to bite down, the common people's regal would definitely die. He still retreated without hesitation. He looked at the Moon Gazer Serpent's will in the sky and the reincarnation will that had just walked out of the netherworld gate. His expression was completely ugly. Chapter 1641, His future is inestimable. 1. A mere grade 1 Supreme God actually has 2 Supreme Will Realm experts protecting him. I've really learned something new. Meng Tuo sneered. A mere grade 1 Supreme God actually let a Supreme Willpower Realm expert carry a willpower treasure to attack. Furthermore, the existence who gave this order is very likely your Void Emperor, Your Excellency. I've learned something. The reincarnation will also sneered. Then, he bowed to the Moon Gazer Serpent's will in the sky. Greetings, Sister Moon Gazer. After so many years, Soul Heaven, your mouth is still as sweet as before. The will of the Moon Gazer Serpent smiled faintly. The reincarnation will chuckled. I'm only here to kill the common people's regal this time to make myself feel comfortable and take revenge for being scolded by the Void Emperor because my unfilial descendant joined the common people's regal. It has nothing to do with the Void Emperor. Meng Tuo said stubbornly. So after the Void Emperor scolded you, he rewarded you with this reality cube that can change reality for no reason to deal with the common people's regal. Meng Tuo, your lies are too clumsy. The reincarnation will sneered. I borrowed this reality cube from the Void Emperor a long time ago to fight in other alternate universes. It wasn't lent to me by Your Excellency to deal with the common people's regal. Meng Tuo said. Stubborn. The reincarnation will shook his head. As for what happened, when your corpse is brought before the Supreme Will, everything will naturally be revealed. The will of the Moon Gazer Serpent said calmly. You 2 low-level Supreme Will Realm cultivators want to kill me in my current state. I'll show you the true strength of the Absolute Beast. Meng Tuo roared and took the lead to attack the will of the Moon Gazer Serpent in the full moon. The 2 of them instantly fought. The will of the Moon Gazer Serpent held a divine sword in its hand. When it swung its sword to fight, it was like a top dancer performing a sword dance. It looked beautiful and ethereal. On the other hand, Meng Tuo used pure beast tactics. He looked fierce and desolate, and every move he made was dangerous and ruthless. The battle between the 2 looked like a battle between a ferocious beast and a fairy. Sister Moon Gazer, let me help you. The reincarnation will held the 6 paths of reincarnation sword and flew into the full moon to fight them. As Zhou Fight watched, he frowned. This was because he discovered that even if the reincarnation will and the Moon Gazer Serpent will fought Meng Tuo 2 against 1, Meng Tuo, who had transformed into a peerless beast, could easily suppress these 2 experts. What a powerful incarnation will technique! Zhou Fight muttered. Absolute Heaven Beast. Zhou Fight did not find any information about such an existence in the bloodline inheritance in his mind. If he was not wrong, it should be a special beast that existed in some other universe or the ultimate void. It had to be said that this unknown beast was indeed very powerful. He wondered how the reincarnation will and the moon-gazer serpent's will would deal with this guy next. If he couldn't deal with it, what should he do? Right at that moment, a turnaround had occurred. The will of the moon-gazer serpent suddenly retreated more than 100 light years. He looked at the absolute beast and extended his jade-like hand. He saw a two-colored fire lotus flower that intersected green and red slowly spinning in his palm. Your absolute beast incarnation should be from another great cosmos, right? The will of the moon-gazer serpent smiled faintly. Then I'll use one too. I happen to obtain a treasure from the great cosmos of the other world from the ultimate void to deal with you. Look at how strong your incarnation of the absolute beast is. My treasure is still the best. Let me tell you first. My treasure is called the green fire red lotus. Go! He shouted coldly as the green fire red lotus in his hand instantly transformed into a green-red stream of light that shot towards the absolute heaven beast. When the absolute heaven beast saw this green-red stream of light flying towards it, it immediately felt an extremely shocking sense of danger. It was as if as long as it touched the green fire red lotus, it would immediately be injured. If it faced the green fire red lotus head-on, it might even die. What level of treasure is this? Meng Tuo felt his hair stand on end. With his current incarnation of an absolute beast, if he could feel this, wouldn't he die without a doubt if he faced the green fire red lotus under normal circumstances? There was no time to think. He immediately wanted to dodge the attack of the cyan fire red lotus. However, right at this moment, the reincarnation will could clearly see how terrifying this move of its allies was. Seeing that the absolute heaven beast wanted to dodge, he immediately raised the 6 paths of reincarnation sword in front of him, blocking half of his face. He enunciated each word clearly. Supreme Will Skill 6 Seals. Buzz. The 6 paths of reincarnation sword trembled slightly before suddenly emitting 6 extremely dazzling lights. These 6 rays of light shot towards Meng Tuo and enveloped him. Behind Meng Tuo's light were 6 huge wheels slowly spinning, revealing the 6 illusions of the heavenly Dao wheel, the human Dao, the Azura Dao, the Hell Dao, the hungry ghost Dao, and the beast Dao. Under the suppression of the power of the 6 paths of the 6 huge wheels, Meng Tuo immediately felt that it was difficult for him to move. For a moment, he could not escape from his original spot and could not dodge the incoming green fire red lotus. Sensing that the danger that was enough to kill he was about to descend, the absolute heaven beast roared at the sky. With the eruption of his potential, his body doubled in size. A large amount of divine blood seeped out of the surface of his chaotic fur. The 6 huge wheels behind him seemed to be unable to suppress the other party as they began to tremble. The reincarnation will's expression changed. Chapter 1642, His future is inestimable, 2. He did not expect that he would not be able to suppress this unparalleled beast even if he took out his intrinsic will holy artifact. If the other party broke free of the seal, causing the green fire red lotus of the moon-gazer serpent's will to not be able to attack the absolute heaven beast and let him escape, the two of them would not be able to deal with the absolute heaven beast. He was extremely anxious, but it was useless. At this critical moment, a calm and deep voice sounded. All the land under the sky belongs to the king. A 9-colored domain instantly appeared under Meng Tuo's feet and quickly spread out in all directions. The reincarnation will was stunned for a moment before looking over hopefully. When he saw that the existence who released the domain was Zhou Fight, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. He could understand Zhou Fight's intention to help but Zhou Fight was only a grade 1 supreme god. How could the supreme god level domain that he used have any effect on enemies at the supreme will realm, let alone the middle level supreme will realm? The reincarnation will had already silently agreed that Meng Tuo would not be affected by Zhou Fight's domain. However, in the next moment, something that stunned the reincarnation will happened. After Zhou Fight released the domain skill, all the land in the world belongs to the king, he immediately continued. Establishment of domain rule, fixed body. As soon as he finished speaking, the absolute heaven beast that was about to break free of the 6 seals suddenly seemed to be suppressed and could not move, so it could not break out of the seal and avoid the green fire red lotus that flew over. In the blink of an eye, the green fire red lotus instantly crossed a distance of light years and passed through the neck of the absolute heaven beast. Absolute heaven beast's eyes were filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. Then, his head fell off and his entire body burned with flames. Then, he turned into ashes and dissipated. Immediately after, his body rapidly shrunk. In less than a few seconds, he returned to his normal size. The Moongazer Serpent's will and the reincarnation will quickly flew closer and saw that the majestic and insufferably arrogant absolute heaven beast had become a headless ultimate void monster. There was still a portion of chaos-colored hair on the surface of his divine body. Clearly, it was the effect of the incarnation of the absolute heaven beast on him. Just like that, the reincarnation will said in shock. He thought that even if he joined forces with the will of the Moongazer Serpent, he would still have to fight the other party for a few days and nights to determine the victor. He was even done. He would stall until the other party's absolute heaven beast incarnation ended before going all out to deal with him. He did not expect that the other party was already dead just as he had this thought. A Supreme Will Realm existence died just like that. This was an existence at the Supreme Will Realm. Whether it was the Void Emperor, the Supreme Will, or the Crimson Overlord, their hearts would ache for a long time if one of them died. They had to take revenge. Even though my Cyan Fire Red Lotus just now has the power of an upper-level Supreme Will Realm, if the enemy wants to dodge, it's actually relatively easy to dodge. The will of the Moongazer Serpent said, he should be able to break free quickly and escape my attack even if Brother Soul Heaven cast the 6 sealing techniques and temporarily sealed his movements. Nov. L. B //JNN. When the reincarnation will heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded. Just from the scene just now, he was indeed about to be unable to withstand the power that the absolute heaven beast suddenly erupted with, almost making it break free from the seal. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Zhou fight with a complicated expression. The will of the Moongazer Serpent looked at the other party with a complicated expression. The domain law skill used by a Grade 1 Supreme God actually made a middle-stage Supreme Will Realm existence unable to move for an instant. Even though it was only for an instant, and in this instant, the 6 seals of the reincarnation will accounted for more than half, it was still extremely shocking. He was only a Grade 1 Supreme God. If he advanced to the Supreme Will Realm, what would happen to be able to do such a shocking thing? At the same time, at this moment, Zhou Fight's face was very pale. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he felt the supreme divine power that was almost dried up in his body. This was the first time he had exhausted all his divine power after he mastered the King Law skill. From this, it could be seen how much he had consumed to use the Lord's Law skill. All the land in the world belongs to the King. As expected of a middle-level supreme willpower existence, I only used the self-made law of immobilization to immobilize him for an instant. It actually drained all my divine power in an instant. If the blue fire red lotus of the Moongazer Serpent's will had arrived a little later, this law skill would probably have begun to extract my life force or even luck to suppress the other party. Zhou Fight was a little afraid. What he cared about the most was his luck. If his luck suffered a loss, even if it was just a small loss, his heart would ache. Fortunately, the blue fire red lotus of the Moongazer Serpent's will was reliable enough to kill the peerless beast in time. Just then, the cold voice of the will of the Moongazer Serpent sounded in Zhou Fight's ears. Your Excellency Common People's Regal, do you have time to come over for a chat? Zhou Fight was stunned for a moment before agreeing without hesitation. Then, he quickly arrived in front of the Reincarnation Will and the Moongazer Serpent's will. Greetings, Lord Reincarnation Will. Greetings, Lord Will of the Moongazer Serpent. Zhou Fight said respectfully. The Reincarnation Will sighed unhappily and said, we're usually calling each other elder brothers. Why are you so distant from me in front of him? Should our relationship be underground? Zhou Fight was speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? The will of the Moongazer Serpent rebuked. Can't you see that this wise brother of yours is thinking of you? Is that why he addresses you so formally? Why should I care about this between me and my brother? The Reincarnation Will waved his hand in disdain, then smiled and said, Brother, in the future, no matter who you are in front of, even in front of the Supreme Will, we will call each other brothers. There's no need to follow the rules. Since brother has said so, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. That's how it should be. The Reincarnation Will was very satisfied. Then, he remembered the serious matter and asked curiously, Brother, was it really you who used that law skill to stop the absolute heaven beast that Meng Tuo transformed into for an instant? As soon as he said that, even the will of the Moongazer Serpent looked over. He was really curious. That was a Supreme Will Realm existence, and a middle-level Supreme Will Realm existence at that. Even he had to go all out against such a top-notch expert. Such an existence could actually be suppressed by a Grade 1 Supreme God using a Supreme God level law skill? He couldn't quite believe it. However, when he recalled the scene just now, he seemed to have no choice but to believe it. "It's me." Zhou Fai nodded. "How'd you do that?" The will of the moon gazer serpent could not help but exclaim. "My law level, all the land in the world belongs to the king. Although it's only a grade 1 supreme god law skill at the moment, he can be considered the best among all the domain skills. Even when facing the will domain of the supreme will realm, my all the land in the world belongs to the king can still suppress the other party to a certain extent." Zhou Fai said truthfully. There was nothing to hide. After all, the other party had seen it just now. The reincarnation will and the moon gazer serpents will looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A grade 1 supreme god's domain law skill could actually suppress the will domain of the supreme will realm to a certain extent? This sounded unbelievable. However, from the suppression of the absolute heaven beast just now, Zhou Fai's words were undoubtedly true. But it was precisely because of this that they was even more shocked. This meant that this law skill of the common people's regal had very shocking potential. When he was a grade 1 supreme god, he could suppress a middle-level supreme willpower realm expert for an instant. When the other party advanced to the true supreme will realm, his law skill could completely suppress upper-level supreme will realm experts, peak supreme will realm experts, and might even be able to touch the level of will. They looked at each other and then at Zhou Fai, who looked normal. They felt that the Supreme Will had made the right choice to choose the common people's regal as the Supreme Lord's last reserve army. His future was simply immeasurable. Chapter 1643. The Gift of the Moon Gazer Serpent's Will. The Shock of the Reincarnation Will. 1. The Moon Gazer Serpent's Will looked at Zhou Zhou with even more admiration after it recovered from its shock. He said, "I am the will of the Moon Gazer Serpent, a subordinate of the Great Lunar Divine Court. I am here on the orders of the Supreme Will to protect you. I thought it would be nothing serious, but ever since you survived unscathed under the true blood avatar of the Supreme Will realm, I realized that you were about to face a huge crisis. I didn't expect that not only would danger come, it would also be a Supreme Will realm existence with a will treasure." At this point, his tone suddenly turned cold. The ultimate void race is really bold. If it weren't for the fact that our main forces were all fighting the illusionary army in the Land of Dusk, how could they have the chance to show off here? Now, they actually dare to plot against our Supreme Lord Reserve Army. They broke the rules on the battlefield. I need to return to the Supreme Will immediately and report this matter to him. Common People's Regal. We'll meet again. At the end, the Moon Gazer Serpent's Will and Zhou Zhou's tone became gentle again. "Thank you, Lord Will of the Moon Gazer Serpent," Zhou Fai said respectfully. The Moon Gazer Serpent's Will covered its mouth and chuckled. "Little fellow, I admire you very much. You can also call me sister like the Reincarnation Will." "Sister Moon Gazer," Zhou Fai immediately ordered. The will of the Moon Gazer Serpent nodded in satisfaction and extended its right hand. Something shocking happened to Zhou Fai. The full moon in the sky quickly shrank. In less than 3 to 4 breaths, it became the size of a palm and landed in the hands of the Moon Gazer Serpent's Will. He raised his jade-like hand and saw the full moon fly over from his hand and land in front of Zhou Fai. Zhou Fai looked at the full moon. The full moon emitted a cold moonlight, but unlike on the surface, Zhou Fai, who had extremely strong perception, could sense an extremely shocking power of will from the cold full moon. He had a feeling that once the might of will contained in the full moon erupted, it would definitely produce earth-shattering power. It might not even be inferior to the green fire red lotus that killed the absolute heaven beast just now. At this moment, he heard the reincarnation will say enviously, "Dear brother, Sister Moon Gazer is so good to you. Even your sister Moon Gazer needs to absorb the power of the great lunar origin emitted by the great lunar star for 100,000 years to accumulate one full moon. Its explosive power is even much stronger than the green fire red lotus just now. Even an upper-level supreme willpower expert might be injured by it if caught off guard. Hurry up and thank Sister Moon Gazer." When Zhou Fai heard this, he was shocked. This seemingly ordinary full moon was actually much stronger than the green fire red lotus just now. Furthermore, even an existence like the Moon Gazer Serpent's Will could only create one in 100,000 years. It's too valuable. I can't take it. Zhou Fai immediately ordered. "So what if it is valuable?" The will of the Moon Gazer Serpent smiled faintly. "If it's too cheap, this divine being won't be able to bring it out for a rising star like you. Take it. Since I decided to give something away, I didn't want to take it back. Moreover, you've already provoked an enemy of the Supreme Will realm. There will definitely be many dangers in the future. With this, it might be able to save your life in the future. Don't dwell on it. Just take it that I'm investing in you. In the future, when you advance to the unmatched Will realm, treat me to a cup of fine wine. I'll feel that this effort is worth it. Zhou Fight was stunned. Take it. No one dares to reject Sister Moongazer's gift. The reincarnation will also smiled. The will of the Moongazer serpent smiled. At this point, Zhou Fight couldn't refuse. He reached out and took the full moon. Then, he reverently said, "Thank you, Sister Moongazer. In the future, I will definitely bring a pot of the best wine in the myriad worlds to visit Sister Moongazer." Oh! Wang Jiahu smiled. This smile made his beauty even more soul-stirring. "Then I'll wait for your wine." Zhou Fight acknowledged seriously. The reincarnation will chuckled at the side, as if it was very happy to see the two gods have such a relationship. With this matter settled, there shouldn't be any enemies coming after you for the time being. I'm going back to report to the Supreme Will. I'll see you around. The will of the Moongazer serpent said. Take care, Sister Moongazer. Zhou Fight hurriedly said. When the matters in the netherworld are more or less settled, I'll provide wine to catch up with Sister Moongazer. The reincarnation will smiled. The will of the Moongazer serpent grinned and nodded. Then, he waved his hand and saw Meng Tuo's corpse and his treasures, including the reality cube, being put into his moon sleeve. Then, he turned into a ray of moonlight and instantly disappeared in front of the two gods. Zhou Fight did not feel that it was a pity. The corpse of a supreme will realm cultivator was indeed tempting. However, he did not use much strength the entire time. He only used all the land in the world belongs to the king to assist the other party at the end. Even though his support was also very important, it would be too ridiculous to want the corpse of an entire supreme will realm existence and all the other loots with just this bit of credit. Furthermore, even though the effects of the reality cube were astonishing, his grade was too high. That was a willpower treasure. Even if he exhausted the divine might and willpower of all the god spirits in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, he would probably not be able to activate the willpower treasure and be of any use. Chapter 1644. The Gift of the Moongazer Serpent's Will. The Shock of the Reincarnation Will. 2. Therefore, even though Zhou Fight knew that the reality cube was of an extremely high grade, he did not have much desire. Brother! You've made friends with a big shot this time. At this moment, the reincarnation will patted Zhou Fight's shoulder and said happily, This Sister Moongazer is the biological sister of Your Excellency, the regal Great Lunar, who rules the Moon Goddess Court. Her status in the Moon Goddess Court is second only to the regal Great Lunar. Among all the Supreme Willpower Realm experts, Sister Moongazer's strength can be ranked in the top 10. The regal Great Lunar even personally commented on him, saying that he might reach his position in the future. If you offend any experts in the future, you can just use Sister Moongazer's name. No one will take the risk of offending Sister Moongazer to continue finding trouble with you. Zhou Fight was surprised. He did not expect this Moongazer Serpent's will to have such a powerful background. Furthermore, a powerhouse with such status and strength was actually so close and gentle to him. He had even formed a brother-sister relationship with him. Zhou Fight felt that even though he had encountered an attack by a Supreme Willpower Realm expert today, he seemed to have benefited from this disaster and befriended such a peerless expert. Returning to his senses, he looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the army under him was engaged in an intense battle with the ultimate void army that Meng Tuo had brought. Even though the God Spirit army under him and Lord of 10,000 Evils was very strong. However, it was obvious that Meng Tuo's army was stronger, especially the 10 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts. They were almost looking down on the God Spirit army under them as they killed at will. In a short period of time, more than 10 supreme gods under Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils had died. As for the other master god tiers, the number of true god tier and ordinary god spirits who died was countless. Zhou Fight's expression darkened. This was the greatest loss he had ever suffered. He had conquered so many enemies, but this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. However, when he thought about how the other party had even sent a supreme willpower realm expert over and even lost a willpower treasure, he suddenly calmed down. After all, the other party seemed to have suffered even greater losses. The reincarnation will also noticed Zhou Fight's gaze. He followed Zhou Fight's gaze and saw the situation on the battlefield. His expression turned cold. These ultimate void bastards! Not only did you shamelessly send a supreme willpower realm expert over, but you also brought so many ultimate void god spirits and caused you to lose so many subordinates. I'll help you get rid of these guys. Then I'll help you resurrect your fallen subordinates. He said. Brother, you can revive my subordinates. Zhou Fai looked at him in surprise. Is that very strange? The reincarnation will smiled and said, I'm the reincarnation will. My greatest ability is to control reincarnation and let all life forms and god spirits reincarnate. With a little change in the rules of reincarnation, I can let life forms and god spirits be reborn. To me, it will only consume some willpower. For me, even if it's a supreme god, I can make him reincarnate with a thought, not to mention true gods and master gods. Furthermore, his cultivation realm won't be lost at all. I can even revive a supreme willpower realm expert. He sounded very confident when he said this. He was the reincarnation will of the myriad worlds after all. In terms of reviving life forms and god spirits, he claimed to be second. Apart from the supreme will, who dared to claim to be first? That's right. Zhou Fai muttered to himself. Why didn't I think of that? Previously, he had been vexed about how to revive the dead supreme god. However, because he had never encountered the fall of the supreme god before, even though he was vexed, he did not think too much about it and did not take much action. It was not until he encountered such a scene that he truly realized that it was impossible to rely on the supreme god of death Thanatos. Thanatos could only revive a grade 1 supreme god, and he could only revive one grade 1 supreme god at a time. After he was done reviving, he still needed to rest for a while before he could continue reviving the other grade 1 supreme gods. In the past, it was still alright. It could barely satisfy his resurrection needs. However, as the number of supreme gods under him increased, especially when quasi-supreme will subordinates appeared, Thanatos's resurrection ability clearly couldn't keep up with his needs. And now, it was a situation that Thanatos could not deal with. Unexpectedly, his brother's words were like a bright light in the fog, directly illuminating the path he needed. That's right. What was he worried about? The existence that was best at resurrection was right beside him. He actually did not think of it for a moment, so much so that he even wanted to nurture a subordinate who could resurrect a large number of supreme gods. He could not nurture such a talent in a short period of time. At this moment, Zhou Fai felt as if he had been hit by a surprise. He felt enlightened. So the answer was right beside me all along. He had something to say to the reincarnation will, but at this moment, he heard the reincarnation will say, I have to resolve the current war quickly. Otherwise, if more gods die, especially if there are more supreme gods, it will be a little troublesome for me to revive. The reincarnation will said. It was true that he could revive god spirits. Even those in the supreme will realm could be revived. However, if too many powerhouses died, it would be more tiring for him to revive. When Zhou Fai heard this, he immediately retracted the words he wanted to say. Then, he looked down at the battlefield. He had to resolve the current matter before he could tell the reincarnation will his thoughts. Brother. 959. Zhou Fai said, I'll settle the battlefield first. However, I'm afraid I still need brother to take action against the 10 ultimate void race members at the quasi-supreme will realm. No problem. The reincarnation will agreed immediately. At the same time, he was also very curious about how his wise brother would deal with these hundreds of billions of gods and the 100 supreme gods. The reincarnation will had naturally seen the abilities of his brother. But facing enemies that far exceeded his side, what methods would his brother use to deal with them? The reincarnation will quickly saw it. Zhou Fai raised his right hand and faced the battlefield below with his palm. All the people in the world are the king's subjects. Swoosh! A 9-colored domain instantly spread out in all directions with Zhou Fai as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the battlefield below and enveloped the armies of both sides. Then, Zhou Fai felt that the supreme divine power that he had painstakingly recovered in his body was instantly exhausted. Zhou Fai smiled bitterly. He had really expended a lot of energy today. However, when he saw the scene before him, a smile appeared on his face again. The God Spirit army of the ultimate void race on the battlefield below almost instantly gave up on fighting. They put away their weapons almost at the same time and bowed in the direction of Zhou Fai with a fanatical expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. These were more than 200 billion God spirits, more than 3 billion true God tiers, 100,000 master God tiers, and more than 100 supreme gods. Other than the 10 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts and the other supreme gods above grade 2, the other god spirits of the ultimate void race all surrendered. This scene immediately shocked the reincarnation will, who had witnessed the entire process. He opened his mouth wide and forgot to close it for a moment. Zhou Fai did not notice the expression of the reincarnation will. He was looking at the insight defection notification that appeared in front of him. Lord Law Skill Hint. You have used the Grade 1 Supreme God Law Skill Land of Earth, a Minister of the King. You have successfully changed the thoughts and wills of the life forms in the domain and turned them into subjects loyal to you. Congratulations, you have obtained the loyalty of 218,912,732,381 ultimate void god spirits, 3,382,382,821 ultimate void true god tiers, 103,173 ultimate void master god tiers, and 111 ultimate void supreme gods. After reading it, the corners of Zhou Fai's lips curled into a crooked smile. The gains of the land of Earth, a Minister of the King today, were simply enough to shock the myriad worlds. Didn't they see that even Brother Reincarnation was dumbfounded? They had just seen that all the land in the world belongs to the King could suppress supreme willpower realm experts. However, he did not know that the potential of his land of Earth, a Minister of the King, was not inferior to the domain law skill. All the land in the world belongs to the King. Chapter 1645. An even more powerful true blood. The unique blazing sun god race. 1. Brother. Brother, did you make this yourself? The stuttering voice of the reincarnation will sounded beside Zhou Fai while he was looking at the law skill in front of him. Didn't my brother see it? Zhou Fai asked with a smile. The reincarnation will widened its eyes and looked at him. After a long time, it smiled bitterly and said, you won't lack experts under you anymore with such a law skill. Because the enemy is your origin. Zhou Fai nodded. The Son of Destiny, or the insight defection ability provided by the land of Earth, a Minister of the King, they had greatly accelerated his growth for him to develop so quickly along the way. The reincarnation will sighed after he finished speaking. It's a pity that Sister Moongazer didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he might have given you a better gift. Zhou Fai chuckled and did not say anything. He had never hidden the law skills he had. The will of the Moongazer serpent might even protect him in the future. Then, he would sooner or later know that the common people's regal had a perverted law skill like the land of Earth, a Minister of the King, which was not inferior to all the land in the world belongs to the King. However, Zhou Fai did not covet this favor to begin with, so he naturally did not care about what the reincarnation will said. Then, the reincarnation will did not say anything else and immediately flew down to deal with the 10 quasi-supreme will realm experts. Even though there were many quasi-supreme willpower realm experts, they were far inferior to true supreme willpower realm experts, especially experts like the reincarnation will, who were not weak even among supreme willpower realm experts. In less than a few breaths, these 10 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts died in the hands of the reincarnation will. He came in front of Zhou Fai and threw the 10 quasi-supreme willpower experts to him. Zhou Fai was about to say something when he heard reincarnation will whisper. Brother, I heard that you have many supreme divine artifacts in your possession. Can I trade some with you? I also have some supreme god subordinates under me. Some of them are still using master god tier divine artifacts. Zhou Fai was stunned for a moment before he laughed. How could I forget my brother? Never mind the deal. I'll directly give brother 100,000 supreme divine artifacts. It's up to you whether you want to use it for yourself or trade with other god spirits. Zhou Fai waved his hand and said directly. Then, he took out a world ring and handed it to the reincarnation will. What a joke! He had obtained as many as 300,000 supreme divine artifacts yesterday. What was giving 100,000 supreme divine artifacts to? His brother? The supreme divine artifacts in his hands were really endless after all. He really didn't know what to do with it apart from giving it away and making deals. The Supreme Will's eyes widened when he heard that. 100,000 supreme divine artifacts. Wasn't that the number of supreme divine artifacts that the Supreme Will had traded with his brother last time? How long had it been and his brother already had another 100,000 supreme divine artifacts? He was very shocked. However, at the same time, he looked at the world ring that contained 100,000 supreme divine artifacts in front of him and was very touched. This was his brother. Dude. The reincarnation will sighed. It's not like I didn't get to know this guy for nothing. He had thought this way countless times. Then, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the world rings. When he saw the 100,000 supreme divine artifacts inside through the power of his will, the smile on his face immediately became even more obvious. On the other hand, Zhou Fai looked down at the battlefield. It was because his brother had already killed all 10 quasi-supreme willpower experts. As for the remaining supreme gods who had not been instigated by insight defection, they were all killed by Bai Yun's army. Therefore, at this moment, they had completely won the war. Bai Yun was leading the army to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Fai nodded slightly. Even though they had encountered an extremely terrifying enemy today, fortunately, after experiencing some twists and turns, they still became the final victor. Brother. At this moment, the voice of the reincarnation will sounded in his ear. Zhou Fai looked over. The reincarnation will smiled and said, "Show me your formless book." Zhou Fai was stunned, but he did not hesitate. He took out the formless book and handed it to the reincarnation will. To be honest, he was a little disappointed with the formless book today. Today, he had summoned 10 true blood avatars of the reincarnation will in a row, but in the face of the absolute heaven beast, he could not even stop it. In a short while, the 10 true blood avatars were defeated by the other party one after another. It did not delay for long. Nov. L. B //JNN. Fortunately, the Supreme Will had secretly arranged for the Moon Gazer Serpent's will to protect him. Otherwise, he would really be in danger today. Therefore, after today's series of events, he more or less despised the formless book. After receiving the formless book, the reincarnation will also noticed Zhou Fai's gaze. He smiled and said, "Brother, do you think this formless book is useless?" Zhou Fai hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. Haha. The reincarnation will smiled and said, "Don't think that way. Actually, this formless book is quite strong. However, if you want to unleash the strongest effect of the formless book, you first need to give it blood of strong experts. For example, the true blood of an upper-level Supreme Willpower Realm expert, the true blood of a peak Supreme Willpower Realm expert, or even the true blood of a Willpower Realm expert. This formless book can be considered a powerful Will-Holy artifact even among the many Will-Holy artifacts if you have their true blood and summon their true blood avatar." Chapter 1646. An even more powerful true blood. The unique blazing sun god race. 2. Secondly, you still need to raise your strength to the Supreme Will realm. I know that the amount of supreme divine power in your body can be said to be endless. Even among the many supreme gods, you can be said to be number one, so you can use this Will-Holy artifact. But crossing ranks is still crossing ranks. If you want to witness the true power of the formless book, you still need the power of the Supreme Will of the Supreme Will realm. The formless book driven by the supreme divine power is actually far weaker than the formless book driven by the power of the Supreme Will. The reincarnation will said. Zhou Fai nodded thoughtfully. That was logical. He had underestimated the formless book. Here you go. Right at that moment, the reincarnation will stretched out his right hand and saw a drop of blood floating in his hand. This drop of blood was very strange. It looked illusory but had a strange texture, as if it existed between illusion and reality. This is... Zhou Fai said in surprise. This is a drop of true blood from an upper-level supreme willpower expert of the illusionary race. I obtained it from him after killing this wingman with my other colleagues. It's useless for me to hold on to it. You can try putting it in your formless book. He was an upper-level supreme willpower realm expert when he was alive. The true blood incarnation formed by the true blood should be of some help to you. The reincarnation will chuckled. Thank you, brother. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. That's very helpful. Even if the true blood incarnation formed by the true blood of an upper-level supreme will realm expert only had 1% of its strength when it was alive, it was enough to match ordinary middle-level supreme will realm experts. If it was 10% of its strength when it was alive, its strength was definitely the strongest in the middle-level supreme will realm. It was definitely more than enough to protect itself. The reincarnation will nodded and opened the formless book, placing this drop of true blood on a page of the formless book. Then, he handed it to Zhou Fai. After Zhou Fai received it, he immediately sensed the exact effect of this drop of true blood. In the end, what surprised him was that after this drop of true blood from an upper-level supreme willpower realm expert was placed in the formless book, the reward given by the formless book was that this drop of true blood could actually summon a tenth of its strength. It seemed that the willpower preserved by this drop of true blood was quite perfect. It could actually summon a full-powered true blood avatar. Zhou Zhou was very happy. When the reincarnation will saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he felt a little emotional. This brother of his would always do something that surprised him even more every time they met. He did not know how much his good brother would grow again the next they meet. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he glanced at the battlefield below and saw that the war had ended. He said, "Let me help you resurrect your men." "Sorry to trouble you, brother." Zhou Fight nodded. "Don't stand on ceremony with me." The reincarnation will smiled and went down to revive. After he used his 6 paths of reincarnation sword to revive all the fallen god spirits, he returned to Zhou Fight's side and said, "I'll head back first since it's over. In addition, after the Moon Gazer Serpent's will reports to the Supreme Will, the Supreme Will probably come to see you. You have to be prepared. Don't hesitate to ask for what you need. The Supreme Will is still very good to his own people." The reincarnation will said. Zhou Fight nodded. "Don't worry, brother." The reincarnation will nodded and turned to walk towards the Netherworld Gate. He saw the Netherworld Gate slowly open and the reincarnation will walked in step by step. After his back completely disappeared into the Netherworld Gate, the towering Netherworld Gate slowly disappeared from the ultimate void battlefield. When Zhou Fight saw this, he thought about what had happened today and a smile appeared on his face. Today's harvest was quite good. There was naturally no need to mention the large army of god spirits that had instigated the incite defection. The most important gains were naturally the full moon given to him by the Moon Gazer Serpent's will and the true blood given to him by his reincarnation brother. The trump cards that they had lost to deal with Meng Tuo had been doubled in just a short while. At this moment, Bai Yun flew over and said respectfully to Zhou Fight, "Your Majesty, the battlefield has been cleaned up. Our next move is..." After some thought, Zhou Fight said, "Keep going. First, we'll conquer this Luotong War territory. Then, starting from the Luotong War territory, we'll conquer every void mystic realm in every war territory we conquered today until we've conquered all the void mystic realms." He still had an incite defection of the Son of Destiny that was useless today. He happened to use the Son of Destiny on the way. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he immediately returned and led his army to conquer the first void mystic realm in the Luotong War territories. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was night time on High Continent. At this moment, Zhou Fight and they had already resolved all the void mystic realms and were returning to the planet where the Demon Lord's base was. Inside a Grade 4 Supreme God spaceship. This spaceship was discovered by Zhou Fight and gang from the other party's main city treasury when they conquered a Grade 3 Ultimate Void City. After Zhou Fight found out, he set it as his exclusive spaceship on the spot. At this moment, Zhou Fight was sitting on the main seat in the captain's cabin, looking at the Lord's information in front of him. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battleground, the 2nd leader of the Supreme Will Camp. Military merits, 240 million military merits. Mission medal, 80 Supreme God mission medals. Other rewards, 16 Universal Race Divine Artifacts, 20 Book of the God Spirit, Supreme God level. After Zhou Zhou read it, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He had previously accepted a total of 20 missions from the Supreme God Realm Monument. Today, they had conquered a total of 4 Grade 1 Supreme God level battle territories, 3 Grade 2 Supreme God level war territories, and 1 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm war territories. He completed a total of 16 missions after conquering all the cities in the 8 battle territories and the Void Mystic Realm. There were only 4 missions left in the remaining 2 Grade 4 Supreme God battle territories that had not been completed. And it was these 16 missions that provided him with so many military merits, mission medals, racial divine artifacts, and the Book of the God Spirit. Now that I'm back, I can exchange for many good things. Now that I'm back, I can exchange for many good things. In 2 days, maybe I won't be here. It'd be a waste not to. Zhou Fight thought. After the 2 Grade 4 Supreme God level war territories were conquered by him, the only war territories that did not belong to the Supreme Will on the entire Ultimate Void battlefield was the sanctuary guarded by the avatar of the Void Emperor. The war for the sanctuary was obviously not something he, a Grade 1 Supreme God, could participate in. Zhou Fight asked Lord of 10,000 Evils and the rest to prepare the celebratory feast first, while he came to the Supreme God Realm Monument alone and opened it to begin the exchange. 1412. At that time, he might no longer be here, but fighting for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will in the land of inheritance. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. An instant later. On the Demon Lord base planet, Zhou Fight asked Lord of 10,000 Evils and the rest to prepare the celebratory feast first, while he came to the Supreme God Realm monument alone and opened it to begin the exchange. A moment later, Zhou Fight exchanged all his military merits and Supreme God mission medals. He glanced at the various races and divine artifacts in his number 1 treasure vault and a smile appeared on his face. After he had spent all his military merits and Supreme God level mission medals, he had exchanged for a total of 30 species divine artifacts. These 30 racial divine artifacts directly pulled the various nomological talents and nomological immunity of the Blazing Sun God race to an extremely high level. In terms of nomological talent, the subjects of the Blazing Sun God race under him had reached the nomological level of a God tier species in terms of various main nomological talents. If the Blazing Sun God race wanted to become gods, they could easily advance to a God spirit with their extremely high nomological talent. The probability of advancing to a true God tier was also more than 50%. There was also a nearly 10% probability of advancing to a Master God tier. As for the nomological immunity of the Protoss, such as the immunity of the 5 elements, the immunity of the wind, lightning, light, darkness, and light, the immunity of magic and physics, the average immunity of various nomological immunities had also reached more than 50%. With the enhancement of the divine artifacts of these races, the Blazing Sun God race could be said to be the only God tier species in the myriad worlds. Even the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race at their peak could not compare to the current Blazing Sun God race. Chapter 1647. Race Divine Artifact Ultimate Void Heart. Increased Luck. 1. Now, my Blazing Sun God race can be called the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a crystal that emitted a faint purple light. This was a racial divine artifact he had obtained from today's spoils of war. It was a racial divine artifact from the Ultimate Void race. Race Divine Artifact Ultimate Void Heart, top-notch race divine artifact, the exclusive race divine artifact of the Ultimate Void race. After the Lord places it in the territory, all the subjects under him will obtain the talent Ultimate Void Travel. They can ignore the suppression of the Ultimate Void environment and freely travel through the Ultimate Void. After advancing to the God Spirit realm, they can also travel long distances in the Ultimate Void environment. After obtaining the Ultimate Void Perception talent, living beings with this talent could sense ownerless treasures wandering in the Ultimate Void, as well as their exact location and general information. After obtaining the Ultimate Void Immunity talent, one's personal defense ability has increased greatly, reducing the damage received by 20% of the Ultimate Void attribute. After obtaining the Ultimate Void Heart talent, the talent of the subjects under him, the Ultimate Void Law, has increased slightly. When they advance to the God Spirit realm with the Ultimate Void Law as the foundation, the probability of breaking through to the God Spirit realm will increase by 50%. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This Ultimate Void Heart was quite effective. Even though the various nomological talents and nomological immunity of the subject soldiers and God spirits under him had already reached an extremely high level, the innate talent and law resistance of the Ultimate Void Law had always been 0. This was because he had never obtained the race divine artifact of the Ultimate Void race, including the Supreme God Realm Monument. This Ultimate Void Heart was the first race divine artifact of the Ultimate Void race that he had obtained. It can make up for the lack of talent and law resistance of the subjects under me. What a good divine artifact! Zhou Fight was very satisfied with this racial divine artifact. This way, even if the subjects under him lived in the Ultimate Void in the future, they could live very well. Especially when paired with the 2 innate abilities provided by this race divine artifact, Ultimate Void Travel and Ultimate Void Perception, it could completely allow the subjects under him to live very comfortably in the Ultimate Void. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he first transformed this race divine artifact of the Ultimate Void race into the race divine artifact of the Blazing Sun God race. At the thought of this, Zhou Fight took out the Common People's Cauldron and threw the Ultimate Void Heart in to accept the modification of the Common People's Cauldron. Soon, Zhou Fight felt that 10% of his luck had been stripped out of his total luck and fused into the Common People's Cauldron, turning into firewood for the Common People's Cauldron. He began to modify the Ultimate Void Heart. He sensed the loss of his luck and could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Good God! It actually needed 10% of its total luck as fuel for modifying the racial divine artifact. This required a lot of luck. He had modified so many race divine artifacts, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who needed so much luck as firewood. Could this Ultimate Void Heart not be a racial divine artifact in the Supreme Great Cosmos, so it needed so much luck? Zhou Fight thought for a few seconds but could not come up with an answer, so he did not think too much about it. What was the point of thinking so much? It was fine as long as it could be modified. A moment later. Boom! A low and muffled sound was heard. The entire common people's cauldron shook slightly. Then, the lid of the common people's cauldron opened automatically. A dark purple stream of light flew out and headed straight for Zhou Fight before stopping in front of him. At the same time, Zhou Fight also felt it. About 15% of the power of providence flew out from its surface and fused into his providence. Zhou Fight felt that his power of providence had expanded by more than half and his eyes widened. Just this racial divine artifact actually increased his total luck by so much? Exaggeration. This is too exaggerated. Zhou Fight was speechless. The providence he obtained from this enhancement was almost equivalent to the providence obtained by increasing the rank of a supreme lord. It could be seen how terrifying the amount of providence he had obtained was. Even though this racial divine artifact was a racial divine artifact of the ultimate void, it really bestowed him enough surprises. However, he was also a little strange. If the effect of the ultimate void heart was indeed good, it shouldn't give him so much luck, right? He contemplated for a while and stopped thinking about it if he couldn't think of an answer. In any case, he had already acquired his luck. Why was he thinking so much? Then, he gazed at the modified racial divine artifact. The altered ultimate void heart did not change much. However, when Zhou Fight gazed at this racial divine artifact, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if it had gone from an unfamiliar item to a treasure that he could trust and use without worry. This was the most obvious modification characteristic of a race's divine artifact being converted into their race's divine artifact. Information about the divine artifact appeared. After reading it, Zhou Fight gazed satisfied. As expected of a racial divine artifact that he had spent a full 10% of his luck to successfully modify. The effect of the racial divine artifact actually did not suffer any damage after the modification. It completely retained the effect of all the divine artifacts of the original racial divine artifact. The transformation was simply perfect. After admiring it for a while, Zhou Fight put away the ultimate void heart. Chapter 1648. Race Divine Artifact Ultimate Void Heart. Increased Luck. 2. Then, he opened the Supreme God Realm Monument and looked at it for a while. After reading it, he shook his head. He had almost exchanged for all the racial divine artifacts in the Supreme God Realm Monument. The remaining racial divine artifacts had ordinary effects. There were even some racial divine artifacts with negative effects. They did not suit Zhou Fight's wishes. He was not even willing to spend time and effort to obtain more military merits and mission medals to exchange for them. Wouldn't it be better if he had the time and energy to lead an army to conquer the various races in the myriad worlds and obtain more racial divine artifacts from the races? After conquering the 2 Grade 4 Supreme God War territories tomorrow, I'll spend all my military merits and Supreme God mission medals. Then, I can leave here without any worries. Zhou Fight thought. When the time came, he could wait for his main body's orders and be prepared to devote himself to the competition for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will at any time. Then, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked towards the venue of the celebration ceremony. In the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou was sitting cross-legged on the Dao Comprehension Futon, comprehending the Lord's laws. Now that his will had already reached the late stage will divine transformation realm, this level of will was already very high. However, his divine spirit realm was still at the level of a grade 1 supreme god. It was seriously incompatible with his will realm. Therefore, Zhou Zhou's current plan was to first raise his supreme god realm before advancing his willpower and cultivation to break through to the supreme will realm at the same time. Now, Zhou Zhou's comprehension of the Lord's laws was so high that even an ordinary god spirit or a supreme willpower realm expert could not compare to him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was confident that he could raise his god spirit realm in a short period of time with his superb comprehension. He suddenly sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Then, he looked at the personal terminal on his right wrist. A report that had just been sent was displayed on the terminal. It was the summary that Zero had just summarized about the total profits of today's war. He looked over. Under the combined efforts of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom Army and the army on the Ultimate Void battlefield, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 121 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 88 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 41 advanced Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 9 Overlord-level Lord factions. In addition, on the Ultimate Void battlefield, the enemies that Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils had destroyed in the 8 war territories and the ultimate void army led by Meng Tuo. They had killed a total of more than 900 billion god spirits, more than 100 billion true god tiers, more than 800,000 master god tiers, more than 900 supreme gods, and 16 quasi-supreme willpower realm experts. After collating the statistics, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of about 1 Gai unit mist core of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. 31 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments from capital units 2,372, 297, 374, 629, 346. 1,388 units of Chaos Divine Treasure. 138,237,482 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 3 Gai units 3,784, 230, 79, 239, 000 divine crystals from low level to high tier deity level. 6,876,372,368,237 true god tier divine crystals. 5,238,481,274,867 master god tier divine crystals. 512,973,287 grade 1 to grade 3 supreme god divine crystals. 92 capital units, 8,234,771,222,000,000 low level to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 123,332,730,000 true god tier divine artifacts. 189,238,972 master god tier divine artifacts. 603,281 supreme god divine artifacts. There were about 51 capital units with a total of 2,397,110,000,000 divine spark fragments, god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 20,293,728,371,287 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 72,128,121 supreme god level god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, through Land of Earth, a minister of the king, Zhou Fight had induced a total of 218,912,732,381 ultimate void god spirits, 3,382,383,821 ultimate void true god tiers, 103,173 ultimate void master god tiers, and 111 ultimate void supreme gods. Then, in the process of conquering the void mystic realm, through the Sun of Destiny, the insight defection reached 18,623,892,381 ordinary god spirits, 428,932,128 true gods, 3,121 master gods, and 5 supreme gods. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also instigated 712 capital units soldiers, more than 3.312 billion god spirits, more than 2 million true god tiers, and 512 master gods. In the end, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, there were a total of 312,328,371,862 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers who had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 7,217,870 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Another 7,213 top-notch true gods of the human race and 32,313 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races sensed their master god tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master god tier realm. Moreover, there were 6 master god tier advanced grade god spirits, including Pangu, Ancestor Lu, Buddha Lord, and the others who felt their advancement bottleneck. They were also prepared to enter the reincarnation sacred palace today and advance to a grade 1 supreme god. If nothing went wrong, he would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1 Gai unit 9,110 capital units 7,312, 349, 172, 638, 978 soldiers, 249,239,699,994 God spirits, 7,357,783,439 true gods, 95,431 master gods, and 55 supreme gods. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated the incite defection and the 5 supreme gods and 15 master gods recruited from the chaotic mystic realm, the military strength under him had achieved 1 Guy Unit 1010 Capital Units 731,283,1272,978 soldiers, 248,573,699,994 God spirits, 7,357,117,439 true God tier, 82,997 master gods, and 53 supreme gods. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The improvement today was also huge. In terms of ordinary god spirits alone, it had more than tripled, from more than 250 billion to nearly 800 billion. The total number of true gods had also doubled, from more than 7 billion to more than 14 billion. The number of master gods had increased from more than 90,000 to 200,000. The number of supreme gods had tripled from 55 to 176. Other than the number of ordinary soldiers, everything else has doubled. Zhou Zhou thought. In addition, below this war report was the gains from the Chaos Divine Treasure of the Time Ruins. The management of the Chaos Sea had bought 220 units of Chaos Divine Treasures from the Divine Kingdom Lord factions that collected Chaos Divine Treasures in the Time Ruins. He originally had 1,882 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. Now, with these 220 units of Chaos Divine Treasures and the Chaos Divine Treasures obtained from the Ultimate Void Battlefield, it added up to 3,490 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. In a day or two, I can gather 5,000 units of Chaos Divine Treasures to upgrade my territory and advance to a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Zhou nodded. Right at that moment, a female figure emitting boundless pure white light appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Supreme Will." Zhou Zhou. The Supreme Will looked at Zhou Zhou with a smile on his lips and satisfaction in his eyes. "I saw your performance today. When the matter of the Ultimate Void Battlefield is completely over, I will upgrade your ranking to the 3rd Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord." "Thank you, Supreme Will." Zhou Zhou was delighted and immediately said. The Supreme Will smiled and said solemnly, "I already know that Meng Tuo brought his intention and treasures to assassinate you. Fortunately, you have the reincarnation will by your side to interact with the will of the Moon Gazer Serpent that I sent over. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll definitely make that Void Emperor pay the price for breaking the rules. After you conquer the last 2 Grade 4 Supreme God level war territories, I'll personally lead the troops to attack the Ultimate Void Sanctuary and completely expel the Ultimate Void race from our Ultimate Void battlefield. I'll personally eliminate the Void Emperor. After the Void Emperor dies, you can choose one of the treasures he has as compensation for your danger this time." The Supreme Will smiled and said something that stunned Zhou Zhou. Could the Supreme Will be so domineering? Killing a willpower expert was actually as normal as killing a chicken? And it was for him? Zhou Zhou was not someone who was easily moved. However, it had to be said that he sensed some waves in his heart after he heard the Supreme Will's words. Chapter 1649. Secret of the Illusionist Clan. 1. At this moment, the Supreme Will suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you join us in suppressing the Ultimate Void race?" Zhou Zhou trembled and hurriedly said, "I'd better not participate in this. With the Supreme Will taking action, victory will definitely be easy. Even if I participate, it's probably useless. How can I do that?" The Supreme Will smiled and shook his head. "You deserve the credit for getting to where you are today. Now that I'm going to collect the final victory, wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't come?" Zhou Zhou was about to say something when he suddenly reacted and smiled bitterly. "Lord Supreme Will, please don't joke about me. You know how I am. I've never wanted to participate in wars that are far above my level. The battle to attack the Ultimate Void Race's sanctuary will definitely let Supreme Willpower experts participate. You might even personally participate and fight the Void Emperor. I don't want to participate for the sake of my life. Moreover, I still have to go to the Yellow River in 3 days to participate in the competition for the inheritance of the Twilight Will. I'm too busy to participate in your war even with my clones." The Supreme Will rolled his eyes at him. Now, everyone with a little status in the myriad worlds knew that the clone technique of the common people's regal was unparalleled. One of the two clones, Zhou Marshall and Zhou Fight, was about to conquer the entire high continent. The other clone was only 2 grade 4 Supreme God War territories away from conquering the entire Ultimate Void battlefield. Even though the other clones were not as famous as these 2 clones, they had still reached an extremely high level in their respective domains. Clone technique? Then how would the other experts who were good at cloning evaluate their clone techniques? Useless? Nov. L. B //JNN. He understood Zhou Zhou's personality and was just saying this to tease this guy. He then said, "It's not bad if you participate in the inheritance of the will of the Yellow River. You can get to know the enemies of the illusionist clan and understand them. You will have to deal with them in the future as one of my successors." The illusionist clan. Zhou Zhou muttered this name in his heart. He had long heard of this race. However, they had yet to have any actual contact. Unlike the God King Heaven Punishment, the Spring and Autumn Dharma Lord and Lord of 10,000 Evils, they, who had already fought with the illusionist clan. Especially the God King Heaven Punishment. According to the information that Lord of 10,000 Evils told him, ever since God King Heaven Punishment became the first reserve army of the Supreme Lord, he had been stationed in the Land of Dusk all year round and had been fighting with the illusionist clan until now. In terms of understanding of the illusionary race, God King Heaven Punishment was number 1. In the myriad worlds, other than the Supreme Will, the other existences probably knew much less about the illusionary race than the God King Heaven Punishment. In that case, he still had a lot to catch up to in this aspect. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to the competition for the Yellow River's Will inheritance in 3 days. At the same time, the Supreme Will looked at Zhou Zhou's expression and thought for a moment before saying, "How much do you know about the illusionist clan?" "Not much," Zhou Zhou said truthfully. The information he came into interaction with was all from others. He had never seen the real illusionist clan with his own eyes. If the legendary tier was true, then the Supreme Will and the Heaven Curse Beast should be considered the illusionist clan? The Supreme Will shook his head slightly and said, "Then I'll tell you briefly about the circumstance of the illusionist clan. The illusionist clan is a very strange race. The world they live in is actually dominated by common life forms without any supernatural powers. The illusionist clan was born in the imagination of common life forms. Therefore, the illusionist clan is also known as a delusional creature in the mouths of those life forms. If this statement were to spread, it would probably shock all the god spirits in the myriad worlds. The ruler of a top world with extraordinary tier life forms that were not inferior to the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos was actually a group of common life forms without extraordinary tier power. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. However, Zhou Zhou had learned about the illusionist clan from Lord of 10,000 Evils beforehand, so he was not too surprised. Even though he wasn't too shocked, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There was actually such a world in this world. The Supreme Will said, "Do you still remember what I told you before? We and the illusionist clan are basically 2 races that are natural enemies. Or rather, all the creatures in the universe in the ultimate void environment are actually 2 races that are fundamentally hostile to the illusionist clan." "I remember." Zhou Zhou nodded. The Supreme Will nodded and said, "That's the reason. Because the illusionist clan was born out of nothingness. The will in them exists. If they want to advance to the eternal immortal realm, they have to break through the illusions and prove that they are real. Then, they have to merge reality and illusion to advance to the eternal immortal realm. There's only one way to do this at the moment. That is to intrude the genuine world, which is the ultimate void great cosmos where we are." Chapter 1650. Secret of the Illusionist Clan. 2. As long as they conquers the ultimate void great cosmos we're in, the ultimate void can complete the unification of reality and illusion. The strong willpower practitioners of they can easily advance to the eternal realm. As for us true life forms in the ultimate void great cosmos, we will lose our source of existence and silently disappear from this universe, never to appear again. Simply put, the illusionist clan wants to use our existence to exchange for the resources for the willpower of them to advance to the eternal realm. That's why we must stand firm against each other's invasion and why the other party must insist on invading our universe. The Supreme Will said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded calmly. Even though he had a rough understanding of the internal affairs of this aspect through the mouth of Lord of 10,000 Evils, his heart still felt very heavy when he heard the Supreme Will's detailed explanation. The illusionist clan wanted to take away the foundation of them. Once the other party successfully completed their plan, they would be like a group of people who had been struck by the law of instant death. They would definitely die immediately without any chance of survival. His eyes emitted a cold glint. These guys actually wanted to harm him. He definitely could not allow them to continue doing this. To be honest, if it was in the past, after hearing the Supreme Will's words, even if he felt that the situation was critical, he would not take the initiative to do anything. The previous him did not have the ability to do anything, let alone resist the invasion of the illusionary race after all. It was good enough that he could keep himself safe. However, he was already a grade 1 supreme god. In terms of combat strength, not many god spirits would refute that he was the number 1 supreme god below the Supreme Will realm. Moreover, he would advance to the Supreme Will realm sooner or later, or even to the Will realm. In other words, it was just a matter of time before the illusionist clan appeared in front of Zhou Zhou and threatened his safety. 1415. At that time, he would also have the ability to contribute to resist the invasion of the illusionary race. Therefore, Zhou Zhou's current thoughts were considered precautionary. In the battle for the inheritance of the will of the Yellow River, the experts of the illusionist clan will attack. We'll see what the illusionist clan can do when the time comes. Zhou Zhou thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Since the illusionist clan is the enemy of our ultimate void great cosmos, why don't any experts from other universes come to help us resist the invasion of the illusionist clan? As far as I know, we seem to have been fighting alone ever since the illusionist clan invaded our universe. What's this all about? There are 2 reasons for this. The Supreme Will said. The first reason. A long time ago, when the illusionist clan first invaded the ultimate void great cosmos we were in, we just learned that there was another world outside our ultimate void great cosmos. Like the yin-yang Pisces, it was completely different from our universe, but it existed interdependently. It took us a long time to realize the evil intentions of the illusionist clan. In order to deal with their invasion, a great existence summoned us and asked us to discuss how to deal with the invasion of the illusionist clan. Great existence? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Yes. The Supreme Will nodded slightly. That was a great existence at the eternal immortal realm. He is an existence that has been cultivated to the eternal immortal realm by himself. However, that existence has already left our ultimate void great cosmos. As for where he went, we still don't know. Zhou Zhou nodded. The Supreme Will continued seeing this. It was that meeting that made us realize how terrifying the illusionist clan is. That was because the illusionist clan can be deeply rooted in our imagination just by our discussion and communication. Then, they can come to our ultimate void universe directly from our imagination. It was a great catastrophe. The great being did not choose to intervene at the time. Perhaps it's because the other party didn't send out any eternal realm experts that the great existence didn't attack. Later on, we lost a large number of supreme willpower experts and more than 100 willpower experts before we completely wiped out the illusionist clan in our universe. After this battle, our vitality was greatly damaged. It took us 1,000,000 years to recover. It was also because of that catastrophe that we realized that the existence of the illusionist clan could not be discussed easily. The more we discuss, the easier it is for terrifying people like them to be born into our imagination. The stronger the existence discussed, the stronger the experts of the illusionist clan will be. We have since made a rule. It's forbidden to discuss publicly about the illusionist clan. Even if they discussed it in private, they would not allow it. At most, they would think in their own minds. Even if our universe is invaded by the illusionist clan, we can't make this matter public. Instead, we can try our best to resolve it independently. Only when we can't resolve it alone can we ask the experts of the other universes to help us. Furthermore, we can't look for external help on a large scale. We can only look for it on a small scale. This is to prevent us from knowing that too many experts from the illusionist clan have appeared, causing the illusionist clan to descend on a large scale and cause a second catastrophe. It's precisely because of this rule that the various universes of our ultimate void race have become almost isolated existences. We barely communicate with each other, communicate and meet unless necessary or at a fixed point in time. That's just the first reason. The second reason is the illusionist clan itself. The illusionist clan can't descend on a large scale and invade our ultimate void great cosmos without external guidance. They can at most take the initiative to invade our illusionary great cosmos on a small scale. A small number of troops made them not dare to start a war with our entire ultimate void cosmos. Instead, they could only choose one of our targets to start a war with. It's also because of this that they doesn't want to spread the news of them invading a large universe to attract experts from other universes to come and help. Therefore, a willpower expert among them who were good at hiding their fate used illusionary mystic technique to turn our supreme great cosmos and the crimson great cosmos into a universe that could not send news out. Even I can't crack their mystic technique. Once I leave the coverage of the supreme great cosmos and the crimson great cosmos, I will even forget that my great cosmos was invaded by the illusionist clan. The same goes for the Crimson Overlord. Even the Void Emperor who invaded our great cosmos and the ultimate Void army under him will remember that our great cosmos was invaded by the illusionist clan in the ultimate Void battlefield. But once they leave the ultimate Void battleground, they will immediately forget about the illusionist clan and think that they are invading our universe normally. There will be no memory of the invasion of the illusionist clan in his memory. The illusionist clan is so powerful that they can even hide your memory. Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to it. Their divine system is very special. Even though I'm confident that I'm considered a top-notch powerhouse among the wills, I can't do anything about their divine abilities. The Supreme Will shook his head. What's this divine system of theirs? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't tell him. Conceptual God. The Supreme Will said. Chapter 1651. Summon. 1. Conceptual God. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he frowned. The conceptual God system. No wonder it is so troublesome. He had heard of the conceptual God system before. Such conceptual gods could easily fight above their level with their conceptual abilities. Even stronger god spirits would face the risk of perishing if they did not abide by their conceptual rules. Their powerful divine power and law skills would not be of much use in the face of absolute conceptual power. Only by following the other party's rules could he barely survive. If a low-tier deity-level elementary grade concept god faced a normal god spirit at the level of a true god tier, if this true god tier did not understand the conceptual rules of the other party, he might even die without coming into contact with the other party. A powerful conceptual god was comparable to a supreme willpower realm expert or even a willpower realm expert. It could be seen how terrifying the conceptual god was. Lord Supreme Will, what's the difference between conceptual gods like them and the conceptual gods of our universe? Zhou Zhou thought for a while and asked. Conceptual gods also existed in this universe, but they were not very outstanding in terms of quantity or ability. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage in the multiverse and could not be compared to the normal god spirit system. The conceptual god of the illusionist clan was able to invade the two universes of them, and his ambition was the entire ultimate void great cosmos. There must be something shocking about his god spirit system. When the Supreme Will heard this, he fell silent for a few seconds before saying. There are many differences between them and our conceptual gods. But there are two big differences. One is that they are immortal. Because the foundation of their existence is the power of the imagination of the ordinary life forms in the world they are in. As long as they, who provide the power of imagination, are not extinct, it will be very difficult for the illusionist clan to die. It can even be said that they are immortal. After they perished, they would only need a period of time to be reborn in the imagination of those life forms. In short, it's very difficult to kill them. Ordinary life forms should be easy to kill, right? Zhou Zhou thought. It's not that simple. The Supreme Will shook his head. Those ordinary life forms can only be killed by the conceptual power of the world they are in. If we orthodox god spirits go to the world of the illusionary race and come to those ordinary life forms, we will find that our divine power, law skills, and even willpower skills are useless against those life forms. Even though they are ordinary, they seem to be protected by the concept of ordinary. Any extraordinary tier power, god spirit power, or willpower will become ordinary and harmless in front of them. Those ordinary life forms can even use their strength to activate their physical bodies and easily injure or even kill us. Since then, we have rarely sent experts to that world. Almost all the powerhouses who went there were transformed into the illusionist clan, so that they could exist as powerhouses in that world. Zhou Zhou nodded silently. So that is how it was. This kind of immortality was quite troublesome. The only way to make them indestructible and ineffective was to kill all the ordinary life forms in the illusionary world. However, ordinary life forms in the illusionist world could only be killed by the conceptual power of the illusionist clan. But how could that be? The illusionist clan knew that their immortality came from the imagination of ordinary life forms, so it was impossible for them to cut off the source of their immortality. After the illusionist clan is born from the imagination of ordinary life forms, they will have the status of a god spirit. 1416. It might even increase the number of ordinary life forms. Only then could they make themselves stronger and stabilize their indestructible abilities. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more difficult it became. At this moment, the Supreme Will continued. Besides this one difference, the other is. After the illusionist clan is born from the imagination of ordinary life forms, they will have the status of a god spirit. In other words, they were born as god spirits. Unlike the conceptual god in our universe, no matter how noble the bloodlines of our ancestors are, they have to grow step by step from the lowest level of extraordinary individuals. At most, they will master more powerful conceptual power. However, no matter how powerful the conceptual power they master is, they still have to go through layers of hardships and long periods of cultivation before they can advance to become god spirits. A god spirit at birth. How is that possible? Zhou Zhou was shocked. He relied on his lord talent to allow his subjects to reach the level of being epic tier at birth. The illusionist clan did not have any lord talent, so how could they reach the level of a god spirit at birth? If you've been to the illusionary world, you'll know. The Supreme Will looked at Zhou Zhou's shocked expression and said with a smile, the illusionary world of the illusionary clan is very small, only the size of a normal boundless universe. However, such a small world can become the opposing side of our ultimate void universe. It's hard to imagine how shocking the energy contained in that illusionary world is. On the basis of so much energy, it's actually normal to give birth to a conceptual god like the illusionist clan who was born as a god spirit. Oh, so that's it. It's just a boundless universe, yet it can rival our entire ultimate void great cosmos. Chapter 1652, Summon. 2. Then the energy in they must be extremely compressed and of high quality. It's normal for such a magical illusionist clan to be born on the foundation of such a world. Zhou Zhou began to understand. Then, the Supreme Will told Zhou Zhou some more information about the illusionist clan and left. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. He knew how powerful the illusionist clan was. However, he did not have any fear in his heart. The illusionist clan was strong. Was he the common people's regal weak? As the land of inheritance of the Yellow Rivers was a place that only the highest supreme god could enter, if Zhou Zhou entered as a top expert below the Supreme Will realm, there was a high chance that he could snatch the inheritance of the Yellow Rivers will. Even if an accident really happened and he did not manage to snatch it, it would definitely not be a problem for him to protect himself. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. There was only eagerness and fighting spirit. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he turned around and entered the reincarnation sacred palace to continue cultivating. He had to improve his cultivation realm as soon as possible. The divine spirit realm of a grade 1 supreme god was still too low. It would naturally be best if he could raise his cultivation realm to that of a grade 2 supreme god before entering the inheritance ground of the Yellow Rivers will. At that time, his strength would increase again, and his confidence in the land of inheritance would definitely increase again. The next day, in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He sensed his cultivation realm and nodded slightly. At this rate, I should be able to raise my strength to the grade 2 supreme god by tomorrow. At that time, the power of my law skills and lord talent will increase by a small level, and my combat strength will also be higher. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, a template appeared in front of him. It was the new supreme unique lord talent that he had just awakened. He looked over. Lord talent, protection of the supreme god of war, Terence, supreme unique. Specific talent effect 1 Terence's supreme blessing, master god of the common people's regal's supreme god of war. Terence has cast the supreme blessing on you and your combat type professionals. After you and your combat type professionals kill the enemy, you will receive an additional 30,000% promotion energy. Specific talent effect 2 War fanatic, when you and your combat type professionals reach the limit of your potential, you can break through the limit of your potential through life and death battles and reach a new level of strength. In the process of life and death slaughter in war, god spirits could comprehend their own nomological path faster in the midst of great terror, thus completing the accumulation of nomological laws to complete their own realm breakthrough. The upper limit was a grade 4 supreme god. Specific talent effect 3 Heart of War, every time you and your combat type professionals experience a war, your willpower will be improved to varying degrees due to the tempering of the war, until you become a grade 4 supreme god. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. This Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body had indeed upgraded the original 10 Sacred Blessings War Master God Terrance's protection to the Supreme Unique Lord Talent, just as he had thought. Look at the effect of these enhancements. After killing the enemy, the additional promotion energy obtained increased from 100 times to 300 times. After breaking through the upper limit of the bottleneck through battle, he had also advanced from the Master God tier level to the Grade 4 Supreme God level. In addition, there was an additional talent effect Heart of War. It could allow the combat-type professionals under him and he to experience a certain increase in their willpower realm after every battle. The upper limit was also the level of a Grade 4 Supreme God. With the effects of these 3 Lord Talents, the number of Supreme Gods born under him would definitely increase greatly in the future. Supreme God Realm. Excluding the quasi-supreme willpower realm experts, the Supreme Gods were already considered the top combat power among the God spirits under him. Now, the top combatants under him would increase in large quantities because of this Supreme Unique Lord Talent in the future. How could he not be happy? After coming back to his senses, Zhou Zhou calculated in his heart. Currently, he already had 6 Supreme Unique Lord Talents. They were, Heavenly Fate De Huang, Protection of the Supreme Will, Lord of Holy Shadows, Son of Destiny, Lord of Peace, and the Protection of the Supreme God of War, Terrance. He nodded inwardly. Any one of these 6 Lord Talents was very important and useful to him. From the looks of it, he could not stop creating the Supreme Unique Lord Talent. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He stood up and left the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, arriving at Mu Gu's residence. After Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Mu Gu reading a book while Wu Xian had already led his army into the nest to hunt the nest monsters. Seeing this, he waited with Mu Gu for a moment. After Wu Xian came out, Zhou Zhou took 2 world rings from him. One of the world rings contained 2,000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books and 2,000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books. The other world ring contained the other loots of the nest monster. Then, Zhou Zhou asked Wu Xian to be in charge of the job transition, while he himself came to the Gate of Summoning. Then, he came directly to the Gate of Summoning. He first called for an eternal battleship of the Master God tier advance grade, then threw all the recruitment books in. Finally, he spent 100 true God tier intermediate grade divine crystals to recruit all of them in one go and arranged them on this eternal battleship. Then, he spent another 100 Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,600 pure-blooded dragons. They were also placed on another eternal mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and discovered that he had also summoned 2 legendary dragons. Nov. L. B/JNN. One of the legendary dragons was the Ice Divine Dragon, Sirach. The other legendary dragon was the Dark Dragon Merkel. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Of the 2 legendary dragons, one was a legendary dragon who walked the path of the Ice Law, and the other was a legendary dragon who walked the path of the Dark Law. Among all the legendary dragons, they were considered relatively famous. Then, he summoned the 2 legendary dragons and chatted briefly with they before letting they take these pure-blooded dragons to the Dragon God army. Then, Zhou Zhou spent another 100 Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals to summon today's subject. This time, he summoned a total of 10 billion subjects. The strongest among them was 14 Master God tier intermediate grade God spirits. In addition, the number of new subjects summoned was more than 2.3 billion more than the normal number. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with this result. Then, he got his subordinates to arrange the whereabouts of these new soldiers and new subjects before heading to the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain alone. After spending 1,000 low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals, he summoned 100 capital units Heavenly Soldiers, Heavenly Generals, and Heavenly Venerates. Right at that moment. Swish, 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 swish. A total of 39,529 light pillars of various laws soared into the sky from the direction of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was the true God tier who was preparing to break through yesterday. After a night, he had finally advanced from a true God tier advance grade to Master God tier elementary grade. Shortly after, 6 completely different starry sky phenomena appeared among the stars in the sky. These 6 starry sky phenomena dominated the entire starry sky. Among them, there was a divine power giant who split the sky with a punch, a powerful sword artist who killed demons with a sword, a heavenly soldier who guarded a region, and a meditator who closed his eyes to meditate. These 6 shocking starry sky phenomena stunned the gods of the myriad worlds. Because these 6 phenomena represented the birth of 6 high god realm masters. There were only 10,000 supreme gods in the entire universe. And today, 6 of them were born at the same time. Furthermore, these 6 were all from the same place, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. They could not help but be shocked. Even though they had already seen how powerful the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was in creating god spirits. However, they never expected that even the supreme gods and the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could be produced in large quantities. Only 10,000 supreme gods survived after countless years in the myriad worlds. 6 newly advanced supreme gods appeared in one breath. Are you trying to challenge everyone's worldview and God spirit view? Chapter 1653, Total Military Force. 1. The gods of the myriad worlds went crazy over the fact that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had produced 6 supreme gods in one go. Frankly speaking, in fact, it was still fine if a Master God was born in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Even though Master God tiers were known as clan-protecting experts, there were still many Master Gods of all the billions of races in the myriad worlds. They were not as rare as Supreme Gods. There were only more than 10,000 Supreme Gods in the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. Therefore, when the 6 Supreme Gods of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were born together, they immediately felt that their common sense had been overturned. Could even a Supreme God be easily born in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom? This really increased the top power of the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. Many God spirits, especially those who had participated in the Ultimate Void battleground and fought against the illusionist clan's invasion, knew the significance of this matter. If the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could produce more Supreme Gods in the future, it could completely save the disadvantage on the Ultimate Void battlefield and even break the stalemate in the Land of Dusk. If he could do both, then the common people's regal could completely become an existence like a savior. His achievements might even surpass God King Heaven Punishment and become the most prestigious existence in the Supreme Great Cosmos or even the Crimson Great Cosmos. Oh, my God! The gods were shocked and once again realized the terrifying potential contained in the common people's regal. This potential was probably not inferior to the Spring-Autumn Dharma Lord or even God King Heaven Punishment. In fact, further in, they did not dare to think too much about it. That was because it was unbelievable. Let's continue looking at the future of the common people's regal first. Maybe what happened today was just a coincidence. They thought to themselves. At the same time, in the Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Zhou Zhou looked at the 6 advancement phenomena in the cosmos and smiled. 6 god spirits had advanced to Supreme God at the same time. Anyone would be happy. More than an hour later, the advancement phenomenon in the starry sky gradually dissipated. After all the advancement phenomena dissipated, 39,529 light pillars of laws of various colors and 6 especially huge light pillars of laws soared into the sky from the reincarnation sacred palace. Then, they flew towards Zhou Zhou and quickly landed in front of him. Nov. L. B /JNN. They were the 39,529 newly promoted Master God tiers and the other 6 newly promoted Supreme Gods. After they arrived, they immediately kowtowed to Zhou Zhou in unison and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing us with this inheritance. We have all successfully advanced to become Master God tier elementary grade God spirits." After these newly advanced Master God tiers finished speaking, First Venerable they immediately said respectfully and gratefully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. We have successfully advanced to Grade 1 Supreme God." Zhou Fite nodded with a smile and said, "Don't miss today's promotion ceremony. This Emperor will personally attend to celebrate your promotions." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the God spirits said respectfully and excitedly. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at the 6 new Master Gods. When he saw that among the 6 newly promoted Master Gods, there was the primordial dragon First Venerable, the Master God of Light Hilu, and the Goddess of Life Tritus, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Back then, he had promised 9 of the 10 Master Gods that after they joined the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, he would do his best to help them become Supreme Gods. Currently, among the 9 Supreme Gods, 5 of them had already advanced to Grade 1 Supreme God. He believed that the other 4 Supreme Gods should be able to easily advance to the Supreme God level under the nurturing of the top Supreme God inheritance given by he and the cultivation environment of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. When the time came, he did not owe they anything. At the same time, the 3 newly promoted Supreme Gods also noticed Zhou Zhou's gaze. They responded to Zhou Zhou with a grateful gaze. They were grateful to Zhou Zhou from the bottom of their hearts. They had spent an unknown amount of time without being able to advance to the Supreme God level in the past after all. They had been stuck at the level of Master God tier advance grade. The reason why they agreed to the Supreme Will and were determined to work together to offer the 10 Lord Talents of the 10 Sacred Blessings was only to increase their hopes of becoming Supreme Gods. As for whether this hope could really be fulfilled, frankly speaking, they did not have much confidence back then. The total number of Lord Talents in the myriad worlds could be said to be vast after all. Even the mythical tier, the only level of Lord Talent, added up to millions. The 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent that they contributed was actually not very eye-catching. Not to mention meeting a lord who could fulfill their wish to become a supreme god. However, not only had they encountered it, they had even fulfilled their wish in such a short period of time after joining the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Even they felt a little surreal, not to mention the other god spirits. However, when they saw the envious gazes of the Machina Master God, the original Master God tier, the Wisdom Master God, and the King of all gods, they immediately came back to their senses and realized that they were really in reality. What he had experienced was not an illusion. They had really become supreme gods. They looked at each other with genuine joy on their faces. At the same time, the original Master God tier and the other 4 Master Gods were looking at First Venerable they enviously while thinking about their future. They were equally confident in their future. With His Majesty's strong support, if they still could not be promoted to Supreme God, they might as well find a piece of tofu and knock themselves to death. After chatting with the newly promoted God spirits for a while, Zhou Zhou rewarded each Master God with a set of Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact suits. Chapter 1654, Total Military Force. 2. As for First Venerable, Zhou Zhou also gave they a set of grade 1 Supreme God divine artifacts that matched their own path of laws. Then, he got them to look for Zheng Yuankai to collect their jobs and worshipped God spirit salaries. After they left, Zhou Fight calculated the strength of his main combat army. Including the 8,000 new recruits from the capital units that had been recruited and changed today, there were 66,666,666,000 pure-blooded dragons, 100 heavenly soldiers from the capital units, 12,434 new Master Gods, and 2 new Supreme Gods. The troops under him had already reached 2 Gai units 7,922 capital units with 2,387,192,523,743,888 soldiers, 799,781,362,618 God spirits, 14,488,099,388 true God tiers, 241,981 supremacies, and 182 supreme gods, and 1 quasi-supreme willpower realm expert. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. His subordinates had officially broken through to the 2nd Gai unit and were not far from the 3rd Gai unit. Then, Zhou Zhou sensed the lower limit of the potential of the Blazing Sun God race's citizens. Then, a smile appeared on his face again. Mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. After obtaining 7,213 newly advanced Master God tiers and 1 newly advanced Supreme God of the human race, the potential of the Blazing Sun God race had shockingly advanced from the mid-tier deity level elementary grade to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he sensed how many new Master Gods the Blazing Sun God race needed to advance from the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade to the mid-tier deity level advanced grade. A moment later, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. 10,000. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The additional newly promoted Master Gods and newly promoted Supreme Gods under him were equivalent to 7,974 newly promoted Master Gods. In other words, he only needed 2,026 new Master Gods of the human race, and the lowest potential of the human race under him could be promoted from the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade to the mid-tier deity level. Sure. It seemed that after solving the remaining 2 grade 4 Supreme God war territories tomorrow, he would be able to raise the lower limit of the human race's potential. At the same time, Joe Marshall had already brought Thanatos, Nazario, and 10,000 Master God tier advance grade God spirits to the Chaos Sea. They quickly found the space-time chaotic divine demon and discovered that there were a total of 232 chaotic divine demons beside the 4 chaotic divine demons. Joe Marshall was pleasantly surprised. The number of chaotic divine demons that they had brought this time was more than twice as many as the last time. He immediately brought the God spirits to them. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Lord Supreme God of Death, Lord Abyssal Holy Dragon. The four chaotic divine demons Space, Ancestor Wind, and Spirit Shadow immediately said respectfully when they saw Joe Marshall and them. Joe Marshall nodded and immediately smiled. You brought quite a number of chaotic divine demons today. The space-time chaotic divine demons smiled. Their hard work was worth it to be praised by His Majesty. Then, they explained to Joe Marshall the reason why they could bring so many chaotic divine demons over. It turned out that more and more chaotic divine demons knew about them after they kept promoting the use of chaotic divine treasures to trade for Master God tier divine artifacts in the divine demon realm. In addition, after they confirmed the authenticity of this matter through their own channels, some of the experts among they could not wait to come over and trade with them. The 232 chaotic divine demons that they had brought were only the first batch of chaotic divine demons. In the following days, they would bring more and more chaotic divine demon. Until they were discovered by their chaotic divine demon De Huang. Your chaotic divine demon De Huang doesn't seem like much either? He actually didn't discover that you were secretly trading Master God tier divine artifacts. Joe Marshall marveled. If such a transaction were to occur in his Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's territory, with the powerful intelligence gathering agencies and in-country monitoring agencies of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, it would take less than half a day to find the leader who organized such a transaction and quickly investigate it to the end. Whether it was friend or foe, it would be easy to find out. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, which was augmented by many lord talents, supreme treasures, titles, and other treasures, was not only powerful in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of intelligence gathering, farming, animal husbandry, healthcare, scientific research, life technology, entertainment services, and other aspects. From this, it could be seen that the chaotic divine demon De Huang's control over the chaotic divine demons in the divine demon realm and divine demon realm was very ordinary. It was hard to imagine what that supreme will realm existence was doing normally. As if sensing what Joe Marshall wanted to ask, the space-time chaotic divine demon explained. Your Majesty, you don't know. Ever since our chaotic divine demon De Huang created the divine demon realm, he has been cultivating in seclusion. In all these years, we've only seen him a few times. Even though De Huang has been in seclusion, the inspection committee under him has been in charge of the entire divine demon realm to prevent any incidents that are detrimental to De Huang. If our secret transaction with the chaotic divine treasure is discovered by the inspections, they will definitely report it to the chaotic divine demon, Your Excellency De Huang, if they can't deal with us. At that time, our situation will probably not be good. Selling chaos divine treasures to the outside world is essentially an act of weakening the power of the divine demon realm after all. De Huang won't allow it. Joe Marshall nodded slightly. In addition, he noticed that when De Huang was mentioned, the space-time chaotic divine demon and the other chaotic divine demons revealed obvious fear. Obviously, even though the chaotic divine demon De Huang had been in seclusion for a long time and did not appear in front of the chaotic divine demons, his prestige in the hearts of these clansmen did not decrease at all. It was only because he had the Lord talent that could increase his loyalty that the space-time chaotic divine demon they would not betray him and tell the chaotic divine demon De Huang that he had bought them. Without the Lord talent, His Excellency De Huang, the chaotic divine demon, would have already known about his purchase of the chaotic divine treasure. You play it by ear. If you encounter any irresistible danger, immediately leave the divine demon realm. Then, tell this emperor that this emperor will open the warp gate of the shadow realm and bring you to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. In the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, even the chaotic divine demon De Huang wouldn't dare to personally chase after me. Joe Marshall said. The chaotic divine demon was a life form formed from the incomplete body of the chaos will. If it dared to appear in the real world, it would dare to hunt down a subordinate of a supreme lord. The Supreme Will would personally deal with the other party and use it to make up for the flaws of the Supreme Great Cosmos even without him making a move. Following that, Joe Marshall chatted briefly with them before giving the space-time chaotic divine demon a total of 928 Master God tier divine artifacts. Then, he wiped out the 232 chaotic divine demons with a single palm strike. He obtained a total of 964 units of chaos divine treasures after extracting the loots. Then, they went to the ruins of the Chaos of Death and obtained another 170 units of Chaos Divine Treasures. At this point, the number of Chaos Divine Treasures in his hands had already reached 4,624 units. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Not bad, he was only a few hundred units away from the 5,000 units of Chaos Divine Treasure needed to advance to a high-level Master God tier kingdom. On Zhou Fight's side, they should be able to gather enough Chaos Divine treasures after conquering the 2 Grade 4 Supreme God War territories. Maybe upgrading his territory and upgrading it to the Lord's territory of a high-level Master God tier kingdom was tonight. Zhou Marshall thought to himself. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He opened the warp gate of the Shadow World and met up with the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army led by Zhou Win. He continued to conquer the other territories on the High Continent. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom now occupied 2/5 of the entire High Continent. He was almost halfway to conquering the entire High Continent. Then let's continue the war. At the same time, at the ultimate void battlefield. After Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils prepared their army, they immediately rushed to the first Grade 4 Supreme God level war territory, the Mystic Sound War territory. However, they were stunned by the scene in front of them when they arrived at Mystic Sound Main City, because the Mystic Sound Main City was actually empty. Chapter 1655, Leaving the Ultimate Void Battlefield. 1. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils frowned and looked at the empty Mystic Sound Main City for a few seconds. Then, Zhou Fight thought for a moment and called Meng Tuo over. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Meng Tuo said respectfully. After the baptism of the Lord Talent, Meng Tuo's loyalty had increased to another level. He basically would not betray Zhou Zhou anymore. "Go and see what's going on inside. If there's anything wrong, come out immediately," Zhou Fight said. Meng Tuo was the only god spirit under he who had the combat power of a quasi-supreme will. It was the most suitable and safest choice for him to investigate the enemy. "Yes, Your Grace," Meng Tuo said respectfully. It was just a main city of a Grade 4 Supreme God level war territory. Unless a Supreme Willpower Realm expert descended, no one could hurt him. Therefore, he had no objections to His Majesty's arrangements. He was even a little eager to give it a try. He immediately flew towards the Mystic Sound Main City and quickly flew into it. When Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this, a strange look flashed across their eyes. He actually went in directly. The Supreme God level defense facilities were actually not activated. Did they really give up on this main city? The two god spirits thought to themselves. A moment later, Meng Tuo flew out of Mystic Sound Main City and quickly arrived in front of Zhou Fight. "Your Majesty, I've already investigated all of this Mystic Sound Main City. I used the power of my will to observe the entire Mystic Sound Main City, including the hidden Mystic Realm worlds in the city. In the end, I discovered that there are no longer any god spirits of the ultimate void race in this main city. The entire Mystic Sound Main City has been completely emptied. Not only did the ultimate void race no longer exist, but even the treasures in the treasure vault and the base star core were taken away. If I'm not wrong, this Mystic Sound Main City should have been abandoned," Meng Tuo said truthfully. He was extremely surprised even though his tone was calm. The ultimate void race had always been very domineering when facing the forces under the Supreme Will. This was the first time he had seen the ultimate void race abandon their main city to avoid battle. Could the ultimate void race really be afraid of His Majesty? Or did the ultimate void race have other plans? Was that why they had no choice but to give up on the main city they controlled? He had some guesses. However, this did not mean that he still cared about his ultimate void race. He was just instinctively thinking about the reason behind it. After Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils heard what Meng Tuo said, they immediately released their willpower to explore the entire Mystic Sound Main City. A moment later, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils retracted their willpower. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. It seemed like the ultimate void race guarding the main city had really run away. Otherwise, this Mystic Sound Main City would definitely not be so empty. "Come on to the other 8 sub-cities in the Swanyan War territories," Zhou Fight said. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had the same thought. He nodded when he heard this. Then, they immediately went to the second-rate city closest to the Mystic Sound Main City. As expected by Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils, there was no ultimate void race or any wealth in this second-rate city. It seemed like they had also been moved away in advance. Then, they spent more than half an hour teleporting from Zhou Fight to the remaining 7 secondary cities. In the end, without exception, these secondary cities became empty. This empty city case was not the only one. All the cities in the Swanyan War territories did not have any ultimate void race. They actually ran away. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression was very strange and inconceivable. Just like Meng Tuo, in his impression, the ultimate void race was especially domineering when facing other external forces, especially when facing Lord of 10,000 Evils and his army in the past. It could almost be described as insufferably arrogant. This was also the first time he had encountered the ultimate void race that abandoned the city and fled. You could say run. Or you could say you gave up. Zhou Fight said, I think the cities in the other grade 4 Supreme God level war territories, the territories of venerated Ming's war territories, should be the same. The Void Emperor must have personally ordered them to retreat. Otherwise, they would never dare to abandon the city and escape. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. The ultimate Void race's faith in the Void Emperor could only be described as fanatical. Almost 80% of the ultimate Void race were fanatic believers of the Void Emperor. Since the Void Emperor had ordered they to be stationed in the city, even if they encountered a crisis that was enough to threaten their life, they would definitely not dare to retreat easily. Instead, they had to apply to the Void Emperor and obtain his approval before they dared to retreat. There was a high chance that the Void Emperor had given the order for them to retreat. That was why they could retreat so calmly without leaving any traces of panic. Since the Void Emperor chose to let his soldiers abandon the city and return, he is probably going to have a final battle with our Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. The Lord of 10,000 Evils sighed, but he was also looking forward to it and excited. He looked at Zhou Fight and said, that must have been a shocking battle. I'm prepared to stay behind to watch the battle. Big brother, what about you? I'll pass. Chapter 1656, Leaving the Ultimate Void Battlefield. 2. I am the culprit for this situation. If I stay, once the Void Emperor discovers that I'm on the battlefield, there's a high chance that he will get rid of me first to vent his anger. I don't want to die just because I stayed to watch the commotion. Zhou Fight actually wanted to watch this shocking battle too. It was very likely that there would be a scene of 3 willpower experts fighting together after all. Such a sight was rare. However, to be on the safe side, he decided not to join in the fun. He was only a grade 1 Supreme God now. There was too much risk in watching the fun. If he was a Supreme Willpower Realm expert, even if he was only a low-level Supreme Willpower Realm expert, he would dare to participate in the battle in 2 days and even dare to seek benefits from it. Forget about grade 1 Supreme Gods. The aftershocks of their battle could easily kill him. All right. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded regretfully. He thought for a moment and understood Zhou Fight's thoughts. The person who caused the entire Ultimate Void battlefield to fall was the big brother beside him after all. If he was the Void Emperor, he would definitely kill the common people's regal first if he saw his brother appear on the battlefield. One should not think that an expert of the Void Emperor's level would not do that. He could even take out a willpower treasure and let a Supreme Willpower Realm expert hide his identity to kill the common people's regal. If he could do such a thing that broke the rules, what couldn't he do? The moral integrity of the strong is not necessarily noble. It could be despicable and unscrupulous. Let's take another look at the territories of the venerated Ming War. Even though there's a high chance they've all retreated, let's take a look to make sure. Zhou Fight said. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Subsequently, Zhou Fight opened the Ultimate Void Tunnel and headed for the Grade 4 Supreme God level war territory, the venerated Ming War territory. More than an hour later, Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils checked the entire territory of venerated Ming's war and confirmed that there was no Ultimate Void God spirit in either the main city or the secondary city. They're really all gone. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. There was a time when he also wanted to personally create such a scene. However, the power of the Ultimate Void race quickly made him hide this delusion deep in his heart, not daring to mention it again. However, in less than 10 days after common people's regal came to the Ultimate Void battlefield, he had almost wiped out all the enemies in the Ultimate Void battlefield, leaving only the sanctuary unconquered. The huge contrast between ideals and reality made he feel a little dazed at this moment. He had a strong illusion that it was unreal. It also made he deeply realize the difference between him and the common people's regal again. However, the Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had experienced so many things and battles along the way, was calm and was not affected by this difference. In his heart, there was only magnanimity and relief. Brother, our mission is complete. The Lord of 10,000 Evils muttered before a faint smile appeared on his face. Yet. Zhou Fight smiled faintly. It's done. I can finally leave this cold and boring place. That's cold and boring. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled casually. Your brother, I, have stayed in this place for tens of thousands of years. You're good. Zhou Fight said. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. The two of them could not help but burst out laughing. Yet, right at that moment, Zhou Fight suddenly sensed something and listened attentively. Seeing this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils also quietened down and waited for Zhou Fight's response. Soon, Zhou Fight came back to his senses. What's going on, big brother? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked curiously. Nothing serious. My main body just gave me a mission to complete with my troops. Tisk. I thought I could rest for 2 days after I finished here, but it seems I can't. Zhou Fight said. Can I help you? The Lord of 10,000 Evils said seriously, I'll definitely do my best to help big brother if you need help. His attitude was very serious. It was obvious that he was really going all out when he said all out. No need. Piece of cake. Zhou Fight shook his head. The Lord of 10,000 Evils did not ask further. However, he knew very well that this matter was probably not as simple as Big Brother had said. If it was really that simple, couldn't the main body just send other subordinates? How could the dignified common people's regal not have powerful subordinates? How could he have to choose Zhou Fight, the strongest combatant under him, to carry out the mission? This small matter was probably not ordinary. However, since Zhou Fight did not say anything, it meant that there was no need for him to interfere. The Lord of 10,000 Evils now respected Zhou Fight very much, so he did not say anything else. However, he still took out a dark purple square token and handed it to Zhou Fight. The front of the square token was engraved with the word demon. On the back was a miniature map of the ultimate void battlefield. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said, Big brother, this is my demon lord token. There's a trace of my willpower attached to it. If you need my help, you can just inject your willpower into it. I can instantly appear in front of Big Brother through this willpower. I know Big Brother doesn't need my help, but let me do something too. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said with a smile. Okay. Then I won't be polite when the time comes. Zhou Fight looked at the token in his hand and then at the serious Lord of 10,000 Evils in front of him. He knew that he probably could not refuse, so he nodded and agreed. He could tell that Lord of 10,000 Evils sincerely wanted to help, which warmed his heart. This younger brother seems to be not bad. Zhou Fight thought. Then, he thought for a moment and took out a token to hand to Lord of 10,000 Evils. This is the common people's order that I personally created. It also contains a wisp of my will. If you encounter danger, you can also communicate with this wisp of willpower of mine. I can also instantly come to your side to save you. He possessed the divine power of the ultimate void race and grasped the warp gate of the shadow world. It could be said that he could go wherever he wanted. Therefore, it was not a lie to instantly come in front of Lord of 10,000 Evils to save him. Thanks, Big Brother. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was overjoyed and immediately took the token. He looked solemnly at the token engraved with the 95 Supreme King Dragon God in his hand. He knew that it might really save his life in the future, or even more than once. This was a true life-saving trump card. In the future, it might even surpass the life-saving treasures that the Supreme Will had given him. Thinking of this, he placed it properly in his world ring. Zhou Fight smiled and opened the interface, seeing how solemn he was. Then, he chose to leave the ultimate void battlefield. The next second, a supreme door appeared in front of Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Brother Demon Lord, take care. Zhou Fight said solemnly. Take care, Big Brother. If there's anything, you have to let me know. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said solemnly. Zhou Fight nodded and led the army through the Supreme Gate, leaving the ultimate void battleground. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the Supreme Door that was slowly disappearing with a slightly dazed expression. However, a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at the army behind him and said loudly. Brothers! Let's have a big party when we get back. Then I'll give you guys a long vacation tomorrow. To return home. The billions of god spirits immediately cheered. At the same time, Zhou Fight had already returned to Blazing Sun Divine Capital through the Supreme Gate. He asked Bai Yun to lead the army into a Grade 4 Supreme God spaceship to rest and reorganize. Then, an hour later, they would set off again. As for the destination, it was the Crimson Great Cosmos that they had never set foot in. According to the original, the Heavenly Map Army led by Wu Tu already knows a piece of news through the spies lurking in the Crimson Great Cosmos. There is already a Scarlet Lord who has officially established the first beginner grade Master God tier Lord faction in the Crimson Great Cosmos. And this Lord is an old acquaintance of the main body. It's that AUS with the heaven-defying Lord talent, the final boss-level Lord of the King of 10,000 Kings event. It seems like the grudges left behind in the past, including the grudges of the Chaos humans, have to be completely settled. A smile appeared on Zhou Fei's face. Chapter 1657, Zhou Zhou's Plan. Head to the Crimson Great Cosmos. 1. Zhou Fei recalled the information about AUS. AUS. The Lord under the Crimson Overlord was also the Scarlet Lord with the highest chance of becoming the 5th Reserve Army in the Crimson Great Cosmos. He was almost equivalent to Zhou Zhou of the Crimson Great Cosmos. Of course, he was far inferior to Zhou Zhou in terms of status, strength, influence, potential, and other comparable factors. At most, he was just a Zhou Zhou who had been weakened countless times. As for his Lord talent, Zhou Zhou still remembered that it was a Lord talent that could inherit the power of a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord. This Lord talent was indeed abnormal. Even Zhou Zhou was shocked when he first heard about this Lord talent. It was too easy for this Lord talent to become a reality after all. Unlike his Lord talent, which was mostly developed, he wasn't very powerful in the early stages. It was only at the later stages that this could be of greater use. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was very envious of AUS for having such an abnormal Lord talent. However, in the eyes of the current Zhou Zhou, having the inheritance rights of a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction was actually just that. His potential would be exhausted when he truly inherited the power of the high-level Divine Kingdom Lord after all. He was still playing a huge role even though he was already the ruler of a Master God tier intermediate grade nation unlike most of his mythical tier unique Lord talent. For example, the Scarlet Brood Mother, the Heart Thief, the original Dragon Abyss, the Great Country Project. Then, Zhou Zhou thought of the situation in the Crimson Great Cosmos. The Crimson Overlord's Crimson Contest was not over yet. Billions of Scarlet Lords were still fighting for the position of the 5th Reserve. AUS was one of the Lord candidates who had the highest chance of obtaining the 5th Reserve position. Even Crimson Overlord paid close attention to this junior. Even though AUS had suffered a setback in the King of 10,000 Kings event, the Crimson Overlord also knew that the Zhou Zhou that AUS was facing was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in the billions of years of the two universes. His potential was close to that of a willpower expert. Therefore, even though AUS had suffered a setback in front of Zhou Zhou, the Crimson Overlord did not blame him too much. It still had a lot of expectations for him. AUS did live up to the Crimson Overlord's expectations. They had already surpassed many local high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions in the Crimson Great Cosmos. They were the first to promote a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction to a beginner-grade Master God tier Kingdom Lord faction as a Scarlet Lord. I was worried about becoming a beginner-grade Master God tier Lord. Where can I find the Scarlet Kingdom? AUS, you actually appeared in such a lively manner. The corners of Zhou Zhou's lips curled up. Among the many conditions to upgrade to a high-level Master God tier Lord's faction, 2 of them were to conquer the territory of 3 beginner-grade Master God tier Lords under the Crimson Overlord and a beginner-grade Master God tier Lord's territory that was not under the Crimson Overlord. He had already made arrangements for the latter. Linger would be able to upgrade the Spiritual Medicine Divine Kingdom to a beginner-grade Master God tier Lord faction with his help. Then, she would be able to subdue it and complete the latter conditions. As for the former, wasn't OS beginner-grade Master God tier Lord faction already appearing? Even though he could also wait until the Crimson Great Cosmos gave birth to 3 beginner-grade Master God tier Lord factions before going over to conquer them and completing all the conditions in one go. However, that would take too long. During this period, there was a higher chance that an accident that Zhou Zhou did not expect would happen. Therefore, his main body planned to immediately send Zhou Fei to conquer OS beginner-grade Master God tier Lord territory the moment it was completed. What he obtained was what truly belonged to him after all. When I go to the Crimson Great Cosmos this time, I can use the Scarlet Natural Enemy's talent to disguise myself as a Scarlet creature. Then, I can establish a territory there and disguise myself as a Scarlet Lord. Then, as a Scarlet Lord, I will conquer OS beginner-grade Master God tier Lord territory. This way, the destruction of OS Divine Kingdom would not cause too much of a stir. AUS died in the Civil War after all. This kind of destruction is completely normal for lords to fight for supremacy. Even the Crimson Overlord can't blame me. On the contrary, he should value me more. After I destroy OS Master God tier Kingdom, I don't even need to escape. I can let my main body send a clone to replace me and continue to stay in the Great Scarlet Universe to participate in the Scarlet Lord's hegemony. This way, when the new Lord territory of the Master God Tier Kingdom is born in the Crimson Great Cosmos, I won't have to take the risk of exposing my identity and cross the border again to destroy the new Master God Tier Kingdom. The Scarlet Lord clone in the Crimson Great Cosmos can go and start a war openly and destroy it to fulfill my advancement conditions. The more Zhou Fight thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was not bad. If he did well, not only could he complete the advancement requirements of the Master God Tier Kingdom, but could also cultivate a faction that belonged to his main body in the Crimson Great Cosmos. This way, when the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord went to war in the future, his main body would have a very powerful spy in the Crimson Great Cosmos. At that time, he would participate in the war between the two wills. This faction would play an unexpected and huge role in obtaining information about the war. Chapter 1658, Zhou Zhou's Plan. Head to the Crimson Great Cosmos. 2. The more Zhou Fight thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was not bad. He immediately contacted his main body and told him this idea. Soon, the main body sent a message saying that Zhou Fight's idea was not bad. He could do as he wished, and the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom would provide all the support it could. However, he had to resolve a problem before that. It's a question of identity. Even though they had the Lord Talent, Scarlet Natural Enemy, which allowed they to disguise themselves as Scarlet creatures and infiltrate the Scarlet Universe. However, the Scarlet Natural Enemy only had the mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Its disguise could at most deceive Master Gods, but it would be exposed if it encountered a Supreme God. Even if Zhou Zhou spent some time and resources to upgrade Scarlet Natural Enemy to the Supreme Unique Lord Talent, it would only be able to deceive the Supreme Gods. However, it would definitely be exposed when facing a Supreme Willpower Elite, or even the Crimson Overlord. Once they were exposed, they would be in danger. At that time, not to mention AUS conquering the Master God Tier Kingdom, even returning alive would be a problem. So, in order to safely infiltrate the Crimson Great Cosmos and complete their conquest plan, they had to prioritize solving the problem of not being discovered. Otherwise, it was very likely that they had been discovered by the Crimson Overlord the moment they entered the Crimson Great Cosmos. Zhou Zhou felt that something was amiss just thinking about what happened after that. Zhou Fight felt that his main body's considerations were right, but then, he frowned. How difficult was it to deceive a willpower expert like the Crimson Overlord? He did not have such means. What to do? The next second, the same thought flashed through Zhou Fight's and Zhou Zhou's minds almost at the same time. Seek help from the Supreme Will. It's a little embarrassing, but for the sake of upgrading the territory, it doesn't matter if I lose a bit of face. Zhou Fight was quite open-minded, not to mention the main body. Zhou Zhou even felt that as the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army personally chosen by the Supreme Will, the future Supreme Lord's 3rd Reserve Army, the relationship between the Supreme Will and him was, in short, the relationship between parents and children. Wasn't it normal to ask parents for help when the child was in trouble? Main body. You're getting really thick-skinned. Zhou Fight said sincerely. Likewise. Zhou Zhou chuckled and replied, let me explain this matter to the Supreme Will. Of course, he had to do it personally as his main body to show respect. Zhou Fight naturally had no objections. In the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou stood up from the Dao Comprehension Futon and said respectfully. The 3rd Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord, Common People's Regal Zhou Zhou, requests an audience with the Supreme Will. After a while. What is it? The Supreme Will did not appear, but his voice reverberated throughout the entire Divine Kingdom world. Oh, Lord Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou recounted how he wanted to send a clone to the Crimson Great Cosmos to destroy the newly established beginner-grade Master God Tier Lord territory. Then, he mentioned his one request. I see. In that case, you do need an ability to hide your identity. I can help you with that. But you have to promise me one thing. The Supreme Will said. Go ahead, my lord. Zhou Zhou immediately said. After you establish your faction in the Crimson Great Cosmos, if there are any Master God Tier Lord factions in the Supreme Great Cosmos in the future that want to go to the Crimson Great Cosmos and conquer the Master God Tier Lord factions in the Crimson Great Cosmos to allow their Lord factions to advance, you have to help as much as you can. The Supreme Will said. Okay. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. Such a small matter was just a matter of convenience to him. Even if he agreed, it wouldn't affect him. On the contrary, if he could make the lords of the Master God Tier Kingdom owe him a favor if he did it. Why not? Then let me help my successor. The Supreme Will chuckled and did not speak again for more than 10 minutes. At first, Zhou Zhou thought that the Supreme Will had left, but his voice sounded again as Zhou Zhou was about to return to continue cultivating. Get your clone to go. I've arranged everything. Even if the Crimson Overlord appears in front of you, it won't be able to recognize your true identity with the means I left behind. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Common people's regal. Cultivate your power in the Crimson Great Cosmos. Don't worry too much about your cover being blown. Let's not talk about the methods I provided to hide your identity. I can still protect you even if they really discover your identity, even if we're separated by a universe. The Supreme Will said. Even though his tone was calm and elegant, it was also filled with unquestionable confidence and dominance. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Ever since he participated in the battle for supremacy, he had heard that in the battle between the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, the Supreme Will had the upper hand in the beginning, but as time passed, the former glory of the Supreme Will was no longer there. Now, he was at a disadvantage. However, when he heard the Supreme Will's confident words, a question involuntarily appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Was the Supreme Will really at a disadvantage now? How could the disadvantaged party say such a thing? He thought for a moment and stopped thinking about it. As usual, there were some things that he would know sooner or later. What you shouldn't know, forcing answers will only bring you trouble. He informed Zhou Fight with a thought. In the sky above Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Zhou Fight had just received news from Zhou Zhou. The Supreme Will had already prepared it. Zhou Fight was curious. It was unknown what method the Supreme Will used to hide their identity. To be able to make the willpower expert of the Crimson Overlord unable to recognize his true identity, just the thought of it made him feel that it was very high-end. He did not immediately set off for the Crimson Great Cosmos. Instead, he meditated for an hour until his soldiers were done recuperating. Then, he gathered his soldiers and prepared to head to the Crimson Great Cosmos. He had a thought. The space around they changed. In the next second, they arrived at a strange world constructed from all kinds of shadows. It was the Shadow World. The Crimson Great Cosmos also had shadows, so it could be reached directly through the warp gate of the Shadow World. This was much more convenient and faster than other methods. Therefore, Zhou Fight did not choose the method recorded in the bloodline inheritance in his mind to reach the Crimson Great Cosmos. Instead, he prepared to use the simplest method to go to the Crimson Great Cosmos. Then, he first made they and the soldiers under him turn into misty monsters that emitted a scarlet aura through the ability bestowed by the Lord Talent, Scarlet Natural Enemy. Then, Zhou Fight conjured a mirror and looked at himself in it. A scarlet god spirit wearing a blood-red imperial robe and a 9-dragon crown stood in the mirror with blood-red skin and scarlet eyes. With his appearance and temperament, even if outsiders knew that he was a fog monster, they would probably be attracted by his appearance and temperament, unwilling to be his enemy. Zhou Fight clicked his tongue but did not mind. It's impossible to become ugly on your own initiative. In any case, with this appearance, no one would be able to tell that he was the common people's regal. Then, he had another thought. A warp gate that emitted void ripples appeared in front of them. When Zhou Fight saw this, he immediately ordered the soldiers to enter the warp gate with them and disappear. Not long after they disappeared, a shadow quietly appeared and quietly watched the gradually disappearing warp gate. It was the ruler of the Shadow World, Will of Shadow. I didn't expect this guy to achieve so much in such a short time. I heard that even the ultimate void battlefield was taken back by him alone. Back then, I bestowed the Lord Talent of the Lord of Holy Shadow to him and formed a good relationship with him. The Will of Shadow sighed. Then, its body dissipated and disappeared. Chapter 1659. Crimson Great Cosmos. Succubus Lord Noctul. 1. In the Crimson Great Cosmos, Zhou Fight's vision went dark. This made him feel that something was amiss. What is going on? In the past, during the teleportation of the warp gate of the Shadow World, although the surrounding environment was a little dark, it was not so dark that one could not see anything, right? He immediately released the power of his will and surveyed his surroundings. In the end, what made his heart sink was that even his late-stage will divine transformation realm couldn't see through the darkness in front of him. He immediately contacted his soldiers to see if they could be contacted while he felt that something was amiss. Originally, Zhou Fight was already prepared to not be able to contact them. However, what surprised him was that he could easily contact Bai Yun and them. Bai Yun, how's the situation over there? Are the soldiers hurt? Zhou Fight immediately asked. Your Majesty, there are no problems on my side, and there are no casualties among the soldiers. It's just that I don't know what's going on, but everyone can't see. Bai Yun replied, sounding very shocked. Bai Yun was already a grade 1 supreme god. To be able to make a grade 1 supreme god enter this state of blindness without noticing, regardless of whether the other party was a god spirit or some other strange thing, it was very likely that the other party was in existence that he could not contend against. Originally, he was still a little panicked, but pretended to be calm. However, after hearing His Majesty's voice, Bai Yun was no longer nervous. She could even calmly contact the other soldiers to inquire about their situation and report to Zhou Fight. It's okay. Let's not let everyone think too much about it. It should be fine in a while. It may have been a minor accident during the transition. Zhou Fight replied. There was a reason for him to make such a guess. He didn't have a sense of danger like a sudden impulse after discovering his situation as a person with great luck. He trusted his intuition very much. Since there was nothing wrong with his intuition, there was a high chance that he had not encountered any danger. Perhaps it was really just an accident. Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Then, she immediately told this news to the other soldiers to appease their morale. Soon, the army was no longer agitated. A moment later, Zhou Fight had an idea. An inexplicable intuition made him subconsciously issue the mental command to open his eyes. Then, he saw a crack of light appear in the darkness in front of him. Then, the crack of light grew larger and larger. Finally, he saw the world he was in. It was a world of scarlet. At a glance, heaven, earth, great lunar star, sun star, trees, creatures. Everything was a scarlet color. At most, there was a difference in the shape, size, and color. This made the world seem a little monotonous, but other than monotony, it was also filled with a mysterious and dangerous feeling. At this moment, Zhou Fight and they were in a huge scarlet city. In the capital city, a large number of fog monsters of different strengths walked around. There were many of them. Just the fog monsters in front of him numbered in the tens of millions. Some of them were doing business, some were chatting in stalls by the roadside, and some were walking on the streets expressionlessly. It was bustling with activity, like a normal city and its residents. When Zhou Fight and they saw this scene, they felt that it was very strange. When they saw these scarlet fog monsters in the Supreme Continent, they usually did not interact much and directly killed them after all. Now that they saw that they were living like normal life forms, with their own cities, habits, and even civilizations, they did not seem to be any distinct from the living beings on the high continent. It would be strange if they did not find it strange. Your Majesty. We're dressed differently. Right at that moment. Nov. L. B /JNN. Bai Yun's outburst sounded in Zhou Fight's mind. Zhou Fight glanced at them upon hearing this. Indeed, even though they looked like fog monsters, they were clearly very different from the fog creatures they had transformed into before entering the Crimson Great Cosmos. Their current appearance was clearly more in line with the dressing style and appearance of this monster capital. Before entering the Crimson Great Cosmos, he was more or less casual. If they came to this monster city in the way they did before they entered the Crimson Great Cosmos, they would definitely be quickly discovered by the fog monsters here. At that time, what would happen would definitely not be good. They might even directly expose their identity as a Supreme Great Cosmos life form. And now, their appearance was clearly in perfect harmony with the style here. No matter which monster came in front of them, even if they observed carefully, they would not discover any difference between them and the local scarlet fog monsters. Zhou Fight glimpsed at himself. Then, he realized that his style of clothing was very distinct from what he had changed before. His first choice was to alter his blood-colored imperial robe into a purple imperial robe. The 9-dragon crown on his head turned into a bewitching abyssal demon god crown. His skin color had also turned dark purple. At the same time, there were some complicated, profound, and mysterious golden law engravings on the surface of his skin. His eyes were still scarlet, but in addition to the scarlet color, there was also a bewitching dark purple halo in the middle. Chapter 1660 Crimson Great Cosmos. Succubus Lord Noctul. 2. Zhou Fight took a look and was slightly surprised. It was hard to say. Even though his attire and appearance had changed drastically, in terms of handsomeness, his appearance and attire were not much inferior to his original self. This body originally had some flaws. It lacked the nobility and domineering aura of Dihuang nurtured by great luck. But now that he had replaced the other party, this nobility and domineering aura could no longer be said to make up for it. Instead, it had already overflowed. It had even reached the level of his nobility and domineering aura that exceeded his own bewitching appearance. When other scarlet monsters saw he for the first time, their first thought was that the other party was a natural-born De Huang. Their second thought was, wow, this De Huang is too perfect. The change in appearance and temperament was a small matter. Zhou Fight only took a glance and did not care any more. However, he couldn't help but have a doubt. What was going on? How did he and his subordinates become like this? Where was this place in front of him? Could it really be such a coincidence that he had warped over from the warp gate of the shadow world and landed in the capital of this scarlet fog monster? Just as Zhou Fight thought of these questions, a huge stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. Zhou Fight was shocked. However, he realized that this information was harmless, so he tried to accept it. A moment later, Zhou Fight, who had received all the information, looked enlightened. So this is how the Supreme will hid our identities. So there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhou Fight muttered to himself. According to the information in his mind, the Supreme will successfully entered the Scarlet Great Cosmos and became a Scarlet Lord in order to hide the identity of them. At the same time, in order to give them a suitable reason to attack Os beginner grade Master God tier kingdom, he chose to let Zhou Fight and the Scarlet Army under him replace a powerful Scarlet Lord in the Crimson Great Cosmos. That was his current identity as the Scarlet Lord. This Scarlet Lord was called the Succubus Lord. Her real name was Noctul, and her mother was the Succubus God Lord Noctuna Er. Born of the Succubus race and the descendant of the Succubus God Lord, he was not eye-catching among the many descendants of the Succubus God Lord. Later on, he was even killed by the Scarlet Fog monsters that invaded the abyss and transformed into a Scarlet Fog race. However, at this moment, the gears of fate began to spin. After Noctul, who had been transformed into a Scarlet creature, joined the Scarlet Lord contest, he actually awakened the legendary tier Lord talent. Later on, after some tempering, he even upgraded his legendary tier Lord talent to the mythical tier unique Lord talent. Noctul, who had the mythical tier and only Lord talent, quickly rose in the battle for supremacy among the Scarlet Lords. Later on, he became one of the top Scarlet Lords, only second to Aus. After hearing this news, the Succubus God Lord realized that this inconspicuous descendant of hers had a high chance of touching the supreme position of Supreme Scarlet in the future. Therefore, he quickly raised the importance he placed on Noctul, making him the son he valued the most. He even personally crowned Noctul as a Succubus Lord. It meant that all the lords of the myriad races in the entire Succubus race were not called Succubus Lords with the title of Succubus Lord. Only Noctul could use this title to fight for supremacy in the Scarlet contest. At the same time, Noctul, who had the title of Succubus Lord, could command all the Scarlet Lords of the Succubus race and let them contribute resources to his hegemony. With such help, the Succubus Lord Noctul's strength rapidly increased, and he immediately reached the same level as Aus. Originally, according to this development, the Succubus Lord Noctul might really be able to defeat Aus in the future and take the position of the 5th Reserve Army. However, at this moment, the Succubus Lord was confused. The Succubus Lord's mentality also expanded rapidly. Later on, he even thought that he could match Aus, who was in the limelight. In addition, Aus was deeply trusted and looked forward to this matter by the Crimson Overlord, making Noctul jealous. Hence, an idea appeared in his mind. That was to challenge Lord Aus and become the strongest lord among billions of Scarlet Lords. This way, it would be easier for him to compete for the position of the 5th Reserve Army in the future. This thought was like a goddess that Aus dreamed of at night, constantly teasing his heart. Finally, after he learned that Aus was preparing to advance to become a beginner-grade Master God tier Lord, he could no longer hold back his ambition and chose to send troops to attack Lord O's Chaos Scarlet Divine Kingdom. He was also a beginner-grade Divine Kingdom Lord, so he still had some confidence in his military strength. He felt that even though Aus was the master of a high-level Divine Kingdom, the difference between the two should not be as great as he had imagined. Most importantly, he realized something. If Aus really established a beginner-grade Master God tier Lord territory and became the Lord of the first Chief God's territory among the Scarlet Lords, then he would really have no chance of competing with he for the position of the 5th Reserve Army. Therefore, in this war operation, be it on impulse or after careful consideration, he had to fight. This was because he had no way out. What happened next was simple. Noctul did not expect that there was a huge difference in strength between him and Aus, nor did he expect that Aus had the protection of 100 master gods and a supreme god. Nov. L. B //JNN. Due to the huge difference in strength, Noctul suffered a crushing defeat. If not for the succubus god lord's personal plea, Noctul would not have come back alive and would have died on the battlefield. However, even though he had survived, Noctul had also suffered heavy losses. Not only did he lose more than half of the troops that he had painstakingly nurtured, but even the succubus god lord thought that he was useless after he had experienced this defeat. He no longer doted on him. As a result, he had already lost his former prestige among the succubus race. All the Scarlet Lords of the succubus race had left him. He only had his own headquarters under him. Other than that, there were no other forces that could be used. Noctul was already seriously injured. When he realized that he had completely lost the right to compete for the 5th Reserve Army, his faith collapsed and he died. Then, Zhou Fight came with his subordinates. Tisk. I'm taking over a life loser script. Zhou Fight was amazed. However, he instantly disregarded it. Aus, whom Noctul found difficult to deal with. He had been defeated by the main body a long time ago. Not to mention the current him. 100 master gods? A supreme god? Any of the main combat troops under him could crush the other party 100 times with 1% of their strength. Then, he was not in a hurry to gather his subordinates and attack Os beginner grade master god tier kingdom. The original owner of the body had just been defeated and was already risking his life to challenge the other Scarlet Lords. If he lost, he would be called stupid by the other Scarlet Lords. If he won, it would arouse the suspicion of the other Scarlet Lords and even the Crimson Overlord. The gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, Zhou Fight planned to conquer Os beginner grade master god tier lord faction in a less abrupt way. Before that, he focused his attention on his soul consciousness. A cube that emitted psychedelic colors appeared in his hand. It was the treasure of willpower, the reality cube. Zhou Fight did not expect that the Moongazer Serpent's will would return to him after taking the treasure yesterday. But then again, this transcendent level treasure that could change reality and blind perception was indeed the best choice to help him and his subordinates hide their identities and infiltrate the Crimson Great Cosmos. However, this supreme treasure, did the Supreme will lend it to me, or did it directly give it to me? Zhou Fight muttered in his heart. He thought about it and did not care anymore. The most important thing was that he could use it when he needed it regardless of whether it was his or not. He retracted his attention and turned to walk towards the succubus shrine behind him. Time was of the essence. He was about to take action.